just unloaded a magazine into it," he recalled many years later. "Then I reloaded and moved on to the next one." In single-handedly obliterating the last remaining bastion of enemy resistance on Garmokid, Jackson displayed levels of selflessness and courage rarely seen on any battlefield. When it was over, his grateful buddies grabbed him and pounded him on the back, like I'd won the biggest football game of the year. But Jackson himself shrugged the whole thing off. "Afterward, I was so exhausted I just fell down, and the only thing I wanted to do was go to sleep," he recalled. "The action I was involved in was just one small part of what happened on Peleliu that day, and the only reason I was able to do some things was because I got a lot of help from my buddies. I never considered myself a damn hero. I was just a good Marine, trying to do what any other good Marine would have done under the same circumstances." His country and his commander-in-chief disagreed. Slightly more than a year later, then Lieutenant Arthur Jackson would become one of only 3 living Peleliu veterans to be awarded the Congressional Medal of Honor. The accompanying citation, signed by President Franklin Roosevelt, read in part, "Stout-hearted and indomitable despite the terrific odds, PFC Jackson resolutely maintained control of the platoon's left flank movement throughout his valiant one-man assault, and by his cool decision and relentless fighting spirit during a critical situation, contributed essentially to the complete annihilation of the enemy in the southern sector of the island. His gallant initiative and heroic conduct in the face of extreme peril reflect the highest credit upon PFC Jackson and the U.S. Naval Service." Slightly more than 2 miles due north of Garmokid, in the wilderness of gaunt cliffs, coral boulders, and scorched brush marking the forward approaches to the Five Sisters, the first light on the morning of September 19, D+4, revealed a scene of sheer desperation and utter horror. The dead of Colonel Hansewitz's 2-1, Major Davis's 1-1, and Lieutenant Colonel Spencer Berger's 2-7 littered the slopes. Wounded men left behind when the Marines were forced to fall back screamed for help over field telephones and walkie-talkies, but none of their pinned-down comrades could reach them. In battalion and company command posts, officers buried their heads in their hands, cursed, and prepared for more of the same. Every attempt to dislodge the enemy from his heavily fortified hilltops had failed. Each brief, costly advance up the rugged heights below the Five Sisters had been beaten to a halt. Most had been driven back with calamitous losses. Part of the problem was that no one in a command position in the 1st Marine Division fully grasped the true nature of the terrain or the diabolical tricks it could play. The Five Sisters and the high ground just to the south, the string of hills originally nicknamed Bloody Nose Ridge, formed a sheer wall blocking any northern movement through the Ummerbrogel. It was no accident that the Japanese had made this aggregation of sawtooth ridges and sheer cliffs the cornerstone of their interior defenses on Peleliu. As for the Marine riflemen charged with taking them, they didn't know the difference between the Five Sisters, Bloody Nose Ridge, and the numbered hills on their officers' sector maps, much less how they all related to one another. Many of them would never fully comprehend the giant topographical puzzle they'd been ordered to solve. All they knew was that they were being cut to ribbons and still gaining little or no ground. Nevertheless, the haggard remnants of the 3 battalions climbed out of their foxholes at 0700 on D+4 and stumbled forward for another frontal assault. Crawling and clawing up the cliff went platoons that were no more than squads and companies that were no more than large platoons, recalled 2-1 Rifleman Private Russell Davis. "I counted 1 platoon. It mustered 18 men on that push, but they went up." Marine artillery and mortars had started bombarding the highlands some 40 minutes before the assault troops moved out, and Navy guns joined the barrage soon after. But as was so often the case on Peleliu, the shelling had little apparent effect on the enemy. Colonel Puller threw all the manpower and firepower his regiment could scrape together into the fight that morning, holding nothing in reserve. Every man who could walk and carry a weapon, including those of the 4th War Dog Platoon, was recruited for the attack. They were joined by all available tanks and Amtrak-mounted flamethrowers to give the infantry as much mechanized muscle as possible. Among the decimated rifle companies joining the D+4 assault was Company C, 1st Battalion, 1st Marines, commanded by Captain Everett Pope, the scholarly Phi Beta Kappa from Bowdoin College. By now, Pope's friend and ex-Bowdoin classmate, Captain Andy Haldane, and his K-35 had finished clearing the island's eastern shore of Japanese and were getting a welcome rest on Purple Beach. Pope and his company, on the other hand, were about to experience the most terrible 24 hours of their lives. Under anything akin to normal circumstances, C-11 would have already been relieved. After the firestorm on White Beach 1, the company had run squarely into the strongest enemy fortifications at the airfield, including the reinforced concrete blockhouse that had served as the Japanese headquarters. Pope's unit had absorbed one of the division's highest casualty rates thus far. Of the 235 men under his command at the time of the landing, Pope had only 90 survivors still fit for duty. The rest had been killed or evacuated with serious wounds. For the action on September 19, his company was detached from Davis's 1-1, its regular battalion, and temporarily assigned to Hansewitz's 2-1. Its mission was to slip out ahead of the main assault force on a flanking movement to seize what appeared on sector maps as Hill 100. This rocky knob lay to the rear of the Five Sisters and to the left of the East Road, a trail running north and south between the Umerbrogel ridges and the eastern coast of the top pincer of Peleliu's Lobster Claw. Map designations for various hills were derived from their altitude, meaning that Hill 100 was only 100 feet high, less than half the elevation of the enemy-held heights of the Five Sisters. But Hansowitz believed that if C-11 could capture Hill 100, it might provide an opening to strike at the core of the thus far impervious Japanese defenses. Typical of the extremes in Peleliu's landscape, the most direct approach to the base of the hill was through a small swamp. When Pope's men tried it, they ran into heavy machine gun fire from 2 enemy pillboxes and were forced to withdraw and regroup. A brainy young officer who had graduated magna cum laude, Pope quickly spotted another route via a causeway across the swamp, where his riflemen could be supported by Sherman tanks. Hansowitz gave his okay to try it, but it took 2 hours, with Pope and his men under constant harassing fire from enemy machine guns, to scare up 4 Shermans, and then the tanks proved ineffective. One slipped off the side of the narrow causeway, and when a second tried to pull out the first one, it also slid off on the other side, effectively blocking the causeway to other armored vehicles. "We can either sit here and take casualties while we wait to see if those tanks can be cleared out of the way," Pope told Lieutenant Frank Burke of Scranton, Pennsylvania, one of the company's handful of surviving officers, "or we can take our chances and run across on foot, a few men at a time." Although it was a considerable gamble, Pope decided the latter course of action made more sense, and he passed the word to get ready. "We'll go 1 squad at a time," he said. "Just run as fast as you can and don't slow down till you get to the foot of the hill." The high-risk foot race apparently took the Japanese by such surprise that every Marine made it safely across the causeway. Then they caught their collective breath, regrouped, and charged on up the hill. With some support from their own machine guns and mortars on the other side of the swamp, Pope and his riflemen reached the top of Hill 100 with amazing speed, although not without substantial casualties. Within 10 minutes, about 25 of them were at the crest, but a bitter surprise awaited them there. Hill 100 wasn't actually a separate hill at all. It was only the leading edge of a long, angular ridge dominated by higher ridges to the north and west. Looking down on them from no more than 50 yards away were more Japanese armed with machine guns, mortars, and light artillery. Instead of seizing a vital vantage point, Pope's men had climbed directly into an enemy crossfire. "The maps are wrong!" the captain fumed as his Marines scurried for what scant cover they could find among the rocks. "And we're in one hell of a bad spot." With twilight falling, Pope and his men had no reliable contact with battalion headquarters or their own mortar and machine gun squads, and the small amount of ammo they'd been able to carry with them on their charge up the slope wasn't nearly enough for a prolonged fight. Their cramped defensive perimeter was defined by the steep edge of the cliff, and by Pope's reckoning, it wasn't much larger than one of the courts on which he'd once played intercollegiate tennis. Here, virtually surrounded and totally on their own, they'd try to hold out until morning. If there was any consolation in their situation, it was that, as long as they held the hilltop, their presence would provide a protective shield for American positions to their rear. "The line is flimsy as hell, and it's getting dark," Pope noted in his journal. "We have no wires and need grenades badly." An infantry unit could fight a few days without food and a few hours without water, Pope told himself, but it couldn't last long without ammunition. Besides their rifles and several dozen hand grenades, the Marines on Hill 100 had a lone 30 caliber machine gun, 2 Tommy guns, and a few BARs. Rounds for all the weapons were in short supply. "Let's gather up plenty of rocks," Pope told his non-coms. "We're going to need them." The idea, he explained, wasn't so much to hit attacking Japanese soldiers with the rocks as to confuse them and slow them down. "You throw 3 or 4 rocks over the side of the cliff before each grenade. In the dark they won't know which is which, and they'll stop to take cover just as fast for a rock as they will for a grenade." That night was an endless series of enemy onslaughts, some of them stealthy probes by a few knife-wielding infiltrators, others screaming charges by groups of 20 or more Japanese. Each of the assaults was repelled, but the cost in casualties was brutal. Because so little distance separated Pope's small force from the enemy, no fire from the 11th Marines artillery could be directed into the area. The only help from beyond C-11's own perimeter came from a mortar platoon near the foot of the ridge, which kept up a steady rate of fire on the approaches to Pope's position from about 500 yards away. PFC Barney Bell, a 22-year-old mortarman from Georgia, estimated that he and his comrades fired more than 3,000 rounds in support of the trapped men. "We knew Captain Pope needed all the help he could get," Bell said later, "and we did our best to provide it." Hand-to-hand combat raged on the hilltop until dawn. By then, the Marines were using rocks as weapons, along with rifle butts, K-bar knives, empty ammo boxes, and bare fists. They also hurled several attackers bodily over the cliff. Pope watched a fellow Bay State native, PFC Philip Collins of Gardner, Massachusetts, scoop up grenades thrown by the Japanese and hurl them back before they could explode. "He kept doing it until one of them went off in his hand," Pope said. "Then he picked up a rifle and fired it until he was too weak to reload." Counting Pope, only 9 of the 25 men who had reached the crest of the hill, and of the 90 who had attacked it the day before, survived to see dawn, and most of these had at least minor wounds. 7 of the company's 8 junior officers were dead, and Lieutenant Burke, the sole survivor, suffered a serious bayonet gash in his leg before knocking his assailant unconscious. "I had 1 round left in my .45, Pope said. "I wasn't about to let the Nips take me." With first light on September 20, D+5, the Japanese finally broke off the attacks, but heavy artillery fire immediately began to pound the hilltop. Within minutes it was clear that the situation was untenable for Pope's men, and that no reinforcements could reach them. At that point, Hansowitz was able to make contact with Pope and order what was left of C-11 to withdraw. Getting back down the hill was a white-knuckle process in itself. With the help of smoke shells that partially obscured their movement, the Marines slid and skidded, rolled and tumbled their way to the bottom. Not all of them made it alive. Pope's radio man was shot dead during the descent as he talked on his field telephone. Pope himself was targeted by one Japanese machine gun and escaped only by throwing himself behind a stone wall beside the causeway. Within minutes, Hill 100 was reoccupied by the Japanese, and enemy guns were again firing down from its heights on the Marines below. Only after reaching safety did Pope take note of several grenade fragments that had buried themselves in the backs of his legs. After resting for a while, he limped to an aid station, where he unceremoniously pulled them out with a pair of pliers. Then Pope returned to duty in the ridges, unaware that his gutsy leadership in the lost cause of the night of September 19 to 20 would shortly earn him the Medal of Honor. When the 1st Marines were finally pulled off the line for good on September 22, after 8 days on Peleliu's killing ground, well over half the men in Chesty Puller's regiment, a disastrous 56%, would be dead or wounded. Despite his ordeal and the loss of nearly 9/10 of his company, Captain Everett Pope held the distinction of being the 1st's only company commander to escape death or serious wounds. The total number of casualties in the 1st Marines, plus the losses sustained by 2-7 in the assaults on the hills, now stood at 1,838. The Japanese, too, had paid a stiff price in human casualties, but although the Marine commanders didn't realize it at first, the enemy's strategic losses were of even greater long-range importance. Because of faulty intelligence and grossly inaccurate maps, no one knows the precise moment or hour when enemy positions on hills 200 and 210 were finally neutralized. As the battle seesawed, heights were often seized by Marines, then reoccupied by Japanese, then taken again by Americans. Neither of these so-called hills was actually an isolated peak at all, but rather a small part of a complex system of connected ridges, and during September 21, D+6, the Marines had pushed far enough along the northern extensions of these ridges to gain permanent control of them. Only later did the full significance of this action become clear. The Five Sisters would remain a major thorn in the side of U.S. forces for weeks to come, but once hills 200 and 210 were firmly in American hands, the last Japanese positions from which artillery and mortar fire could be visually directed at the airfield and the beachhead had been eliminated. By seizing these key pieces of high ground, the Marines had made it virtually impossible for the Japanese to drive them off the island. Yet Colonel Nakagawa, the Japanese commander, had never expected that to happen. In fact, the battle was proceeding exactly as Nakagawa had planned it. His forces had already inflicted heavy losses on the Americans, and with the fighting now moving deeper into the ridges, the rest of the battle would be fought strictly on Japanese terms. The bloody chunk of rock known to Pope and his men as Hill 100 would remain in enemy hands for many days to come, during which it would take on a whole new identity. It would be renamed Walt's Ridge for Colonel Lewis Walt, whose 5th Marines would also struggle and die to control its heights. For the invaders, each ridge of the Umerbrogel would become a grinding, pulverizing, seemingly endless battle of attrition. According to Nakagawa's reasoning, if the Japanese defenders could exact a high enough price in Marine blood, the struggle might end in an American withdrawal from Peleliu's killing ground by choice, simply to be spared further slaughter. That was the ultimate goal for the enemy commander, whose men were prepared to fight until the last one was dead. If such a fate was to be avoided, it would be up to the 5th and 7th Marines to stay the course and complete the job. As a combat unit, the 1st Marines was done. But that didn't keep Puller from ordering a new assault on Hill 100 within a few hours after Pope's withdrawal. This time the Navy's big guns and those of the 11th Marines were fully utilized in advance of the ground attack, and all available mortars, machine guns, flamethrowers, tanks, and LVTs were thrown into the fray to bolster the infantry. The result was yet another huge disaster. Once more, the weary Marines charged the slopes. Some of them gained a foothold on the high ground, only to be killed by the Japanese. Their bodies fell among those of Pope's men. They would lie there for days before they could be recovered. Private Russell Davis was caught up in the middle of the carnage as a witness to his regiment's swan song. By some miracle, he was among the few who survived to recall it. I picked up the rifle of a dead Marine and I went up the hill. I didn't worry about death anymore. I had resigned from the human race. I only wanted to be as far forward as any man when my turn came. As a fighting outfit, the 1st Marine Regiment was finished. We were no longer even human beings. I fired at anything that moved in front of me, friend or foe. I had no friends. I just wanted to kill. Chapter 10. North through Sniper Alley. While the 1st Marines and 2-7 were being chewed to pieces south of the Five Sisters, the 5th Marines was enjoying what turned out to be its longest respite from combat of the whole Peleliu campaign. Between September 19 and September 24, K-35 had almost no contact with the enemy, and after Orange Beach and the airfield, its losses during the 5 days seemed almost negligible by comparison. Only 3 members of the company were wounded during those 5 days. One also died, but not from hostile action. The 5th's basic assignment during this interval was to keep an eye out for enemy movements on the southern claw of Peleliu and establish defensive positions to prevent any possible counter-landing by the Japanese on small, isolated Purple Beach. In the words of PFC Bill Layden, "It wasn't exactly R&R, but it was pretty tame compared to what those poor devils in the 1st and 7th Marines were going through." Even during the lull, however, conducting small overnight patrols through the swamps and jungles north and west of Purple Beach was exhausting, nerve-jarring duty that took a heavy physical and mental toll on the men assigned to them. On September 21, D+6, with Lieutenant Hillbilly Jones in command and pill-busting Sergeant Hank Boys as the senior NCO, a 40-man patrol from K-35 set out on a prolonged foray through the heavy undergrowth. In addition to several rifle squads, the patrol also included 2 machine gun squads, a mortar squad, and a Doberman Pinscher war dog to help sniff out the enemy. Sergeant Jim McHenry was glad to have the Doberman along. "They say these mutts can smell a damn Jap 50 yards away," McHenry told PFC Sterling Mace. Division intelligence suspected that up to 2,000 enemy troops were trying to slip past the American line and cross the large swamp in the center of Peleliu's southern claw to rejoin the main Japanese force in the Umerbrogel ridges. If the patrol should confirm this suspicion, the whole regiment was to hold the enemy at bay until artillery, airstrikes, and reinforcements could be called in. PFC's Gene Sledge and George Surratt were among the mortarmen chosen for the patrol. Sledge could hear the distant rumble of battle from Bloody Nose Ridge as they marched warily in single file past marshes choked with mangroves and tangled vines. Conflicting feelings ran through him, a sense of closeness with the men around him on one hand, and a hollow, lonely sensation on the other. Deep in the jungle, the patrol halted for the night, and Jones set up a CP in a bunker built of logs and coral rocks that had recently housed a Japanese machine gun emplacement. About 30 feet away, almost at the edge of the swamp, Sledge and the rest of his squad dug a mortar pit and set up their 60mm gun. At least the dirt here was soft and conducive to digging, unlike the solid rock they'd encountered elsewhere. Everybody was tense and jumpy as they ate their rations, checked their weapons, and got ready for a long night. With sundown came a drizzling rain and the densest, blackest darkness Sledge could ever remember. He huddled close to Surratt in their foxhole and listened to the Cape Gloucester veteran talk in low tones about friends, family, and his boyhood in Denison, Texas. "There's this girl back there named Anna Lee," Surratt mused. "She's not but 16 or so. She was just a freshman when I was a senior in high school, but I've been thinking about writing her a letter sometime. Maybe I will when we get through with this mess here." In the next foxhole, just a few feet away, Sledge could hear his other squad mates also whispering back and forth. The quiet chatter continued until Gunnery Sergeant Elmo "Pop" Haney, the oldest man in K-35, made his way along the line, demanding the password and warning men to knock off the noise and stay ready for trouble. Haney was a legend in the outfit. At 50-something, he was older than most of the men's fathers, and although he never talked about it, he'd supposedly fought with the Doughboys in France in 1918. But Haney's greatest notoriety among the youngsters of K-35 stemmed from the weird ritual he'd gone through each morning on Pavuvu. It included a fierce scrubbing of his whole body, genitals included, with a stiff bristled shower brush that would have taken the hide off anyone else, followed by a rigorous bayonet drill with Pop as the only participant. More than a few guys thought Haney was either getting senile or a certifiable nutcase, but nobody ever dared say so to his face. Even with his eccentricities, they respected him. He'd won a Silver Star for gallantry at Guadalcanal and served with distinction at Cape Gloucester. He'd also volunteered for this patrol, which was more than any of the rest of them could say. "You guys be on the alert now, you hear?" Haney said. "Check your weapons and make sure you got a round in the chamber." All was quiet for a while after Haney disappeared back in the direction of the CP, but in a half hour or so he was back. "Okay, stand by with that mortar," he told Surrett and Sledge after they gave him the password. "If the Nips come through this swamp at high port with fixed bayonets, you'll need to fire as fast as you can." "Wish to hell that old boy'd settle down," Surrett grumbled after Haney left again. "He's starting to make me nervous. Hillbilly needs to grab him and keep him anchored in the CP." The feeling was shared by Marines up and down the line. Maybe Haney could sense something that the others couldn't, but each time he made his rounds, the tension mounted. To Sledge, every jungle sound became sinister. A soft splash in the water of the swamp made his heart pound and his muscles draw up in knots. It was after midnight when the men in the foxholes heard a different kind of noise. It started as a low moan, trailed off for a second, then grew louder. "Oh! Ha! Ha! Ooh!" "What's that?" Sledge whispered. "Sounds like some guy having a nightmare," Surrett said. Now there were scuffling, thrashing sounds accompanying the moaning, all of it coming from the direction of the CP. The moaning rapidly escalated into a series of blood-curdling shrieks that rose in volume until their source was obvious to every Marine within earshot. Rubbed raw by the real or imagined dangers of the night, some guy's nerves had snapped. A comrade was cracking up. Worse yet, his anguished cries could bring every enemy soldier within a half-mile down on the patrol's necks unless someone managed to shut him up. "Oh God, help me!" he screeched. "They're going to kill me! Oh God, please don't let him kill me!" "Quiet that man down!" Lieutenant Jones snapped. "Get a corpsman over here!" A moment later, the others could hear Hillbilly talking to the guy in a low voice, doing his best to calm him. "It's okay, son. Everything's going to be all right. Just take it easy and we'll get you taken care of." It did no good. The screams became more piercing and the tormented Marine lashed out wildly at his comrades. Someone tried to grab the man's flailing arms as he pleaded to the Doberman pincer. "Help me, dog! The Japs have got me! They're gonna throw me in the ocean! You gotta save me, dog!" A corpsman gave the man a shot of morphine, then another, but they had no effect. If anything, the man screamed louder, punching and kicking at everyone around him. "For God's sake, hit him with something!" someone said. In desperation, another Marine grabbed a trenching tool and swung it hard at the man's head. Sledge heard a sickening thud, like one of Pavuvu's rotten coconuts hurled against a concrete wall. Finally, abruptly, the screaming stopped. The men sat in stunned silence. For a long time nobody moved or spoke, and the only sound anyone could hear was his own breathing. Then Pop Haney began making his rounds again, repeating his monotonous inquiry at each foxhole along the line. "What's the password? What's the password? What's the—" Nobody slept for the rest of the night. At dawn, the men gathered around the CP and stared down at the body of the berserk Marine, now covered by a poncho. Jones and Sergeant Boys didn't look at anyone or say anything, but their expressions told the story. The man was dead, killed in self-preservation by one of his own. Hillbilly turned to his radio man. "Get battalion for me," he said. "I'm taking this patrol in." A moment later, Jones was talking to Major John F. Gustafson, recently assigned to command the 3rd Battalion, replacing the wounded Colonel Shifty Schaffner. "I really need you guys to stay put for a day or two, Lieutenant," Gustafson said, "just until G2 can figure out what the Japs are doing." "We haven't seen a Jap or fired a shot, Major," Hillbilly said, "but we've got a tragic situation here, and the men's nerves are shot to hell. I feel strongly that I need to bring them in now." After a long pause, Gustafson replied, "Okay, I'll send a relief column with a tank so you won't have any trouble getting back." Hillbilly bowed his head, his eyes avoiding the lump under the poncho. "Thank you, sir," he said. After struggling out of the swamp with the rest of his patrol, PFC Sterling Mace was exhausted, soaked to the skin, and demoralized. But when he got back to the battalion bivouac area and saw PFC Seymour Levy waiting for him, Mace's demeanor changed in a split second. The kid looked pale and tired, but under the bandages that swathed the lower half of his face, Mace could tell that Levy was grinning as widely as his mangled chin allowed. "What in the hell are you doing back here?" Mace demanded. "I thought you'd be halfway to the States by now." "I sneaked off the hospital ship and bummed a ride back to the beach on a ferry," Levy mumbled around the gauze. "I just wanted to be back with you guys. It's where I belong." "Jesus, Si, you must be nuts," Mace said, but he couldn't keep from grinning too. By the next day, September 22, everyone in the company, from Captain Haldane on down, knew that the quiet interlude was almost over. Late that afternoon, when the first hollow-eyed survivors of Chesty Puller's battered regiment came stumbling down from the ridges, it was clear that the 5th Marines would soon be back in the thick of things. With total casualties of 37 dead and wounded, K-35 was one of the least beat-up rifle companies in the entire division, but its turn in the crucible was coming. In a way, the sight of the 1st Marines' battered ranks was more appalling to their comrades in K-35 than their own losses since D-Day. It showed just how close a company could come to total annihilation in a matter of a few days. "I'd been envying the 1st Marines because they were getting relieved and we weren't," said Jim McHenry. "Then I saw the poor bastards and I didn't envy 'em any more." As the 5th Marines marched along one side of a narrow road, and Puller's withdrawing troops filed past on the other side, en route to the rear area that the 5th Marines were vacating, Gene Sledge was shocked at how few they were. During training camp and later on Pavuvu, he'd gotten to know a lot of the men from the 1st. Now an incredible number of familiar faces were missing. "How many men left in your company?" Sledge asked a former buddy from his Camp Elliott days. The man stared at him with empty, bloodshot eyes. "20's all that's left, Sledgehammer," he said. "They nearly wiped us out. I'm the only one out of the old bunch in my company that was with us in mortar school." Sledge shook his head and bit his lip. "See you on Pavuvu," he said lamely. "Good luck," said the other Marine as he shambled off. On the morning of September 25, D+10, the men of K-35 loaded up their gear and moved out on Peleliu's East Road. Their march led briefly south, but only to a rendezvous point where they were to board trucks that would take them to the opposite side of the island. From there, the entire 3rd Battalion had orders to move north on a main road along the western coast of Peleliu to the island's extreme northern tip, where they'd replace troops from 2-5 and await further orders. The road hugged the craggy shore, but it also lay in the shadow and within easy mortar, machine gun, and rifle range of the Ummerbrogel ridges. Among those who had attempted to travel it over the past few days, it was already known as Sniper Alley. As the men marched toward the trucks, they again passed some of the battered survivors of the 1st Marines, who were heading in the opposite direction toward Purple Beach to await the arrival of ships that would take them back to Pavuvu. For the 1st, the ordeal was over. For the 5th, the worst of it was just beginning. Andy Haldane didn't immediately recognize Captain Everett Pope when he saw him making his way down the road that morning. But when the figure drew nearer, Haldane squinted and finally recognized his old college chum. Pope was a year or two younger than Haldane, but his face had aged markedly since the last time they'd been face to face, and his gait was slow and painful. "Hey, Ev, you old polar bear!" Haldane yelled. "Is that really you?" Pope stared blankly for a moment. Then his drawn features formed a smile, and he grabbed Haldane's hand. "Good to see you, Andy. Where's your outfit headed?" "Someplace up toward the northern tip of the island, I hear. That's about all I know." "Well, thank God you're not bound for those damned ridges," Pope said. "I lost almost my whole company up there. It was a miracle any of us got off that hill alive." "Geez, Ev, I'm sorry. Looks like you're a little dinged up yourself." Pope shrugged. "Picked up a few pieces of shrapnel, enough for a junior grade Purple Heart, I guess. Anyway, the best part is we're done here, Andy. At first, Puller told us we'd get 3 days rest and then go back on the line, but even he could tell the regiment's not fit to fight anymore. We'll be on our way back to Pavuvu pretty soon. Maybe you and your guys won't be far behind." "Well, we're certain to get a trip home when this one's done," Haldane said. "Man, would I love to be there to see the Notre Dame-Dartmouth game this year. Sometimes it seems like we've been out here forever." Pope nodded. In February 1942, he'd married his high school sweetheart, Eleanor Hawkins, and they'd had just 3 months together before he shipped out. It had been nearly 2.5 years since he'd seen her. "Hope you make it," said Pope. "With luck, maybe we'll both be home for Thanksgiving, or Christmas anyway." For a long moment, Pope gazed into his friend's handsome, square-jawed face. Even covered with dirt and sweat, and with a bristly beard, Andy Haldane still looked every inch the Saturday afternoon hero he'd been a few years before. It seemed uncanny how fate had woven their lives together, and how similar, yet different, they were. They'd both been raised in modest circumstances on opposite sides of Boston, Pope in North Quincy, Massachusetts, and Haldane in Methuen. They'd met at tradition-steeped Bowdoin College in Maine, where they'd graduated in the same class of '41. Both had excelled in sports, and both had signed up for the Marines with the same campus recruiter. They'd reached the South Pacific within a few weeks of each other. Each had risen to the rank of captain and assumed command of a rifle company. In some ways, though, they were also a study in contrasts. Haldane was unquestionably the finest athlete Pope had ever known, a man's man in every sense. But Haldane readily admitted being a mediocre student who was happy to make C's, while Pope's forte was scholarship, and his Phi Beta Kappa key proved it. If the war hadn't come along, Haldane most likely would have been coaching football somewhere right now, and Pope probably teaching English Lit. "See you stateside," Andy said as they shook hands again. "If you get there before I do, tell everybody I said hello." As their trucks bounced along the road past the airfield, the men of K-35 could hardly believe how different it looked from the last time they'd seen it. The bomb and shell craters and mangled wreckage were mostly gone, replaced by heavy equipment. A neat tent city had been erected beside the field, and American planes would soon be flying dozens of daily combat missions from its runways. Meanwhile, battalions of Seabees and Army and Marine service personnel were going about their business in fresh, clean uniforms. They looked as if they were in Hawaii or San Diego instead of less than 1,000 yards from the nearest enemy fortifications, and the haggard, unshaven men on the trucks found the contrast both striking and depressing. This transformation was the one positive result of the blood sacrifices in the ridges. Puller's regiment, with substantial help from the 7th Marines, had managed to push the Japanese far enough north to put the airfield beyond the effective reach of enemy mortar and artillery fire. Most of the Umerbrogel was still firmly in Japanese hands, but rather than continue the suicidal frontal assaults on the Five Sisters and the ridges beyond, division headquarters had decided to try a different tactic. Instead of driving straight ahead, the plan was to skirt the enemy stronghold with a northward thrust up the West Road. The mission was to secure the entire northern sector of Peleliu, and the 5th Marines' 3rd Battalion would lead the attack. The trucks transporting K-35 proceeded up the west road for a short distance, then stopped to let the men off. Along the roadside they saw the first Army troops they'd encountered on Peleliu, members of the 321st Regiment of the 81st Infantry Division. These soldiers had just captured the island of Angaur 7 miles to the south, and were now relieving the 1st Marines. General Rupertus could no longer deny his division's desperate condition, and had reluctantly agreed to accept limited help from the army. As the Marines passed through the army lines, the two groups mingled briefly and traded information, and it was soon apparent that the Dogfaces wouldn't be accompanying the Gyrenes on their march north. The army troops would be moving into the area previously occupied by the 1st Marines, and would remain in the southern sector of Peleliu for the time being. "Looks like we'll be walking the rest of the way up Sniper Alley by ourselves from here," said Corporal John Teskovich as he sat by the roadside with Jim McHenry, waiting for the order to move out. "That don't sound like such a hot idea to me." "I hear they're sending up some tanks to go with us," McHenry said. "If we get lucky, maybe we can hitch a ride." Teskovich leaned back against a rock with his hands clasped behind his head. The ex-coal miner had never made any attempt to regrow the flowing mustache that he'd worn with fierce pride for most of the time on Pavuvu. One side of the handlebars had been neatly shaved off by an unknown culprit one afternoon on Banika while Teskovich was sleeping off a drunk. Teskovich had threatened to whip everybody in camp until Sergeant Jim Day had cooled him off. Now the corporal's face was covered with a thick stubble of beard. "One way or another, I'm ready to get out of here," Teskovich said. "My old man damn near collected my $20,000 worth of life insurance when I got hit on the canal. But my luck's held pretty good since then. Hell, if we make it through this crapshoot, Mac, both of us ought to be home free." "Damn straight," McHenry said. "Christ, they gotta send us stateside as soon as this one's over." It was well past noon by the time several Sherman tanks rumbled into sight, and the Marines received the order to move out. As they collected their weapons and started up the narrow coral road, Japanese machine guns were raking American positions at the southern end of the Umerbrogel. The men of K-35 could see streams of blue-white enemy tracer bullets passing high above their heads. At first the terrain was flat with only a few scattered trees and bushes, but the roadway soon became littered with debris and choked in spots with tangled undergrowth and vines as it crossed ravines and crevices. A few dozen yards to the left was the ocean, and not much further away to the right rose the nearest of the crags known collectively as Bloody Nose Ridge. The layout was ideally suited for snipers, and it didn't take them long to announce their presence. "Somebody would get hit before you even heard the shot," said PFC Sterling Mace. "You'd see a plume of pinkish dust, and then a thud, and a guy would fall. Most of the time we never saw a target to shoot back at, but we'd just fire in the general direction and hope we hit something." Mace felt a rush of relief when a tank drew up beside him, and Lieutenant Bill Bauerschmidt, the flamboyant young leader of the 3rd Platoon, waved Mace and several others over. "Go on and climb aboard," said Bauerschmidt, a Pennsylvania Dutchman who packed a hog-leg pistol that his father had carried in World War I. Bauerschmidt's order was one that any infantry grunt would welcome, and Mace quickly clambered up onto the platform beside the turret, along with Sergeant Jim McHenry, Corporal John Teskovich, and PFC's Jesse Googe and Seymour Levy. The tank rumbled forward, but it hadn't traveled more than a few feet when Mace heard a shot. He turned and saw Teskovich clutching his belly, blood oozing between his fingers and his face contorted with pain. At the same instant, Mace heard Googe let out a yell from the other side of the tank. "God, I'm hit! I'm hit!" Mace's eyes jerked toward the sound of Googe's voice. The other Marine's right arm hung limp, and his shirt sleeve was stained bright red. As Googe moaned in pain, Mace raised his BAR and looked for something to shoot at, but he saw nothing. "Stop the tank!" McHenry shouted at the tank commander. "We got 2 men hit!" As the Sherman ground to a halt, McHenry turned to Mace and Levy. "Help me with Teskovich," he said. "We got to get him down from here before the sons of bitches kill us all. Corman! Corman!" A medic came up just as they managed to lower Teskovich to the ground in the shelter of the tank. By this time, the brawny Pennsylvanian's eyes were glassy, and his face was the color of ashes. "Guess I'm gonna make my old man rich after all," Teskovich whispered through the bloody froth on his lips. The corpsman stood up and shook his head. "The slug went all through his intestines," he said softly. "Not much I can do for him." "See about Googe, then," McHenry told the medic. "Looks like his arm's busted." McHenry, Mace, and Levy waited by the roadside until Teskovich died. Then McHenry picked up his Tommy gun and turned away. This was why he never got too chummy with anybody in this outfit anymore, he reminded himself. Teskovich was a good Marine who'd crawled through a firestorm of bullets to save the life of a squad mate at Cape Gloucester, and he and McHenry had served in the same company since the summer of '42. It was tough enough to see a guy you'd spent that much time with get his guts blown out right in front of you, Mac thought, but if he and Teskovich had been big buddies, it would have been even worse. "Okay, you guys," McHenry said, averting his eyes from the others. "Let's haul ass. Move it! Move it!" They stood up, slung their weapons over their shoulders, and started walking north again. The company proceeded slowly and with great caution as sporadic sniper fire continued during the rest of its mile-and-a-half march straight up the western coast of Peleliu. But K-35 suffered no additional losses along the way, and casualties for the whole battalion were lighter than expected, thanks to the tanks and Amtrak-mounted flamethrowers that led the way. By late afternoon on September 25, the Marines had covered more than half the distance to the furthest point of the island's northern claw, and Colonel Bucky Harris, the battalion's CO, ordered a halt. Harris extended his lines back to the perimeter held by Marines and Army troops to the south, rested his flanks on the beach, and told his men to dig in for the night along the 30 to 40-yard wide strip of ground between the ocean and the road. Warnings were quickly passed for the men to stay alert for infiltrators. During 3-5's stay in the vicinity of Purple Beach, after-dark enemy incursions had been rare, but the battalion now confronted a far more threatening situation, with strong Japanese positions at close range in two directions. Enemy artillery emplacements looked down on the Marines from deep caves no more than 300 yards to the east. But Captain Haldane sensed that the greater danger would come from small groups of bayonet-wielding enemy foot soldiers attacking from the west or seaward side. "This is no time or place for us to get too comfortable," Haldane told his platoon leaders, while members of the company hurriedly stacked up low piles of rocks as makeshift foxholes. "We've got to be on our toes tonight and take every possible precaution. I guarantee we'll have some visitors before morning." After studying his maps by the light of a flashlight in the gloom of his CP, Haldane got on the phone and asked for the artillery's help in emphasizing his point. "Give us some high-explosive rounds from your 75s out to our front," he told the Marine at the other end of the line. "But there's no report of enemy activity in that area, Captain," the Marine said. "It's probably a waste of ammunition." Akak's voice remained pleasant but firm. "Maybe so, but my boy's security is more important to me than a few shells. I'm expecting trouble from that direction, and I want the Japs to know we're not asleep." Within a few seconds after he hung up the phone, Haldane heard the first of the 75mm rounds whistling overhead and blasting the dark undergrowth on the east side of the road. The northwestern coast of Peleliu had no sandy beaches like those to the south. The shoreline was solid coral, but remarkably smooth, and between the barrier reef and the shore there was plenty of shallow water. Enemy soldiers could wade down the coast from their complexes of defensive fortifications on the northern tip of Peleliu, or even from the adjacent island of Negasebus, then slip ashore behind the American lines. Japanese in the ridges to the east, meanwhile, could either approach the Marine positions directly or circle the north end of Peleliu through the water. In essence, 3-5 faced troubles on three sides, and as night fell, Japanese artillery opened fire from caves in the ridges. Once full darkness descended, the Night Stalkers also got busy. Fortunately for the Marines, the skies were relatively clear, and a pale moon was shining. Under the usual high security arrangements, one Marine in each two-man foxhole was to stand watch while his comrades slept, with the men alternating roles every 4 hours. Colonel R.V. Bergen and Jim Burke, both squad leaders in K-35's 60mm mortar section, bunked together only occasionally, usually sharing a foxhole with one of the men in their respective squads. But on the early morning of September 26, D+11, they were in adjoining foxholes, and both were wide awake when the first of the intruders came calling. "Hey, Bergie," Burke whispered from a couple of feet away. "I hear something out in the water." Silently, Bergen stared toward the ocean and listened intently. Sure enough, after a few seconds he could make out a faint chatter of voices just offshore. After all the times the Japanese had tried to sneak up on him in the dark, Bergen still couldn't understand why they always seemed to jabber at each other loudly enough to give themselves away. "They're there, all right," Bergen hissed. At the same instant he noticed a flicker of movement in the water. Then a head and a pair of shoulders appeared several yards out. "Give me your rifle for a second," Burke muttered to his foxhole mate. "I see the son of a bitch plain as day." Burke waited until the infiltrator was waist deep in the surf and about 20 yards away. Then he fired a single shot, and the figure flopped backward into the water without making a sound. "You got him, Jimmy," Bergen said. "I saw him go down." "Watch out, you guys," Burke shouted. "You can bet your ass there's more of them out there somewhere." PFC Gene Sledge stood watch while his foxhole mate, Corporal Snafu Shelton, slept fitfully, grinding his teeth and snoring. Directly in front of Sledge, the West Road stood out plainly in the moonlight, a bright band of coral framed against a dark tangle of undergrowth just beyond. Sledge was about to turn to look in the opposite direction when he saw two figures abruptly materialize out of a shallow ditch on the other side of the road. His heart skipped a beat as the figures waved their arms, yelled hoarsely in Japanese, and ran toward him. One of them cut sharply to Sledge's right, raced down the road for a short distance, and disappeared into an adjoining area occupied by another company. The remaining enemy soldier, waving a bayonet over his head, ran straight at Sledge's foxhole. Sledge raised his carbine and flipped off the safety, lined up the charging Japanese in his sights, and tightened his finger on the trigger. Then he hesitated. Directly between Sledge and the enemy soldier was another Marine foxhole, and if one of its occupants should jump up to meet the attacker just as Sledge fired, he might kill a buddy by mistake. He waited, his heart pounding and frenzied questions echoing in his brain. "What's wrong with you guys? Don't you hear that Jap coming? Why don't you fire?" With one final shout, the Japanese leaped into the hole. A wild, thrashing melee of hand-to-hand fighting followed. Sledge heard yells, curses, grunts, and the sounds of men hitting each other. The intruder jumped back out of the hole and ran a few steps toward the K-35 command post before a Marine caught up with him and clubbed him to the ground with a rifle butt. At the same time, piercing screams and the sound of another fierce struggle came from the adjacent company area where the second intruder had disappeared. After a few seconds, the screaming stopped. Then a rifle shot exploded nearby. "I got him," Sledge heard a Marine say from the adjacent foxhole. As Sledge and his buddies caught their breath and tried to assess the situation, they heard someone groaning faintly in the shadows nearby. "How many nips were there?" someone asked. "I saw 2, Sledge said. "Must have been more than that," another Marine said. "If there was only 2, what's all that groaning over there?" Sledge thought the man was pointing toward the Japanese who'd been knocked senseless with the rifle butt. "I didn't see but 2 nips, and I'm sure of it," Sledge insisted. "I'll check it out," said a Marine in a nearby hole. The others waited silently as he crawled over to the groaning man. Then a .45 pistol shot rang out, and the groaning ceased. Numerous similar attacks occurred up and down the line during the next few hours, but Sledge's area remained quiet for the rest of the night. In the first light of morning, when Sledge was able to see the body of the groaning man clearly for the first time, he made an unnerving discovery. The dead man was wearing marine dungarees and leggings. Either one of the Japanese infiltrators had on an American uniform, or... Shaking and queasy, Sledge crawled toward the body, but its identity was obvious to him even before he rolled it over and looked into the dead face of teenage PFC William S. Middlebrook. "My God!" Sledge gasped. "It's Bill." A sergeant ran over to look. "Did he get shot by one of those Japs?" he asked. Sledge was too sick inside to reply, but he realized with crushing certainty what had happened. Middlebrook had been shot through the temple by mistake by one of his own comrades. Later that morning, Captain Haldane conducted an investigation into the death, during which he questioned Sledge and others in the vicinity at the time of the shooting about what they'd seen and heard. Sledge repeated what he'd said before. He'd seen only 2 Japanese, and one of them had run into another company's area. "Do you know who killed Bill?" Haldane asked. "Yes," Sledge said. Haldane nodded. "Well, what happened was a tragic mistake, one that any of us could have made under the circumstances. There's nothing we can do or say to bring Bill back, and the conscience of the Marine responsible won't ever stop punishing him for what happened. So I'm asking you not to discuss the matter any further or mention the name of the man who did it to anyone. Not ever. Okay?" As their eyes met, Sledge could tell that Ak-Ak was feeling as much grief over Middlebrook's death as any man in the company, yet Haldane was also hurting for Middlebrook's killer. Sledge felt a surge of admiration and compassion for his commanding officer that went beyond mere respect. "Yes, Skipper," he said. During the course of that day, Sledge walked down to the next company area to find out what had happened there the previous night. He learned that the agonized screams he'd heard had come from the Japanese intruder. "He jumped into a foxhole with one of our guys," an eyewitness told Sledge. "All the Japanese had was a bayonet, and the Marine had an M1, but in the struggle they both dropped their weapons, and the Marine killed the Jap with his bare hands. Jammed his finger through the bastard's eye socket right into his brain." The normally sensitive Sledge scarcely winced. Like many other Marines, he was almost becoming immune to the brutish realities of Peleliu. Chapter 11. Nightmare on Negasebus. PFC Bill Layden was awakened from a light sleep by the first of a series of violent abdominal cramps. It was a little after 8 o'clock on the night of September 26, D+11, and Layden realized instantly that something was seriously wrong. In all his 18 years, he could never remember feeling so sick to his stomach. Layden groaned as his bowels churned furiously. He knew he was only seconds away from an explosive diarrhea attack, but he couldn't see any safe place to relieve himself except in the bottom of the foxhole. The nearest Japanese positions were only a few yards away, and moving even a step or two beyond the pile of rocks that Layden shared with a squad mate, PFC Louis Swanger, meant risking death. If an enemy bullet didn't get him, he could easily fall off the edge of a 50-foot precipice in the dark. Venturing forth in search of a makeshift emergency latrine was out of the question. Layden and Swanger, along with the rest of K-35, had finished their march north and replaced troops of the 2nd Battalion, 5th Marines, early that afternoon, atop a hill a short distance from Peleliu's northern coast. After days of slogging through swamps and dodging crocodiles in the island's southeastern sector, then spending the night along the West Road, the company was experiencing the tortuous ridges of the north for the first time, and it had inherited one of the steepest of the lot. "What's the matter with you?" Swanger whispered, reacting to Layden's moans. "Are you sick?" The identity of the culprit behind his sudden illness dawned on Layden even as Swanger spoke. Earlier in the day, he'd come across some canned Japanese delicacies in an abandoned cave. He'd hardly been hungry since the landing, and for close to a week he'd eaten almost nothing except a few bites of cheese. But the canned shrimp and condensed milk from the cave had awakened his appetite, and he'd consumed them with gusto a couple of hours earlier. The stuff had tasted fine at the time, and Layden had quietly dozed off when he finished eating. But then... "Christ, yes, my belly's killing me," Layden said. "I think I've got food poisoning, and I gotta go really bad, but I don't want to do it right here. We'll be looking for another foxhole if I do." "There's some sea ration cans in my pack," Swanger said. "You can use them and then throw them over the cliff." "Jesus, anything," Layden said. "Toss them over here, and hurry." There were 5 or 6 empty cans, and Layden filled them all. When he was done, he pulled up his dungaree pants, crawled cautiously to the edge of the precipice, and dropped the cans one by one into the dark void below. He heard them clatter sharply against the sides of the canyon, splattering their contents over the rocks as they fell. A few seconds of silence followed. Then Layden and Swanger heard a furious voice from somewhere below them, screaming and cursing in Japanese. As nearly as Layden could tell, the voice came from no more than 30 feet away. If words could have killed, he thought, he'd be dead where he lay. Swanger laughed. "Looks like the shit just hit the fan downstairs," he said. They discovered later that a cave carved into the side of the hill just beneath them housed a large Japanese kitchen and mess hall. Before dawn the next morning, an enemy infiltrator was overpowered by a Marine and thrown to his death from the same cliff. But the doomed man's cries on the way down were no louder or more charged with emotion than those of the unsuspecting Japanese victimized by Layden's bombs. By the morning of September 27, D+12, the main offensive action on Peleliu was concentrated in the island's extreme northern sector. In the south, the 7th Marines and units of the Army's 81st Division continued to apply pressure on the central phalanx of Japanese caves in the area of the Five Sisters. But with the 1st Marines now effectively out of the fight and awaiting evacuation, the costly strategy of frontal assaults had been abandoned in favor of a more methodical squeezing approach. Advances were rare, coming a few feet or even a few inches at a time, and the American lines had remained fairly static for the past 5 days. The 5th Marines, meanwhile, was at the center of operations in the north, facing Japanese entrenched among low ridges and in an old phosphate plant converted into a huge blockhouse. The regiment's main objective went beyond wiping out enemy resistance on the north end of Peleliu proper, however. Heavy fire from Negasebus, the small separate landmass located north of the main island across several hundred yards of shallow reef, also had to be silenced. The Japanese had landed a sizable number of reinforcements on Negasebus within the past few days. The enemy troops had been transported on barges from Babel Thuop, the largest island in the Palau's group. The Navy had sunk some of the barges, but several hundred Japanese soldiers had made it ashore. This news wasn't well received when it reached the men of K-35 on the small isolated hill they occupied overlooking the north coast of Peleliu. "Sounds just like Guadalcanal," a veteran groused to PFC Gene's sledge. "About the time we think we got the bastards boxed in, the Nips bring in reinforcements, and it'll go on and on." The threat posed to the Marines' northern flank by Japanese troops already entrenched on Negasebus, and others who might soon arrive, plus the presence there of an auxiliary enemy airstrip for fighter planes, made the small island the next high-priority objective of the Peleliu campaign. Colonel Bucky Harris, the regimental commander, called in a series of artillery strikes by Navy ships and the Marines' own batteries to pound Japanese positions on Negasebus well in advance of the landing. No detailed information was available on enemy fortifications on the island, but they would prove to be a smaller, less complex version of the Umerbrogel's interwoven system of caves and bunkers. No amount of shelling would be enough to dislodge the island's deeply dug-in defenders. That would be up to the infantry. Another amphibious assault was in the offing. On the morning of September 27, Harris handed the assignment to Major John Gustafson's 3rd Battalion, 5th Marines. Tomorrow morning at 0800, our whole battalion will board Amtrak's and hit the beach on Negasebus, Lieutenant Duke Ellington told his mortar section later that day. Regiment expects us to secure the island in 1 day, so get ready for a tough fight. Corporal R.V. Bergen, one of Ellington's squad leaders, took the news with a sour grin. "Just sounds like more of the same old crap to me," he told his friend Corporal Jimmy Burke. "Nothing ever comes easy in this damned place." Bergen's observation was undeniably true, but the assault on Negasebus was destined to be tougher than anything he and the rest of K-35 had seen thus far. As dawn broke on September 28, D+13, the men of 3-5 gathered their gear and moved down to a narrow strip of sand along the shore. At a point about 1,000 yards from Karakoro Point, the easternmost tip of Peleliu's northern claw, the Marines stood by to board the 30 Amtraks that would take them to Negasebus. As they waited, they stared across the strait at their objective, now separated from them only by several hundred yards of shallow water, and wondered what the next few hours held in store. PFC Gene Sledge listened to some of his buddies argue over whether they'd earn another battle star for the Negasebus landing, but Sledge, nervous as usual, had little interest in the debate. He was busy praying that the morning wouldn't be a repeat of the Holocaust on D-Day. There was ample reason for Sledge and his mates to be concerned. Casualties had reduced 3-5 from its pre-D-Day strength of about 1,000 men to just over 700, and its 3 rifle companies could expect no help from other Marine or Army infantry units in this particular fight. 13 tanks were assigned to spearhead the attack, but otherwise the 3rd Battalion's depleted ranks would have to do the job alone. About 40 minutes before H-hour, heavy guns on the U.S. battleship Mississippi and the cruisers Denver and Columbus opened fire, sending scores of 16 and 14-inch shells rumbling overhead and raising clouds of smoke and coral dust on the smaller island. Corsairs of Major Robert F. Cowboy Stout's Marine Fighter Squadron VMF-114, flying from Peleliu Airfield's newly repaired runways, also joined the attack, blasting Japanese positions along the beach with bombs, rockets, and machine gun fire. "We're going to have plenty of support on this one," a passing platoon sergeant assured the men as they boarded the Amtraks. The infantrymen watched the Marine pilots' precision flying with appreciative awe, punching the air with their fists and cheering on the low-flying Corsairs. Sledge had never seen fighter pilots take such risks by waiting until the last possible second to pull out of their dives. Several times a plane seemed headed for certain disaster, but all completed their missions without mishap. Despite enthusiasm for the spectacular flying, no man in K-35 was naive enough to believe that the destructive force raining down on Negasebus meant his job would be easy once the 3 assault companies went ashore. The Corsairs' precision strafing, which would continue until the first wave of Amtraks was barely 30 yards from the waterline, made beach defense by the Japanese virtually impossible. But the bloody lessons of D-Day, and each day since, had taught the infantry that enemy troops entrenched further inland would have to be rooted out one by one the hard way. The loaded Amtraks moved down to the water's edge, pausing there until the barrage and bombardment ran its course. Then, just after 0900, with the squadron of amphibian tanks out in front, each mounting a 75mm cannon and 250 caliber machine guns, the tractor drivers received the signal to get underway. They revved their engines, and the first of 4 waves of assault troops shoved off in perfect formation. Gene Sledge felt his heart pounding, and he wondered if the good luck or divine providence that had sustained him thus far would hold out. "The Lord is my shepherd," he whispered, squeezing the stock of his carbine. It took about 6 minutes for the ponderous tractors to navigate the shallows on the reef and reach the opposite shore. While they were still a couple of minutes from land, the Amtrak's 50 caliber machine guns went into action, peppering the shoreline and the jungle just beyond. Unlike on D-Day, this time there was no discernible response from the Japanese. To the Marines' relief, no artillery or mortars kicked up the surf. No machine gun tracers or small arms rounds whined past their ears. The only sounds from Negacebus came from the continuing naval barrage as it moved inland ahead of the landing parties and from the corsairs wheeling over the beach at treetop level. PFC Sterling Mace was encouraged by the absence of enemy fire. A couple of weeks earlier, going into his first combat, he would have been downright elated. Mace had learned a lot since then about Japanese tricks and tenacity, however, and suspicion tugged at his mind. As the Amtrak carrying his rifle squad covered the last few yards toward shore, he peered over the gunwale and saw something that worried him. "We were pointing out targets for the gunner to aim at," Mace recalled, "but there was one that he couldn't seem to get a bead on. It was a pillbox set some 30 yards into the brush, and I had the feeling it was going to give us hell when we hit the beach." Mace was right, but the pillbox in question was just one small part of the problem. Negacebus was defended by 500 well-led Japanese troops, nearly all of them hiding in bunkers and caves bored into a low coral ridge that ran from south to north up much of the length of the island. These heavily fortified emplacements sheltered at least 2 large naval guns, several 75mm field pieces, and dozens of mortars, and in each of them patient enemy gunners lay waiting. Corporal R.V. Bergen motioned his 7-man mortar squad to stay low as he crouched behind a rock and eyed the massive gray shape of an enemy pillbox jutting out of a coral ledge just a half-dozen yards away. The squad had been ordered to set up its 60mm guns on the inland side of the pillbox, which meant the men had to make their way past it, and one crew was already moving toward its firing position. Along with the order had come assurances that the bunker had been neutralized and that no living Japanese remained inside. Bergen wasn't so sure. Armored vehicles, rifle squads, and weapons units working in close coordination against enemy positions had enabled the Marines to penetrate the first line of Japanese defenses on Negacebus with relative ease. They'd found at least 50 dead Japanese soldiers on or near the beach, mostly victims of the Corsairs' strafing runs. After silencing several enemy machine guns and overrunning a few pillboxes, they'd crossed the island's small airstrip and pressed steadily north. Now, with the invasion about 2 hours old, the advance was slowed by a network of larger, more formidable bunkers embedded in the north-south coral ridge. It was the only appreciable high ground on the island, and it ran squarely across K-35 sector. Although most of the ridge rose only about 15 to 20 feet above the surrounding area, mere anthills compared to the cliffs in the heart of the Umerbrogel, it dominated the otherwise flat terrain of Negacebus, and the enemy had built a formidable network of underground defenses along it. The operation had gone well enough so far, but much of the mile-and-a-quarter-long island was still in enemy hands, and Bergen was certain that the area nearby was crawling with Japanese troops. A short time earlier, a burst of sniper fire from the rear had sent the whole squad diving for cover and left one man bleeding from a wound in the left arm. The sniper had been quickly silenced, but Bergen was still uneasy about the pillbox. It was almost close enough to spit on, only a few feet from where they'd been told to set up one of their mortars. Despite Gunnery Sergeant W.R. Saunders's insistence that the bunker was empty and harmless, its lack of outward damage made Bergen uneasy. He blotted the sweat on his forehead with his shirt sleeves to keep it from running into his eyes. Bergen had sweated plenty as a kid in Texas, but the sweat here was different. Hell, everything here was different, in the worst imaginable way. It had cooled off a few degrees since D-Day, but the daily high temperatures still averaged well above 100, and the humidity seemed as thick as ribbon cane syrup. At least the air on Negacebus still smelled reasonably fresh, Bergen thought. On Peleliu, the buildup of unburied corpses, spoiled food, and human waste made every breath sheer agony. The full impact of the odor hadn't reached Negacebus yet, but it wouldn't take long after today's battle. In the dank tropical heat, dead bodies started decomposing as soon as they hit the ground, and the Japanese left most of their corpses where they fell. Bergen kept his eyes glued to the pillbox as he rang Sergeant John Marmot, platoon leader of the 3-squad mortar section, for firing orders. In 2 weeks on Peleliu, Bergen had learned not to take anything for granted. The pillbox was one of the largest he'd seen since D-Day, and he decided to mention his concern about it to Marmot, a hard-bitten Ohioan who knew the enemy as well as any man in the Corps. Before Bergen could make the connection with Marmot, however, he heard a startled yell from one of his ammo handlers. "Hey, Bergie, I hear Nips in there!" Hugging the deck, the corporal scrambled over to where PFC's Vincent Santos, John Redifer, and Gene Sledge were staring and pointing at a vent in the side of the pillbox. Sledge was the one doing most of the yelling. "What's the matter, Sledgehammer?" Bergen drawled, keeping his voice calm. "You ain't cracking up on me, are you?" No, I heard him," Sledge said. "Listen." As he leaned closer to the barred vent hole, Bergen heard the sounds himself, a babble of low, excited Japanese voices coming from inside the bunker. After peering through the bars and seeing a pair of eyes looking back at him, he jammed the muzzle of his .30 caliber Browning carbine through the hole and squeezed off 2 quick rounds. Gritting his teeth, he then emptied the rest of the clip through the opening. "Take it right in the face, you sons of bitches!" he shouted. There was silence for a moment. Then a grenade came sailing out of the bunker and bounced on the ground a few feet away. "Grenade!" Sledge shouted, diving behind an L-shaped sand breastwork protecting the front of the pillbox. PFC J. DeLue, the squad's bazooka man, dropped his bulky weapon and scurried to get out of the way. Bergen, along with PFC George Surrett, huddled close to one of the bunker's blank concrete walls to keep the Japanese inside from spotting them. Surrett's close friends, Redifer and Santos, along with Corporal Snafu Shelton, jumped on top of the pillbox and flattened themselves there. For the next 2 or 3 minutes, Japanese grenades kept flying out of the bunker and exploding at irregular intervals. Then, everything got quiet. "Take a look and see what's in there," Bergen called to Sledge, who was nearest the pillbox entrance. Sledge obeyed the order and narrowly missed getting his head blown off as a result. He peeked over the edge of the sand barrier, straight into the face of a Japanese machine gunner. A burst of fire from the enemy weapon missed Sledge by an inch or two. Shaking and breathless, Sledge struggled to the top of the pillbox, joining Redifer, Santos, and Shelton there. When Bergen yelled up at the unnerved young Marine to see if he was okay, Sledge could manage only a hoarse grunt in reply. "Those Japs have an automatic weapon in there," Redifer said. "I ain't so sure about that," Snafu countered in his usual megaphone voice. "Could be just rifles." The wiry little Cajun would have argued with God himself, Bergen figured, if he ever got the chance. "Oh yeah?" Redifer snorted. "Just ask Sledge if you don't think it's a damn automatic weapon." "Shut up, you guys," Bergen said. "We don't have time for that crap." While Redifer and Shelton argued, Santos busily checked out the top of the pillbox. The pint-sized Latino youngster was so good-natured that his closest buddies called him Smiley, and he seemed capable of laughing off almost anything. He often acted as if warfare was just another game, like the ones he'd played as a boy along the Medina River near San Antonio with slingshots and rubber band guns. But there was a serious side to Santos as well. He was one of the mortar section's most skillful gunners, and if he had a grain of fear in his makeup, none of his squad mates had ever noticed it. Santos was also endlessly curious, as Redifer would attest after following him into an empty cave and being scared out of his wits by a dead Japanese sitting upright in the gloom. And his curiosity now led to a striking discovery. "Hey, look at this!" Santos said, waving Redifer, Surrett, and Sledge toward him and pointing to another vent pipe protruding a few inches above the top of the pillbox. The end of the pipe was open with no protective grate covering it. Santos was already dropping grenades down the hole by the time the others crawled over to him. When he'd used all of his own grenades, Redifer and Sledge handed him theirs, and Santos dropped them through the opening too. They could clearly hear a series of muffled explosions below, and they glanced at each other, wondering if any of the Japanese were still alive. The answer came soon enough when two of Santos's grenades were tossed back outside through the pipe. The four Marines hurled themselves away from the opening a split second before the grenades went off. Redifer took several fragments in one forearm as he raised it to shield his face, but his wounds weren't serious and the others were unhurt. "Let's get the hell out of here," Bergen shouted. "Pull back a few yards and take cover in those shell craters we passed. We're going to need help to clean this thing out. I'll see if I can find a tank and maybe a flamethrower." As Bergen took off toward where he'd seen a tank earlier, he glanced back to see three enemy soldiers dart out of the pillbox, running toward a nearby thicket. Several Marines opened fire from the craters, and all three Japanese fell. Bergen had gone about 200 yards without spotting any tanks close by when he ran into a two-man flamethrower team from the battalion weapons section. He instantly recognized the gunner, Corporal Red Womack, whose brawny build and flaming red beard had made him a familiar figure on the streets of Melbourne during happier times. Womack was actually a soft-spoken, good-natured guy, but he reminded Bergen of the fierce-looking Vikings in his 10th grade world history book. They'd gotten to know each other fairly well from swapping stories about their big games as high school football players on teams 500 miles apart. Now Womack's face was streaked with sweat and dirt, and he was panting from lugging the flamethrower's heavy fuel cylinders on his back. His assistant gunner, PFC William Lewis, trailed close behind him. "I need your help, Red," Bergen said. "We've got a pillbox full of Japs up the way, and we can't set up our mortars until it's knocked out." "I got plenty of fuel in this thing," Womack said. "Just show me where." Bergen pointed. "It's back that way a couple of 100 yards. Soon as I find a tank, I'll meet you there." Seconds after Womack and Lewis departed, a tank rumbled into view, and Bergen hailed the sergeant commanding it. A couple of minutes later, the bulky Sherman was in firing position parallel to where the mortar squad had taken cover. Several more Japanese soldiers, apparently realizing what was about to happen, darted out of the pillbox and tried to run. The Marines opened fire, and the enemy soldiers fell to the ground, their rifles clattering against the coral and their helmets rolling away. "You think there's any more in there?" the tank commander asked Bergen. "Hell yes," Bergen told him. "There's no telling how many's left. Just blow the whole damn thing open if you can." "Fire away," the tank commander said. The gun turret swung slowly around as the gunner sighted in on the pillbox. Then he fired 3 armor-piercing 75mm shells at the bunker in rapid succession from point-blank range. The blasts made Bergen's ears ring and filled the air with coral dust. They ripped a 4-foot hole through the center of the pillbox and rained debris on the mortars, bazooka, and other equipment the mortar squad had left nearby. "Hold it!" Bergen yelled. "Our guns and stuff are in your line of fire." "Christ, nobody could still be alive in there anyway, could they?" Santos muttered. "Not after all that." The wisecracking youngster looked slightly spooked for once. But even as Santos spoke, a Japanese soldier appeared through the swirling dust of the pillbox. He was drawing back his arm to hurl a grenade when Sledge and several others raised their carbines and fired. The soldier fell, and the grenade exploded at his feet. "Bring the flamethrower up, Red," Bergen shouted to Womack. "Everybody else keep shooting. Shoot anything that moves." Grunting under his load, Womack moved to within 15 feet of the smoking fissure in the pillbox. Lewis was a half step to one side and slightly to the rear, holding his combat shotgun steady with one hand and reaching out with the other to open a valve on Womack's fuel tank. As the nozzle of the weapon erupted in flame, a pinkish-orange stream of it spewed directly into the fissure. The flamethrower made a sharp, sucking whoosh, accompanied by a sound like distant thunder, as a gust of 1,000-degree heat turned the pillbox into an inferno, searing waves radiating outward. Bergen heard a few screams, then silence. As the squad began to relax, 3 Japanese ran out of the pillbox with their clothes on fire. They struggled to pull off their blazing uniform pants, but they couldn't get them below their knees because of the tightly wrapped leggings they wore. Redifer, Santos, Shelton, and Surratt leveled their carbines and sent all three of them tumbling. As Surratt helped kill the burning enemy soldiers, he watched Santos, his best buddy, shoot one of the dying Japanese squarely in the bare butt. Santos's face was expressionless, without the slightest hint of mirth, but Surratt had to stifle his own momentary urge to laugh. Meanwhile, 100 or so yards north of Bergen's position, PFC Bill Layden and others of his rifle squad were trading grenades and small arms fire with an undetermined number of enemy troops holed up in a large, fortified cave. In the 2 weeks since the slender teenager from Long Island had first come under fire and seen men die on D-Day, his fortitude had been tested to its limits, but he'd learned a lot in that time, both about how to kill the enemy and how to keep from being killed. In the process, his early inner doubts had given way to grim self-confidence. Layden couldn't explain it, even to himself, but he felt almost invulnerable. Neither 100 close calls from Japanese fire, nor his recent bout with food poisoning could shake that feeling. If anything, they'd only served to strengthen it. When he'd seen 4 enemy soldiers dash into a cave ahead of him seconds earlier, Layden had raced forward without hesitation and thrown a grenade in after them. Several of his squad mates had done likewise, and 5 or 6 grenades had exploded almost simultaneously near the cave's entrance. A dense cloud of dust still swirled there as Layden approached with his M1 at the ready. He was only about 25 feet away when a dim figure materialized in the opening and lurched forward out of the dust. "Here I am, Marine!" a Japanese soldier screamed in perfect English. "Kill me! Kill me!" Layden obliged as fast as he could pull the trigger. He fired an 8-round burst at the figure and saw the man's body jerk as bullets tore through him. The enemy soldier, now dead on his feet, stumbled another step or two toward Layden before he fell, detonating a grenade no more than 5 yards from where Layden was instinctively jamming a fresh clip into his rifle. The whole world seemed to blow up in Layden's face. The explosion knocked him cold momentarily, and when he came to, his cheek and one side of his head were covered with blood. An anvil chorus was ringing in his ears, and he couldn't see out of his left eye. He shook his head and tried to sit up as another Japanese staggered toward him out of the cave. At the last possible moment, Layden managed to raise his rifle and fire. The mortally wounded soldier's momentum carried him so close that he almost fell on top of Layden. Seconds later, the wounded Marine passed out again. When the firing stopped and the smoke cleared around the pillbox, Corporal Bergen ordered his men to set up their mortars in a large crater nearby, then spent a few minutes taking stock of the situation. Bergen was gratified to find that despite the intensity of the firefight, Marine casualties were light. Of the dozen mortarmen involved, only Redifer and PFC Lewis Porter had been wounded, both by grenade fragments, and neither was hurt seriously enough to require evacuation. While most of the men worked with the mortars, Bergen ventured inside the still smoldering bunker. Redifer, whose arm wounds prevented him from performing his duties as an ammo handler, tagged along, and they quickly solved the riddle of how so many of the enemy had survived the repeated grenade blasts and shell fire. The pillbox was divided into a number of compartments, each separated from the rest by thick concrete walls and connected by small passages. Each compartment was designed to hold 3 or 4 soldiers, and each was equipped with its own gun ports to the outside. Without the tank's 75 and Womack's flamethrower, Bergen realized, the bunker's occupants might have held out for hours, even days. Bergen counted at least 10 enemy bodies littering the floor of the various compartments. Then, as he stepped through a shattered wall into the last of the small chambers, he caught a flicker of movement and stopped. "What is it?" Redifer whispered. In a single unbroken motion, Bergen drew his .45 and fired, killing a wounded Japanese huddled in one corner of the chamber, pretending to be dead. "Stay away from him," Bergen warned Redifer. "Son of a bitch is probably loaded with grenades." 7 other Japanese bodies were found outside, making a total of at least 17 enemy dead from the pillbox. Gunnery Sergeant Saunders, who had vowed a half-hour earlier that the bunker was empty and harmless, seemed stunned when he saw the mortar squad's handiwork. "Sorry about the mix-up," Saunders said sheepishly. Bergen nodded, clenched his fists, and turned away. When Bill Layden awoke, he had no idea where he was or how long he'd been unconscious. He soon realized that he was lying on the rear of an Amtrak, along with several other wounded men, and that a corpsman was hovering over him. He was dazed and hurting, and his left eye was covered by a bandage. What vision remained in his other eye was badly blurred, but he could at least see something out of it. The realization that he was seriously wounded, out of the fight, and as vulnerable to pain, disability, and even death as any other human, brought the anger Layden had felt earlier surging back. He felt for his rifle, but it was nowhere to be found. A disparaging inner voice whispered to him, making the anger worse. "Some Marine you are. You probably couldn't aim a rifle or fire it if you had it in your hands." "How is it up there on the line, son?" another voice inquired close beside him. Its tone was sympathetic, but somehow it only added to Layden's rage. When he turned toward the voice, he could make out the fuzzy outline of a Marine uniform and helmet, but he couldn't tell anything about the face. "Just some damn rear echelon type trying to be cute," he thought. "Why don't you get off your ass and go inland about 200 yards, Layden growled. "Then you can see for yourself." An awkward pause followed. "Well, don't worry, son," the man said finally, clearly taken aback. "You'll be okay." As the Amtrak clattered slowly away toward an aid station, one of the other wounded Marines nudged Layden. "Hey, man," he said, "do you know who that guy was, the one you just told off?" "What the hell difference does it make?" Layden snapped. "None, I guess," the Marine said, "but just for the record, it was Colonel Walt, the regimental exec." Layden was soon on his way to a hospital ship, then to Pearl Harbor, and 2 months of delicate treatment to save his left eye. Years later, Layden met Walt, then a retired 2-star general and former deputy commander of the Marine Corps, at a reunion. Walt told Layden he was so shocked by the young PFC's outburst that he'd backed off the Amtrak and almost broken his ankle. By 5 o'clock on the afternoon of September 28, the Marines had gained control of all but the extreme northern tip of Negasebus. The last die-hard Japanese defenders were bottled up in an area measuring about 300 by 500 yards, with no hope of reinforcements or relief. But like their cohorts on Peleliu proper, they clearly intended to hold out as long as possible, so the Marines were ordered to dig in for the night and leave the final mopping up until the next morning. As Corporal Bergen's mortar squad fired a few rounds to register in its guns for the night and chipped out shallow foxholes in some of the softer coral, a brisk breeze sprang up, and the darkening sky grew heavy with clouds, portending rain. Up and down the line, men pulled their ponchos out of their packs and prepared to get wet. The brewing storm reminded Gene's sledge of hurricanes he'd seen as a boy along the Gulf Coast. The wind intensified, fanning the embers inside the gutted Japanese pillbox into flame, and gusts of it blew the smell of burning human flesh over the bivouac area. Brief series of explosions broke out occasionally, announcing that the fire had reached stocks of enemy ammo and grenades left behind in the bunker. Sometime before midnight, the rain descended in torrents, finally putting the fire out. After that, the explosions stopped, and the putrid odor became less noticeable. Sledge and his squad mates stayed alert for enemy infiltrators, but none appeared in their area. The storm, along with frequent star shells fired by Navy ships to illuminate the island, apparently kept the Japanese deep in their holes, marshalling their flagging strength for a final stand the next morning. At full daylight on September 29, D+14, Sergeant Jim McHenry's 3rd Platoon resumed its advance and almost immediately ran into trouble. It happened to be McHenry's birthday, and although there was no time to celebrate, he did get a present of sorts as he and the others went back to work against the enemy caves. Somebody, maybe Gunnery Sergeant Tom Rigney, who'd been killed the day before, had left behind a Thompson submachine gun, and McHenry claimed it as his own. "I don't want to waste no ammo with this Tommy," he yelled to his men as they moved north, "but if you riflemen spot any nips you think are dead, shoot 'em anyway. If their guts or mouths ain't wide open, put a few rounds in the bastards just to be on the safe side." PFC Sterling Mace, his squad's designated BAR man, had no qualms about taking McHenry's warning to heart. Earlier that morning, Mace and his mates had heard how 2 Marines from L Company had been killed in an ambush when they stopped to examine a supposedly dead enemy soldier. By now, some of the Japanese had seen enough of the Marines' bunker-busting tactics, in which all available weapons from heavy armor to grenades and rifles were used in relentless coordination, to opt for taking their chances on the outside. In a way, this was good for the Marines because it brought more of the enemy into the open, but it also heightened the risk of both friendly fire and unexpected encounters with enemy soldiers. To guard against these possibilities, scouts were especially wary, and group leaders moved stealthily between units, calling out today's password to identify themselves. "Hey, Zero! Hey, Zero!" K-35's 3rd Platoon had drawn the left flank position, so McHenry knew he and his men would be seeing plenty of action. The platoon's authorized strength was 45 men, but casualties had already cut that number by close to a third, and there'd be more by afternoon. A few yards ahead of McHenry and Mace, Corporal Thomas "Nippo" Baxter, a group leader and one of the platoon's best scouts, was checking the terrain. Baxter's head had a way of jerking back and forth like a chicken's when he was looking for the enemy, and a lot of guys laughed about it. But Nippo had a rare talent for spotting hiding Japanese. He did it better than anyone McHenry had ever known. That was how Baxter had gotten his nickname. Screened by underbrush, Baxter was approaching a low ridge overlooking a small clearing when he abruptly froze, raised his M1, and fired a single round. As the squad behind him crouched, Baxter turned and made eye contact with Mace, then motioned him forward. Baxter fired again at something beyond the brush, a full volley this time, and when Mace reached his side, Baxter pointed downward toward a cave only about 15 feet away. 3 enemy soldiers were clustered just inside the cave's entrance. 2 of them had their rifles aimed in Baxter's direction, while the 3rd peered around, trying to locate where the firing was coming from. "I must have missed the bastards," Baxter breathed. "Take 'em out if you can." Mace stuck the muzzle of his BAR over the edge of the ridge. One of the Japanese looked up and their eyes met an instant before Mace squeezed the trigger. Seconds later, all 3 enemy soldiers lay dead. Mace and Baxter tossed a half-dozen grenades into the cave, ducking as the blasts shook the ground. For insurance, McHenry brought up a bazooka man to fire a couple of rounds deep into the cave's innards. Then a flamethrower followed up with a stream of fire. Finally, as the platoon skirted the cave and went down the incline toward the clearing, a demolition team moved in to seal the cave entrance with dynamite charges. "That was the way we had to do it to cure a cave," McHenry recalled later. "Sometimes it seemed like we had to kill every nip on Negasebus 3 or 4 times before they'd stayed dead." A communications breakdown between K-35's 3 rifle platoons kept runners busy as the northward advance continued. After the 3rd Platoon took up new positions at the far edge of the clearing, Mace's group leader, Corporal Richard Van Trump, ordered Mace and his assistant gunner, Private Charlie Allman, to move out about 20 yards ahead of the main force. "The nips to the north of us know they're surrounded by now," Van Trump said. "They may attack and try to punch through our lines. Keep a sharp eye out, and if you see any nips coming this way, beat it back here on the double and let us know." Crawling slowly, the 2 of them struck out alone, Mace carrying the BAR and Allman hauling several heavy tins of ammo. Within a few minutes, they located a shallow trough, well concealed by natural camouflage, and set up their gear there. At intervals over the next hour or so, they could hear Van Trump moving among the squads, shouting, "Hey, Zero!" to keep his own men from opening fire on him. In the distance behind them, Mace could also detect the rattle of canteens and the sound of Marines talking in low voices. As the afternoon dragged on, sporadic outbursts of small arms fire echoed in the distance, but Mace and Allman saw nothing of either the enemy or other Marines. They avoided conversation, communicating mostly by hand signals to avoid giving away their position to any Japanese in the vicinity, and listening intently for the snap of a twig or the swish of movement in the brush that could betray an approaching enemy. Gradually, Mace realized that he could no longer hear any sounds of activity. He had no idea when the sounds had stopped, only that they weren't there anymore. He crawled over and nudged Allman, who'd also noticed the eerie silence. They looked at each other and frowned. "Something's wrong," Mace whispered. "We'd better head back." They crawled back to the clearing to find it deserted. On the ground were a bloody Marine poncho and 30 or 40 unfired rounds from a Thompson submachine gun, the same type of weapon that Jim McHenry had been carrying that morning. "Damn," Mace said. "The platoon must have pulled out and left us." "Why didn't Van Trump let us know?" Allman demanded. "You think he just forgot about sending us out there?" "I don't know," Mace said, "but I sure as hell intend to find out." Unnerved and angry, but trying to remain cautious, the two Marines picked their way along a narrow path toward the beach. With each step, their fury and feelings of abandonment escalated. Soon they were stumbling and tripping, their boondockers tangling in the knotty vines crisscrossing the trail. Gasping for breath, they finally burst out of the thick jungle growth and onto the open beach, where they saw the rest of their platoon waiting near the water's edge. As they approached, Mace saw Van Trump being carried away on a makeshift stretcher. When he ran up to the stretcher and looked down at his group leader, Mace saw only mangled flesh and shattered bone where the bottom half of Van Trump's face had been. His entire lower jaw and most of one cheek had been blown away. As Mace averted his eyes from the wound, he saw his buddy, Seymour Levy, staring at him, and he felt Jim McHenry's hand on his shoulder. "Why'd you go off and leave me and Allman?" Mace asked McHenry. "What are you talking about?" McHenry said. "Where were you?" "20 yards out ahead of the line, watching for Japs. Been out there for hours on Van Trump's orders." McHenry shook his head. "I guess nobody knew but Van Trump," he said. "The Nips picked up on his code call and started calling back to him. Lured him right into an ambush and shot him in the face. After that, he wasn't in no shape to tell nobody nothing." A short time later, Amtraks arrived to take the surviving members of the 3rd Battalion 5th Marines back to Peleliu. An army unit was moving in to relieve them and hunt down the few remaining Japanese holdouts. In its 30-plus hours on Negasebus, 3-5 had lost 48 men, 15 killed and 33 wounded, a toll officially described as only light casualties. This was a reasonably accurate description when compared to the 470 Japanese killed and captured during the operation. But 2/3 of the 3rd Battalion's losses were sustained by a single company, K-35. Captain Andy Haldane's unit recorded 8 men killed and 24 wounded, almost as many as the company had lost during the first 13 days of the Peleliu campaign. As they prepared to board an Amtrak for the short ride back to the main island that evening, PFC's Sterling Mace and Seymour Levy felt a huge sense of relief. Word was already circulating that 3-5 would shortly be joining the 1st Marines back on Pavuvu. On hearing this news, Mace and Levy were energized enough to perform an impromptu trucking dance for the lone newsreel cameraman who showed up to record their moment of victory. The rumor, of course, was a lie. Chapter 12. Picking Satan's Pocket. In the Marine Corps annals, 3-5's decisive victory on Negasebus still ranks as a textbook example of how a quick-strike amphibious operation should be carried out. Much of the brass on Peleliu came over in person for a close-up look at the well-coordinated assault. With its comparatively low American casualty rate, speedy completion, effective use of close air support, and refined tactics for curing enemy caves and bunkers, Negasebus was the best news to come out of the Palau's campaign thus far. Although General Rupertus, the 1st Marine Division commander, spoke disparagingly and inaccurately of meager Japanese resistance, he and his staff were elated. As the division's battle diary phrased it, infantry and armor performed with a ruthless efficiency unequaled in any previous Pacific operation. Colonel Silent Lou Walt, the 5th Marines executive officer and overall on-site commander of the operation, the reason he happened to be on an Amtrak with the wounded PFC Bill Layden during the height of the battle, gave Major John Gustafson and his men most of the credit. Major Gustafson and the officers under his command used excellent tactics and made maximum use of supporting arms, Walt wrote. In a separate report, Gustafson added these thoughts. It should be emphasized that with the terrain most suitable for an infantry tank attack, with both elements coordinating perfectly, the operation was made to appear easy. The tanks should get a great deal of credit, but, on the other hand, the tank commanders said they never experienced such coordination from the infantry. On September 30, D+15, Rupertus announced that organized resistance has ended on Negasebus, and all of northern Peleliu has been secured. In the view of the army troops who replaced 3-5 to mop up on Negasebus, the statement was both premature and deceptive. Army Major General Paul J. Mueller told of determined Japanese resistance to men of the 2nd Battalion of his 321st Regiment along the north-south strip of high ground on Negasebus. At any rate, instead of earning Gustafson's troops a one-way ticket back to Pavuvu, their success turned out to be a mixed blessing at best. It convinced Rupertus to send K-35, its ranks now reduced by nearly 30% from its D-Day strength of 235 officers and men, and the rest of the 5th Marines into the Umerbrogel pocket, the bristling core of enemy defenses in the ridges. There, Gustafson's men would try to repeat their performance on Negasebus. Hard practicality no doubt played a prominent role in Rupertus's decision. The 7th Marines had continued to attack embedded Japanese in the pocket without pause during the 8 days since the 1st Marines had been relieved. Now the 7th was almost as weakened and worn out as Chesty Puller's regiment had been when it was pulled off the line to await evacuation. The 5th, battle-scarred and short-handed as it was, offered the least depleted Marine infantry units available. But it was hard to convince men like PFC Gene Sledge that he and his K-35 comrades were capable of fighting on much longer. On the afternoon of September 29, as the company had waited on the beach on Negasebus for transport back to Peleliu, Sledge overheard fellow mortarmen talking about a squad mate who'd been virtually blown in half by an enemy shell. The man's body had come apart as his buddies tried to load it on a stretcher. Then Sledge had watched a K-35 rifleman idly toss pebbles into a gaping hole in the skull of a dead Japanese machine gunner. The normally sensitive Sledgehammer had even found himself preparing to pry gold teeth from the mouths of enemy corpses as souvenirs, until Navy Corpsman Ken Caswell dissuaded him. Later, Sledge confessed shock when he thought back on his own brush with barbarism. All around him, Sledge noted Marines slumped in the sand, physically spent and emotionally drained from 15 days of near-constant combat, their eyes blank with the bulkhead stare of men pushed to the limits of their endurance by too much fear, stress, horror, and death. He felt himself choking up and turned away from the others, burying his face in his hands as his body shook uncontrollably and tears streamed down his face. Feeling a hand on his shoulder, Sledge looked up to see his section leader, Lieutenant Duke Ellington, staring down at him. His eyes were tired but sympathetic. "What's the matter, Sledgehammer?" Ellington asked. Sledge swiped a grimy shirt sleeve across his face and shook his head. "I just feel sick and wrung out, sir," he said. "I've been afraid for so long I don't have any strength left, and sometimes I think I can't take it any more. It seems like only the dead are safe in this place." "I know what you mean," Ellington said. "I feel the same way. But take it easy. We've got to keep going. It'll be over soon, and we'll be back on Pavuvu." Sledge felt a little better after that, but only because he couldn't see into the future. On September 30, D+15, 3-5 got the word. Rather than being relieved and evacuated, or even getting a few days of R&R, they were being sent back into action immediately. "Stand by to draw rations and ammo," they were told. "The 3rd Battalion is going into the ridges to reinforce the 7th Marines." Actually, the new assignment involved all 3 battalions of the 5th, and they were expected to do much more than merely take over lines already established by the 7th and hold those positions. Their orders were to spearhead a new thrust into the maze of the Umerbrogel pocket, now squeezed down to an area about 400 yards wide and 900 yards long. First, though, there was one last enemy stronghold that had to be cracked near the northern coast of Peleliu. It was called Radar Hill, a dome-shaped cliff jutting 200 feet above densely wooded flatlands and swamps. It bristled with enemy mortars, rockets, and artillery capable of reaching a large area, including Negasebus. The assignment to take the hill was handed to Lieutenant Colonel Robert Boyd's 1st Battalion, already reduced by casualties to 500 men, half its original strength. If northern Peleliu was secured by this point, no one bothered to tell the Japs on Radar Hill, Boyd later noted. On the morning of September 30, Boyd divided his force and attacked the hill from 2 sides with all the firepower he could muster. Resistance was stiff in some spots, where well-entrenched Japanese fought to the death, as expected. But it was surprisingly weak, almost non-existent in other places, where many enemy soldiers simply hid, abjectly awaiting death with little effort to defend themselves or kill the attacking Marines, as a battalion diarist put it. By afternoon, 1-5 rifle squads held the summit of Radar Hill, and a communications team was stringing telephone wire to the top. Soon after, battalion troops arrived in force, enabling Boyd to set up a forward command post and Colonel Walt to notify regimental headquarters that Peleliu North was finally secure. That night, the Marines could hear Japanese soldiers in caves that had been bypassed along the slopes, as well as occasional grenade blasts and bursts of machine gun fire, but the remaining enemy force in the area was too weak to attempt any counterattack during the night. Meanwhile, some 500 yards to the north of Radar Hill, Major Gordon Gale's 2-5 had moved against about 200 Japanese, holed up in the wreckage of the phosphate plant and along a nearby ridge. By nightfall, they too were in control of the situation, but a few enemy soldiers still held out in several caves. To spare his riflemen the task of storming these last enemy positions, Colonel Bucky Harris, the regimental CO, had a giant 155mm artillery piece brought up and directed its crew to use it in a way it had seldom been used before. Normally, the long tom was employed only against far distant targets, but Harris ordered it zeroed in on caves only a few dozen yards away. The gun crew had to stay under cover to keep from being hit by fragments from their own shells, but within half an hour all remaining Japanese fortifications had been blasted into oblivion. Once these positions were secured, the encirclement of Japanese Colonel Nakagawa's last bastion in the Umerbrogel pocket was complete, and any possibility of Nakagawa's remaining troops fighting their way out of the pocket was eliminated. Yet the longest and most confounding phase of the battle was still to come as the Marines tried to sew up the pocket for good. PFC Seymour Levy had never been quite the same since getting his chin ripped open by a Japanese grenade. On occasion, he showed flashes of his old high-spirited self, but even his poetic wit and prankish humor were tinged with a grimness that hadn't been there before. It had been days, for example, since PFC Sterling Mace had heard his friend quote a single line from Kipling. Consequently, Mace was a bit surprised on the night of September 30, as the two of them shared a foxhole, when Levy quietly began reciting a poem. Mace didn't know the name of it, but it definitely wasn't Gunga Din. "God of our fathers, known of old," Levy murmured, his voice slightly muffled by a bandage on his lower jaw that looked like a dirty white beard. "Lord of our far-flung battle line, beneath whose awful hand we hold—" "What the hell is that, Si?" Mace interrupted. "It's Kipling's Recessional," Levy said. "Haven't you ever heard it before?" "No, and it sure doesn't sound like Kipling. More like something out of the Old Testament. Where's the Cockney accent? I guess he was in a more serious mood when he wrote it, Levy said. Mace turned away and soon lost interest, but Levy continued his recitation. Drunk with sight of power we loose, wild tongues that have not thee in awe, such boasting as the Gentiles use, or lesser breeds without the law. Hey, just lay off the Gentiles, okay? Mace said. I don't think I like this poem much. Levy ignored him. Lord God of hosts, be with us yet, lest we forget, lest we forget. As Mace drifted off to sleep, Levy was still at it. Even when Mace awoke briefly an hour or so later, he could hear Levy continuing to recite verses in a low monotone. But it wasn't the same poem as before. This time it was something from the Old Testament. Mace recognized it as the 23rd Psalm. While 1-5 and 2-5 were completing the final mopping up in the north, the 5th's 3rd Battalion turned south to take up positions facing the cave-riddled ridges of the Five Sisters, the same mass of fortified crags and crevices that had broken the back of the 1st Marines more than a week earlier. By October 1, D+16, elements of Colonel Herman Hanneken's 1st Battalion, 7th Marines continued to contain Japanese forces in the southern portion of the Umerbrogel and along the West Road. But Hanneken's depleted ranks were stretched thin, and the best they could do was prevent the enemy from breaking out of the pocket. Recent advances were marked in feet and inches, and the opposing lines remained perilously close together. While the 5th Marines conducted operations on Negasebus and the northern coast, the 7th Marines' other 2 battalions had been pressing the attack on the pocket from the north, but they, too, lacked the strength to gain much ground. With units from the Army's 81st Division assuming a growing role in the battle, any remaining chance for troops of the 1st Marine Division to collapse the pocket now rested squarely on Bucky Harris's regiment. Early on October 1, a convoy of trucks and Amtraks reunited the dog-tired rifle companies of 1-5, 2-5, and 3-5 at a bivouac area a short distance south of the Five Sisters. Then the 3 battalions began moving into position to launch a major assault on the five-headed coral juggernaut, beginning on the morning of October 3. The men of 3-5 knew the reputation of the Five Sisters as they approached them, but otherwise they had no real sense of place. Like the numbered hills dotting officers' maps, the names attached to various formations of jagged rock had little meaning for the Marines who gazed up at them. Within a few hundred yards of the Five Sisters were the Five Brothers, the China Wall, Baldy Ridge, Death Valley, and the Horseshoe. Other heights were named for Marine officers who had led attacks against them, including Walt's Ridge, named for Lieutenant Colonel Lew Walt, executive officer of the 5th Marines, and Boyd's Ridge, named for Colonel Robert Boyd, commander of 1-5. Regardless of what they might be called, most of the ridges looked exactly the same to the Americans who fought and died on them. Each harbored its own anthill of Japanese soldiers, its own arsenal of enemy weaponry, and they seemed to have no beginning or end. When a ridge was finally taken, another one, identical to it, inevitably loomed beyond. We were usually told the name of this or that coral height or ridge when we attacked, said PFC Gene Sledge. To me, it meant only that we were attacking the same objective where other Marine battalions had been shot up previously. Countless efforts have been made over the past 6 decades to describe the Umerbrogel ridges in adequate terms. Words inevitably fail to capture their grotesque symmetry, but an observation by PFC Sterling Mace comes closer than most. The terrain was like the surface of a waffle iron, Mace recalled, only magnified about 1,000,000 times. The deeper the men of K-35 moved into the ridges, the more it seemed as if every inch held unseen dangers. Well before Captain Andy Haldane's unit reached the jumping-off place for the planned attack, concealed Japanese marksmen watched from above, searching in their gun sights for the slightest hint of movement. Now and then an isolated shot rang out, and a Marine fell. The briefest momentary exposure, a peek over a ledge or around a boulder, invited sudden death. When opposing fire was identified as coming from a fortified enemy position, mortar and artillery could be directed against it long enough for a rifle squad to scramble from one protective outcropping to the next. But isolated snipers were extremely hard to locate, even after they fired on the Marines. Time correspondent Robert Martin described the Japanese system of mountainside caves as the incarnate evil of this war, and like nothing U.S. forces had encountered previously. They were built at staggered levels, Martin wrote, so that it was impossible to reach one without being fired at from another. On the afternoon of October 1, Sergeant Jim McHenry's 3rd Platoon was inching its way along a jagged ridge overlooked by higher ground where Japanese riflemen were known to be entrenched. There'd been no enemy fire for a couple of hours, but McHenry knew this was no time for complacency or carelessness. "Watch it now, you guys," McHenry told the men around him. "Just take it easy, keep your heads down, and don't take any unnecessary chances. Play it safe and we'll be all right." Crouching a few feet away, Sterling Mace stuffed his pack and pockets with extra ammo for his BAR, then searched in vain for somewhere to put the fresh package of cigarettes he'd just opened. The ammo was important, but so were the smokes, and he hadn't left any room for them. Mace glanced over at his buddy, PFC Seymour Levy, who squatted a couple of arms' lengths to his left. "Hey, Cy, you got room in your pack for my cigs?" Mace said. "I got no place to put 'em where they won't get mashed." Levy shrugged. "Sure, toss 'em over." "You better be careful," said PFC Frankie Osipic. "Levy's liable to smoke the damn things while you're not looking." "He better not," Mace warned. "It's the only pack I got." They both knew Levy didn't smoke. Levy shook his head as he slipped the plastic-wrapped cigarettes into his pack. Because of the bandage on Levy's chin, Mace couldn't tell if his friend was smiling or not. As the men scattered out and took up positions about 10 feet apart, Mace moved down the line and found a fairly comfortable spot some 20 or 30 yards from where he'd left Levy. Several other Marines scrambled past him in single file, their boondockers kicking loose pebbles. But once everybody got settled, it grew very quiet. Mace leaned against the coral, cradling the BAR in his arms, his senses drifting back and forth across the invisible line between fear and boredom. He pictured his family's house in Queens and wondered if he'd ever see it again. He remembered a great play he'd made as a third baseman on the company baseball team. It had been a little over a month since the team's last game on Pavuvu, but it seemed like half a lifetime. Somewhere down the line to Mace's right, the silence was broken by the sharp crack of a single gunshot, not unlike the sound of a bat making solid contact with a baseball. He jerked at the sound. He'd heard thousands of shots in the past 16 days, almost enough not to notice them anymore, but the fact that this one was solitary made it different. He tensed for a moment to listen, but when he heard no other shots or cries of "Corpsman," he relaxed a little. After 10 or 15 minutes, the order came down the line to move ahead for another short advance. As the men closed ranks around him, the first thing Mace wanted was a cigarette. "Hey, where's Levy?" he asked. "He's got my smokes and I need one bad." Frankie Osipic stared at Mace for a second, then looked away. "What's the matter with you?" Mace demanded. "Where's Levy?" "Nobody wanted to tell you," Osipic said softly. "He got it in the head a while ago. Never had a chance." As Osipic's words sank in, Mace thought back to the lone shot a few minutes earlier. He felt a sinking sensation in the pit of his stomach as he heard Jim McHenry's voice behind him. "Sorry, kid," McHenry said. "I kept warning Levy to stay down, but he was antsy as hell and he wouldn't listen. The longer we were stuck here hugging the dirt, the worse he got. Finally, he said, 'I'm sick and tired of this shit,' and he raised up to take a look. They nailed him before you could bat an eye." "I was only 8 or 10 feet from him," said Corporal Tom Matheny, a quiet mortar man from East Tennessee. "Just a minute before, we'd been sitting there talking, and then wham! If it's any consolation, he never knew what hit him." Mace felt tears on his cheeks and a choking sensation in his throat. "Where is he?" he asked. "What happened to his body?" "Stretcher bearers took him down the hill," McHenry said. It was tough going. Lucky they didn't get hit themselves." Mace gestured with his BAR toward the enemy-held ridge. "I'm going to go up there and wipe out the whole damned bunch of those assholes," he said. McHenry laid his hand on Mace's shoulder and gave it a little shake. "You're one of the best BAR guys in the platoon, but I ain't letting you get yourself killed for nothing," he said. "You'll have plenty of shots at the nips later, so just cool off. You can handle this, kid. Hell, you gotta handle it." Mace locked eyes with McHenry for a few seconds, then turned away and sank down onto the coral, holding his head in his hands. "Why'd you have to come back here, you dummy? Why couldn't you just take your $1 million wound and go home like any sane person would have done? Why in God's name did you have to come back?" Seymour Levy was killed exactly 2 weeks after the injuries to his chin. He was only 17 years old. On the morning of October 3, the men of 3-5 launched an attack from the south on the Five Sisters. In a simultaneous strike, 2-7 attacked from the east against Waltz Ridge, the same strip of high ground held briefly 2 weeks earlier by the thin ranks of Captain Everett Pope's C-11 before they were driven off. Meanwhile, 3-7 advanced from the north on Boyd's Ridge. The primary objective of the latter two coordinated attacks was to push the enemy off the cliffs that dominated the East Road, making it impossible for American forces to move supplies or evacuate wounded over the route. The Five Sisters action by 3-5 was intended to draw enough attention from the now encircled enemy defenders to ensure that the East Road was cleared. In other words, it was primarily a diversionary attack, but no one had bothered to tell the Marines who made it. For an hour or more preceding H hour for the 3-5 rifle companies, massed 75mm batteries of the 11th Marines lashed enemy emplacements on the Five Peaks with intense artillery fire. Unlike many previous softening up operations, this barrage was basically a continuation of about 2 weeks of systematic pounding of the Five Sisters by the 11th's guns. It remained impossible, however, to tell how effective all this shelling had been in reducing the estimated 1,500 Japanese embedded in the area. Corsairs from the Peleliu airstrip also flew dozens of missions against the ridges. Most of their sorties lasted only about a minute from takeoff to landing, so brief that Marine pilots never bothered to retract their landing gear. Tons of napalm were dumped on enemy positions, but again, the depth and complexity of the Japanese positions made it difficult to assess the impact of these searing blasts. PFC Gene Sledge and the rest of his K-35 mortar section joined in with a heavy barrage from their 60mm guns, then briefly ceased firing as the company's rifle platoons surged up the lower slopes below the Five Sisters. When the riflemen's advance was stalled by enemy machine guns, mortars, and artillery, Sledge and his mates resumed firing, this time more rapidly than before, to provide cover for the retreating riflemen. It was the same brutal process that had repeated itself time and again, first with the 1st Marines, then with the 7th Marines. Now it was the 5th's turn, and some of its rifle companies seemed to enjoy amazing success in the early going on October 3. By around noon, 3-5 had taken 4 of the jagged heights comprising the Five Sisters, and only Sister 2 remained in Japanese hands. But within 3 or 4 hours, enemy fire intensified from all directions, and the situation deteriorated. As in the past, the Marines were forced to give up their gains and pull back to approximately the same line where they'd jumped off that morning. "Each time we got orders to secure the guns after the riflemen stopped advancing, the mortar section stood by to go up as stretcher bearers," Sledge recalled. "We usually threw phosphorus and smoke grenades as a screen, and the riflemen covered us, but the enemy snipers fired as rapidly as possible at the stretcher bearers." To Sledge, it seemed a miracle that any of the wounded men, or those who struggled to carry them out of the danger, ever reached a rear area alive. He marveled at the confidence shown by wounded Marines toward their stretcher bearers, even under the most desperate circumstances. "Most of the time it took 4 stretcher bearers to get 1 wounded man down off those ridges," recalled Corporal R.V. Bergen. "That's how steep and treacherous the terrain was, and they were almost always under fire." There was plenty of need for stretchers throughout the day on October 3, when K-35 recorded 20 casualties, 5 killed and 15 wounded. It was one of the costliest days of the war for the company, equaled only by the first day on Negasebus, and a disproportionate number of those who fell were comrades of Sterling Mace and Jim McHenry in the 3rd Platoon. We started out that morning with the ridges on our left and an open space on our right where you could see all the way to the airstrip and the ocean past the old beachhead area, Mace recalled. We took out some Jap caves on our way up the slopes, but we must have bypassed several more, because we started taking hostile fire from the rear as well as the front. Lieutenant Bill Bauerschmidt, the tall young Pennsylvanian who led the 3rd Platoon, was crouching on a hillside, directing his troops through an open area when he was hit in the stomach by rifle fire. "I don't get it," Bauerschmidt gasped to a Marine who braved blistering fire to come to his aid. "The shot came from behind. Are our own men shooting at us?" Bleeding profusely, Bauerschmidt groped at his side for the long-barreled .45 revolver on his belt, his most treasured possession. But before he could draw the pistol from its holster, he lapsed into unconsciousness. By the time the stretcher-bearers got him to an aid station, Bauerschmidt was dead, and his platoon had been forced to fall back. About 20 yards from the spot where his platoon leader fell, PFC Lyman Rice was killed instantly by another enemy bullet, and PFC Raymond Growett, another 3rd Platoon rifleman, was fatally wounded as he ran toward the entrance to one of the bypassed Japanese caves. Mace was still reeling from Cy Levy's death when he learned that 3 more members of his platoon had been killed. He was numbed by the news, but when he heard about Bauerschmidt, the first thing that crossed his mind was a comical exchange he'd had with the lieutenant on Pavuvu. It had happened one evening when Bauerschmidt dropped by, as he frequently did, to socialize with the enlisted men. Bauerschmidt: "Any of you guys want to take in a movie?" Mace: "Yeah, we want to see The King's Hand. Ever heard of it?" Bauerschmidt: "I don't think so. What's it about?" Mace, with a straight face: "Oh, about halfway up the Queen's ass." All the guys had laughed, and Bauerschmidt had chased Mace around the tents for 10 minutes, threatening to kick his butt for being a smart aleck. The affable officer with the mane of blonde hair had been that kind of guy, one who was never afraid to joke around with the grunts who served under him. For a second or two, Mace smiled at the memory. Then the smile withered on his face, and he felt a hard ball of emptiness in his gut, like before. As dusk approached on October 3, the high price paid by K-35's 3rd Platoon and other units had seemingly accomplished nothing. As far as Mace and his comrades could tell, they were right back where they'd started that morning, only with lower spirits, wearier bodies, and considerably fewer men. Undoubtedly they'd try again tomorrow. Somewhere, somehow, there'd be another attack. There was always another attack. Now their challenge was to survive the night. It was barely full dark when the first of the enemy infiltrators descended on K-35's thinly manned front. Some obviously came for the express purpose of killing or crippling as many Marines as possible. Others may have crept out of bypassed caves to the battalion's rear, trying to slip past American positions to reach their own lines. In either case, the intruders brought mayhem with them. Most of them wore tabi, the notorious black pajamas that made them next to invisible at night. They knew every inch of the terrain, and their ability to move noiselessly through the dark over rough, rock-strewn ground was uncanny. Like most of the men in K-35, R.V. Bergen was by himself that night in a shallow breastwork of piled-up rocks and sticks. The swelling tide of casualties no longer allowed the company to fill its required space in the line with 2 Marines per foxhole. Instead, one-man foxholes were spaced about 6 feet apart, close enough to allow their occupants to reach out and touch each other in case of trouble, and every second man was supposed to stay awake. By now we were standing watch in 1-hour shifts, Bergen recalled. We were so exhausted that we couldn't count on anybody to keep his eyes open much longer than that. A few yards from Bergen's foxhole, one side of the ridgeline on which they were dug in fell away into a sheer 70-foot ravine. Between Bergen and the edge of this chasm were two other one-man outposts. Shortly after 1 a.m., while the Marine adjacent to Bergen was on watch, and both Bergen and the next man over were sleeping, a black-clad Japanese soldier scurried past and jumped into the hole with the other sleeping man. Seconds later, Bergen awoke to the sounds of painful grunts and thrashing. He reached for his carbine and turned toward the other foxholes in time to see the intruder sitting astride his groggy victim, choking him with both hands. Bergen didn't dare fire at the attacker for fear of hitting the man he was attacking, but he and the Marine on watch both scrambled in that direction. In a fist-swinging, hair-pulling, eye-gouging frenzy, the embattled Marine managed to free himself before his comrades could join the fray. He threw the smaller Japanese soldier to the ground, then picked him up and hurled him off the edge of the cliff. His piercing scream echoed off the walls of the canyon all the way to the bottom, then abruptly stopped. "You okay?" Bergen asked. The Marine was coughing and rubbing his severely bruised neck, but he finally nodded. "Everything anybody ever taught me about self-defense flashed through my mind just now," he croaked, "and I think I used every damn bit of it, too." Although there were no reports of other infiltrators jumping into K-35 positions that night, a number of suspicious movements were observed among the rocks and debris in front of the company's lines. With the first light of a new day, it soon became apparent that a dozen or more enemy soldiers had crept into the area and taken cover. PFC J. DeLu, the bazooka man in Bergen's mortar squad, was carrying an armload of rations from the command post back toward his foxhole when he jumped over a fallen log and landed squarely on top of two hiding Japanese soldiers. "Nips! Nips!" DeLu yelled, dropping the rations and grabbing at the carbine on his shoulder as he sprang back. He swung the carbine around and tried to squeeze off a shot, but nothing happened. A spent cartridge was jammed in the chamber, and the weapon wouldn't fire. One of the enemy soldiers darted away and disappeared behind some rocks, but the second chased after DeLu, brandishing a grenade. By now, DeLu's comrades had heard the ruckus and turned to look. One was a BAR man with his automatic weapon in his hands. "Shoot him!" DeLu shouted. He threw down the useless carbine, veered toward the BAR man, and pointed at the Japanese. "For God's sake, shoot him!" The BAR man took aim, then hesitated. For what seemed an eternity to DeLu, the Marine stood there waiting as the pursuing Japanese closed the gap between them. To make matters worse, DeLu had been troubled for a day or two with diarrhea, and his bowels were rumbling ominously. "Shoot him, damn it!" he screamed. The Japanese was only 2 or 3 steps behind DeLu when the BAR man finally opened fire. In one furious volley, he poured most of a 20-round magazine into the enemy soldier's midsection. For a second, the force of the blast held the soldier suspended in midair. Then his body fell in a heap, and the grenade rolled harmlessly away. DeLu glared at the BAR man and shuddered as cold sweat streaked his face and something worse dribbled down his pant legs. "What were you waiting for?" he demanded. "An engraved invitation?" The BAR man shrugged. "It was just kind of an experiment," he said. "I wanted to see if I could cut the son of a bitch clean in half with one burst." He seemed disappointed that he hadn't quite succeeded. Moments later, as DeLu made his way in a stiff-legged waddle back toward the battalion CP for a fresh pair of dungaree pants, he passed a puzzled Gene Sledge, who'd obviously missed the whole episode. "What happened to you, Jay?" Sledgehammer inquired. "Aw, hell," DeLu replied sheepishly. "I'll tell you later." On October 4, D+19, the attacks on the pocket resumed. While 3-5 applied pressure on the Five Sisters and the Horseshoe, a U-shaped ridge system just southeast of the Sisters, from the south, the tattered remnants of 3-7 and 2-7 tried to secure a draw between Waltz Ridge and Boyd's Ridge, and another between Boyd's Ridge and an unnamed hill to the north. Securing these two draws was essential to end the enemy threat to the East Road. For 3-5, the day was a depressing repeat of the day before. About 10 a.m., the guns of the 11th Marines began pounding the ridges again. An hour later, the rifle companies stormed up the slopes and made quick progress, just as they had on October 3. Then, once more, everything began to go sour. PFC Ray Rottinghouse and his comrades in K-35's 1st Platoon got to the top of their assigned ridge within 5 minutes after the advance began, with Rottinghouse and several other BAR men leading the way. He took cover behind some rocks, quickly laid out several magazines of ammo for his BAR, and got set to go to work. The ex-Iowa farm boy had seen about a dozen Japanese heads bobbing up and down on the other side of the ridge, and he whispered to the guy beside him to get ready. "We waited as long as our nerves would stand it," Rottinghouse recalled. "Then we all fired at once, and all the Japs crumbled. But then a Jap pillbox opened up on us from an adjoining ridge about 100 feet away, and all hell broke loose." A fusillade of automatic weapons fire tore off the index finger on Rottinghouse's left hand, splintered the stock of his BAR, and slammed another bullet into his shoulder. 2 of the Marines nearby also fell with wounds. "I'm hit, John," Rottinghouse muttered to PFC John Huber, who crouched next to him. "I think I'm hit pretty bad." "For God's sake, hang on," Huber said. "I'll try to find a corpsman." But Rottinghouse didn't wait for the medic. Holding his dungaree shirt around his mangled hand, he stumbled down the hillside on his own, leaving his ruined BAR behind. The barrel of his weapon was too hot to touch anyway, after firing close to 500 rounds within 2 or 3 minutes. When 2 stretcher bearers finally appeared, Rottinghouse assured them he could make it the rest of the way to the nearest evacuation point without help. "You're in no shape to walk, man," one of them told him. "Now lie down, damn it!" So he did. Although 3-5's losses were lighter than the day before, K Company had a total of 8 additional casualties on October 4. PFC Alden F. Moore was killed, and Rottinghouse was among the 7 wounded. The men of 2-7 and 3-7, already battalions in name only when the day's action began, fared far worse. Remnants of F-27 and I-37 made short work of the enemy in the draw between Waltz and Boyd's ridges, and L-37 had similar initial success in the second draw, seizing 3 key outcroppings. Major Hunter Hurst, commanding 3-7, tried to maintain this momentum by ordering tank support for a drive by L Company against Hill 120 between Baldy and Boyd's. Late that afternoon, however, the Japanese sprang a clever ambush. 1 platoon of L-37 came under concentrated automatic weapon fire from atop Baldy while it was exposed on the crest of Hill 120. As the platoon tried to retreat down the slopes, it found its escape blocked by other Japanese troops firing from below them on Boyd's Ridge. With the company caught in a murderous crossfire, Hurst called on the tanks for help, but the Japanese gunners were so well concealed that the tanks couldn't get at them. Finally, a smokescreen allowed the surviving handful of Marines to make their way out of the draw. They left their company commander, Captain James V. Jamo Shanley, and executive officer, 2nd Lieutenant Harold Collins, mortally wounded on the battlefield. Shanley, a Navy Cross winner at Cape Gloucester, was blown to pieces when a mortar shell hit within a few feet of him as he tried to rescue a wounded Marine. Collins was killed by an anti-tank gun seconds later, attempting to reach his fallen captain. Lieutenant James Dunn, leader of the trapped platoon, was hit by rifle fire and fell off a cliff to his death. Of the 48 Marines who attacked Hill 120, only 11 survived, and 6 of these were wounded. The carnage of that afternoon marked the swan song of the 7th Marines at Peleliu. Like the 1st Marines before them, Colonel Hannikin's regiment simply didn't have enough able-bodied men left to continue the fight. Its casualties now stood at 1,486 killed and wounded, more than 46% of its authorized strength. In its final 2 days as an operational unit, Major Hurst's 3rd Battalion was especially hard hit. Its L Company was reduced to the strength of a single platoon, and its Company I came off the line with just 31 men and 1 officer. A hodgepodge of supporting troops manned gaps in the 7th's lines to guard against any attempted Japanese outbreak to the west until the withdrawal was completed. These included artillerymen from the 11th Marines, members of the 1st Pioneer Battalion, men of several amphibian tractor battalions, and volunteers from various other units. General Geiger, commander of the 3rd Amphibious Corps, told General Rupertus that the 7th was too shot up and beaten up to continue, but Rupertus at first refused to admit it. "Give 'em a little more time," the division commander insisted. "They'll take the pocket and the battle will be over." On the morning of October 6, even as the 5th Marines was replacing the 7th's remaining frontline troops in the ridges, Rupertus finally yielded to common sense and the inevitable. Shortly before noon, he ordered Hanneken to withdraw his troops and prepare for evacuation. As they departed, the Japanese grip on the pocket appeared as tenacious as ever. The division's last hope of breaking it now rested with the 5th Marines. Chapter 13. A Stinking Timeless Void. Members of the 5th Marines who lived through what would be the regiment's last 10 days on Peleliu have trouble recalling the dates of specific events. The constant danger, the ever-present stench of death, and the exhaustion from nearly 3 weeks of combat melded days and nights into an indistinguishable blur. The attacks against the pocket continued. Men bled, screamed, and died. Enemy caves were blown out. Now and then a few feet of ground were wrested from the enemy, but there was no sense of victory. Beyond the gains were only more hills, more caves, more ridges, more Japanese. For the men of the 5th, only 2 things about this final phase of the battle stand out clearly in their collective memory. One was a level of mental and physical fatigue that defied description. The other was an odor too revolting to imagine. The fatigue undoubtedly posed more danger, but the smell, the inescapable stench of death, rot, and human waste, remains foremost in the minds of those who survived. It, and the swarms of flies it attracted, hung over Peleliu like a shroud. As the combat dragged on, both grew progressively worse. "Everywhere we went on the ridges, the hot, humid air reeked with the stench of death," said PFC Gene Sledge. A strong wind was no relief. It simply brought in the horrid odors from an adjacent area. Pilots who flew in and out of the Peleliu airstrip later told their infantry comrades that the smell was readily detectable at 1,500 feet. On October 5, the day the 7th Marines ceased to function as an active infantry regiment, the 3-day quickie operation predicted by General Rupertus was 3 weeks old. During those 21 days, it has been conservatively estimated, more than 8,000 Japanese either died in action or committed harakiri. The enemy made little effort to retrieve or bury its dead, so thousands of bodies were left to rot where they fell. American troops did their best to collect the bodies of their fallen comrades as soon as battlefield conditions allowed, and turned them over to graves registration personnel for proper burial. Sometimes, though, this proved impossible, especially in the seesaw fighting in the ridges. The bodies of men from Captain Everett Pope's company killed during their attack and retreat on Waltz Ridge on September 19 to 20 couldn't be recovered until October 3, when Marine and Army troops regained the ridge for good. There were numerous other instances of American dead being left behind during a retreat. Late one afternoon, Sergeant Jim McHenry discovered the bodies of 4 dead Marines strewn in an isolated ravine below the Five Sisters. "They'd all been dead at least 2 weeks," McHenry said. "I cut off their dog tags and told the graves registration guys where to find them, but I never knew how much longer they lay out there." A short time later, Corporal R.V. Bergen came across the several days-old remains of 4 other Marines piled together in a shallow depression. Bergen guessed that the bloated bodies were those of intelligence scouts from regimental headquarters who'd been ambushed by the Japanese. He recoiled in horror when he saw that all 4 bodies had been severely mutilated. 2 had been decapitated, and their hands severed at the wrists. 1 had been hacked into numerous pieces, and the other's penis and testicles had been cut off and stuffed into his mouth. Overcome with sickness and rage, Bergen turned away. I already hated the Japs, he recalled many years later, but I'd never hated them as bad as I did that day. I knew then why we didn't take prisoners, and I wanted to kill every one of the bastards. Even when American bodies were removed promptly from the scene of combat, conditions could delay their burial in the new division cemetery near the airfield. At times, the bodies remained for days in rear areas near the front, laid out on stretchers and covered with ponchos only yards from where living Marines were fighting, until they were in advanced stages of decomposition. Enemy dead were denied even these crude niceties, but the Japanese did go to the trouble of booby-trapping dozens of their corpses, allowing them to keep killing and maiming Americans after death. I think they purposely left behind the ones that weren't booby-trapped too, said Bergen, just to make it as unbearable as they could for Marines who had to take up positions right next to the bodies. As platoons moved back and forth through the ridges, enemy corpses often became gruesome landmarks amid a maze of deceptively similar rock formations. As the days passed, Marines witnessed some enemy dead passing through the whole cycle of decay, from freshly killed bodies to bloated and discolored corpses to maggot-infested carrion, and finally to partially exposed skeletons. For several days in a row, PFC Sterling Mace watched Jim McHenry aim a burst from his Tommy gun at the same dead Japanese soldier as their platoon rounded a bend in a trail along one of the ridges. Mace could tell it was purely a reflex action on McHenry's part. The soldier was in a sitting position on an adjacent ridge about 100 feet away, and at first glance he looked alive. Eventually he turned black and his flesh started falling away. Now adding to the odor problem and the flies was 3 weeks' worth of feces deposited on the coral by thousands of men. Once the Marines moved inland, most of the ground they fought on was solid rock, where latrines were non-existent, and established field sanitation practices became meaningless. Men had no choice but to relieve themselves wherever they could and leave the results exposed. Field sanitation during maneuvers and combat was the responsibility of each man, said Sledge. In short, under normal conditions he covered his own waste with a scoop of soil, but on Peleliu, except along the beach areas and in the swamps, digging into the coral rock was nearly impossible. The problem might have been worse, except for the fact that many Marines in assault units lost their appetite, eating so little that it wasn't uncommon for them to go a week or more without a bowel movement. On the opposite extreme, however, hundreds of others suffered recurrent bouts of diarrhea. I don't even remember being really hungry on Peleliu, and when I did try to eat something, the flies fought me for every bite, McHenry said. They came in swarms the second you'd open a can of rations, and you couldn't shoo 'em away. You damn near had to scrape 'em off the food to keep from swallowing 'em. To reduce the fly population, the newly developed pesticide DDT was employed in a combat zone for the first time on Peleliu, but the Marines noticed no appreciable improvement. The insects rose into the air just after dawn each morning in buzzing black clouds that sometimes blotted out the sun for a second or two. Many were so large, lazy, and glutted that they could barely fly, and nothing intimidated them. Sledge recalled a standard chow time ritual of balancing a can of stew on one knee and simultaneously spooning it up with his right hand while picking the flies off it with his left hand. For obvious reasons, tons of uneaten rations were tossed aside and abandoned by American troops during the course of the battle. To a lesser extent, the Japanese also discarded substantial amounts of food scraps. Within hours, all of it soured and spoiled, contributing more fodder for the flies and another component to the cauldron of nauseating odors. I felt as though my lungs would never be cleansed of all those foul vapors, Sledge recalled. It may not have been that way down on the airfield and in other areas where the service troops were encamped, but around the infantry in the Umerbrogel pocket, the stench varied only from foul to unbearable. Few news reports mentioned these terrible conditions, but a notable exception was a dispatch from Time correspondent Robert Martin, who wrote, "Peleliu is a horrible place. The heat is stifling and rain falls intermittently, the muggy rain that brings no relief, only greater misery. The coral rocks soak up heat during the day, and it is only slightly cooler at night. Peleliu is incomparably worse than Guam in its bloodiness, terror, climate, and the incomprehensible tenacity of the Japs. For sheer brutality and fatigue, I think it surpasses anything yet seen in the Pacific. The fatigue that Martin mentioned was like a debilitating disease. Physical and psychological exhaustion stretched the limits of human endurance. Men went through the motions of battle like glassy-eyed zombies, drained of energy, almost devoid of emotion, and dead on their feet. Yet sleep or genuine rest was impossible, because the enemy was always there, around the clock, often no more than a few feet away, and the tension never eased. When men did manage to catch a cat nap, it was usually for only a few minutes, and many Marines went for days with no sleep at all. While remaining at forward positions to direct his squad's mortar fire, R.V. Bergen endured one stint of more than 72 hours when he never closed his eyes. During that period, Bergen saw a drowsy Marine at his side killed instantly by a sniper's bullet squarely through the center of his forehead. Keeping the incident fresh in his mind helped snap Bergen back to alertness whenever he felt himself drifting off or losing concentration. After 3 days, I finally told Johnny Marmot, my platoon sergeant, that I had to come off the line, Bergen said. I was so punch-drunk I couldn't focus my eyes anymore. I made it back to my squad's position, crawled up behind some rocks, and passed out like a light. I didn't stir for about 12 hours straight, most of that time with 2 60mm mortars firing right over me. The few remaining officers of K-35 were as sleep-starved as the enlisted men, if not more so. Captain Andy Haldane stayed constantly in the company's most forward positions and as close as possible to the action, helping to position his mortar and machine gun units and spotting targets for the artillery. When somebody had to go to the relative safety of the battalion CP, Haldane preferred to send his executive officer, Lieutenant Thomas Stumpy Stanley, and stay with his troops. Haldane had long ago earned the respect and admiration of his Guadalcanal and Cape Gloucester veterans, but since D-Day at Peleliu, every man in K-35 had come to recognize their company commander's courage as well as his compassion for the men he led. He was more than just a CO, he was a real friend, said Sergeant Dick Higgins, a personal aide to Haldane whose brother had played football with ACAC back in Maine. Anytime he told men they had to go up front, he was right there with them. In addition, there was a rock-solidness about Haldane, almost an aura of indestructibility, that inevitably boosted the spirits of those who served under him. As Gene Sledge put it, we were thankful that ACAC was our skipper, felt more secure in it, and felt sorry for other companies not so fortunate. But now even Haldane was showing the effects of weeks of unremitting stress and bloodshed, weeks that had left more than half his company dead or wounded. You could tell how tired the captain was just by looking at him, said Corporal Jim Anderson, a Wisconsin native whose severe wounds at Cape Gloucester had cut short his service as a scout and landed him in headquarters platoon as a runner for Haldane. But he still seemed calm and steady, never flustered, never yelling at anybody. By the first week of October, even as the slaughter continued unabated in the heart of the Umerbrogel, 9/10 of Peleliu was firmly under American control. Although the men of the 5th Marines were too busy fighting to take much notice, most of the island was now as secure as any non-combat zone. As a result, it had split into 2 strikingly opposite worlds. Physically, they were separated only by a few hundred yards of land, but when it came to living conditions, they were oceans apart. In rear areas around the airfield and the old beachhead, service and supply personnel slept in comfortable tents, took their meals in tidy mess halls, patronized a well-stocked PX, attended nightly movies, and safely went about their jobs with neither helmets nor weapons. Instead of fear, exhaustion, and constant danger, their main complaint was often boredom. In search of diversion, adventure, and potentially valuable souvenirs, hundreds of men who had never been near actual combat were drawn out of their safe havens into areas where bullets were still flying. There, they frequently got a rough reception from frontline troops, some of whom resented these rear echelon Charlies enough to let them wander into serious trouble. Sledge recalled one incident during a lull between attacks on the Five Sisters when a pair of fresh-faced youngsters, wearing green fatigue caps instead of helmets and carrying no weapons, sauntered through K-35's lines, heading straight for concealed enemy positions. After a few paces, one of them turned around and called back, "Hey, you guys, where's the front line?" "You just passed through it," Sledge said. The souvenir hunters froze in their tracks, staring at Sledge in astonishment. Then they glanced at each other, grabbed their caps, and ran like rabbits toward the rear. "Hell, Sledgehammer," complained a nearby rifleman. "You should have let 'em go so they'd get a good scare." "But the way they were headed, they might have walked right up on a sniper," Sledge said. "Serve them rear echelon bastards right," the other Marine grumbled. Major Joseph E. Buckley, who commanded the 7th Marines Weapons Company, had his own way of dealing with unwelcome visitors from the rear. Those without legitimate business at the front were detained, issued rifles, and put in the line with the combat troops. If they behaved, Buckley notified their unit commanders of their whereabouts and present employment. If not, Buckley didn't bother, and the visitors were listed as AWOL as long as he chose to keep them there. Hordes of souvenir hunters and curious non-combatants became almost as much a nuisance as Japanese infiltrators. Most were aviation ground personnel, sailors from Navy transports, or service troops with excess time on their hands and delusions of finding jewel-studded samurai swords. On the other hand, many Marines from rear areas came to the front with a sincere desire to help their embattled comrades. They volunteered to bring up supplies, serve as stretcher bearers or grave diggers, and even fill gaps in the lines for short-handed rifle squads. Ground crewmen from the 2nd Marine Air Wing were especially active as volunteers, and they paid a high price for their courage. 10 men killed and 67 wounded. At one of the darkest hours in the history of the 7th Marines, the casualty-riddled regiment received significant help from an unexpected source. As the exhausted survivors of an I-37 rifle platoon rested near a northern beach in 110-degree heat, Top Sergeant Bill Mulford was approached by a young, muscular black man. "I heard you all were looking for replacements," the black man said. "We've had some infantry training and we want to volunteer." Corporal Edward Eddie Lee Andrusko, a squad leader who was standing nearby, saw a look of stunned surprise cross Mulford's face. "Well, I don't know," the top sergeant said. "Who are you guys? Are you Army, Navy, Seabees, or what?" "I'm a sergeant in the U.S. Marine Corps," the black man said, "and all my men on this beach are Marines too. We're in an ammunition depot company, but we finished our work here, and we're cleared with division to volunteer anywhere we're needed. We know how to handle weapons, and we want to help." Mulford stood there for a minute, chewing his lip, and Andrusko could tell what was going through his mind. I-37 had a large contingent of unreconstructed Southern rebels, some of whom had given Andrusko a hard time just for being from New Jersey, and who might balk at the idea of serving next to blacks. But the company was also dangerously short-handed. As the men of the supply unit picked up their weapons and fell into line behind their sergeant, Mulford tried to discourage them. "Nothing you people have seen on this beach is going to prepare you for the hell you're going to face if you go with us," he said, "so don't say I didn't warn you." "We can take it," the black sergeant assured him. For the rest of the day, the African-American Marines made dozens of trips between the front lines and rear areas. They carried dead and wounded in one direction and hauled back ammo, food, and other supplies on their return trips. That night they moved into vacant foxholes along the line and helped fight off a Japanese counterattack. The next morning, in several hours of bloody fighting, they charged and took an enemy-held hill shoulder to shoulder with what was left of I Company. Andrusko marveled at their courage, strength, and endurance. "I saw more than one of them gently carrying a wounded man on a stretcher with one hand and firing an automatic weapon simultaneously with the other," he said. I heard one badly wounded Southerner say he felt like he'd been saved by black angels sent by God. Today, the Black Angels of Peleliu are still remembered by grateful survivors of the battle for their unflinching tirelessness, fighting ability, and heroism under fire. When an Army infantry unit finally moved in to relieve I-37, one of the soldiers inquired derisively as to who "those black boys" were. Mulford's reply echoed the sentiments of the whole company and demonstrated how much his own feelings had changed in a short time. "Why, hell," he bellowed, "they're some of the best damn Marines you'll ever see, that's who." Perhaps the most tragic volunteer story to come out of the fighting around the pocket was that of Colonel Joseph L. Hankins, a former 1st Marines Battalion commander at Cape Gloucester, and a renowned sharpshooter on several Marine Corps rifle teams. Before the Peleliu landing, Hankins had been promoted to full colonel, appointed division provost marshal, and given command of General Rupertus's large, unwieldy headquarters battalion, which included the division's military police company. Hankins chafed under the inaction and heavy loads of paperwork entailed by his new assignment, and when Japanese snipers began targeting his MPs on security details along the West Road, the colonel decided to take a personal hand in the matter. "I'm going to do a little counter-sniping on my own," he told his executive officer, loading an M1 and a pair of binoculars into his jeep. Then, without informing Rupertus or any of the general's staff of his plan, Hankins sped away. A short time later, Hankins came across an Amtrak and several trucks, deserted by their drivers and blocking the road. Despite heavy small arms fire from a nearby cliff, he climbed out of his jeep, ran into the road, and persuaded the drivers to return to their vehicles. The crucial supply and evacuation route was almost cleared for traffic when an enemy bullet struck Hankins in the chest. He died instantly, the highest-ranking Marine officer to be killed in action on Peleliu. The advanced state of exhaustion now affecting the entire 5th Marines wasn't lost on the Japanese. Enemy documents captured on October 6, D+21, reported that the Marines appeared worn out and dispirited, and that their assaults on the pocket were less aggressive than before. This doubtlessly lent encouragement to an adversary resigned to his eventual fate, but committed in the meantime to two simple objectives: keep fighting to the last breath, and kill as many Americans as possible. By now, Colonel Nakagawa, commanding enemy forces on Peleliu, had lost telephone communication with most of his troops, and his only way of checking on the condition of individual units was by furtive nighttime visits. But Nakagawa still had radio contact with Lieutenant General Sadei Inoue on the island of Koror, 25 miles north of Peleliu, and Inoue had approved a last-ditch campaign of attrition. Foreseeing the communication breakdown, Nakagawa had given his individual unit commanders advance authority to act on their own initiative. As the battle neared its end stage, their instructions were to use every guerrilla warfare tactic available to inflict maximum harm on their foe. "They couldn't hope to drive us off by then or to be reinforced themselves," Sledgehammer observed. "From that point onward, they killed solely for the sake of killing, without hope and without higher purpose." For the 5th Marines, this meant a stepped-up threat from snipers, infiltrators, and suicide squads. The Japanese machine guns and mortars in concealed embrasures were often silent now, their ammunition being saved for short volleys at the most opportune moments. Sudden small-scale attacks still could come at any moment, 24 hours a day, and the deeper the Marines sank into feelings of fatigue, futility, and fatalism, the easier prey they became. Amid the stress of constant combat, Corporal Matt Russo had all but forgotten the premonition of disaster that he'd first felt the night before D-Day. On the beach that first day, he'd thought for sure his time had come when he and several other Marines made the mistake of taking cover in a gun emplacement still inhabited by live Japanese. 2 of his buddies had been killed, but Matt had gotten away clean. Now, more than 3 weeks later, he was filthy, emaciated, and almost too weary to move, but he was still leading his battered B-15 rifle squad against enemy positions south of the Five Brothers, and so far he hadn't suffered so much as a scratch at the hands of the enemy. In fact, he'd gone for days without even thinking about his earlier fears. On the morning of October 6, Russo was observing for the company mortar section atop a ridge to the right of the brothers when the unit came under sudden, heavy fire from short-range enemy mortars. "We can't tell where the nips are," one of the mortarmen yelled. "The CO says for us to get the hell down from here as fast as we can." On their way down the slope, Russo and two other Marines were running past a large, ravaged tree trunk when a mortar shell hit a few feet behind them, knocking all three of them down. Matt lost consciousness for a minute, and when he came to, he could hear one of the other men moaning nearby. He tried to lift himself, but he couldn't. There wasn't much feeling where the shell fragments had torn into Russo's lower back, but when he reached to feel the wound, he found a gaping hole, and his hand came away covered with blood. As he started to pass out again, he heard someone shouting for a corpsman and stretcher bearers. "Damn it! I knew I was going to get my ass shot off," he thought, "and now I have." Russo remembered nothing else until he awoke several hours later aboard a hospital ship. He never saw the two other wounded Marines again. Corporal Red Womack slumped in his foxhole, weighted down by weariness and almost oblivious to his surroundings. It was just after nightfall, but Womack no longer cared whether it was morning or evening. He thought he'd heard somebody say that today was October 5, but he wasn't sure. He had no interest in the date anyway. Likewise, it made no difference to Womack which of the ridges 3-5 would attack the next day, or which cave would become his flamethrower's next target. The ridges all looked alike now, and the days all felt the same. He'd long ago quit counting the caves and bunkers he'd hit since D-Day. The number, like the date, was meaningless. Nothing meant anything anymore except getting off this stinking island alive, but Womack was too dazed and drained even to worry about that very much. Besides having his sense of time go haywire, he found it next to impossible even to sort out the names and faces of all the friends he'd lost. One buddy, PFC John Lauder, had been shot dead during the first few minutes on the beach. Another, PFC Chick Meyer, had been wounded a few days later, then returned to duty only to be hit again. Corporal Frank Wiley, a squad leader in the flamethrower section, had been cut down by a machine gun and died on a hospital ship. PFC William Lewis, Womack's original assistant gunner, had been ripped across the face and chest by grenade blasts on Negasebus. Yet by some miracle, Womack had made it through without a nick so far. The closest he'd come to being wounded was getting a few fragments in the soles of his boondockers from the same grenade that had bloodied Lewis. There'd been 2 or 3 other assistants since Womack had picked up Lewis in his arms and carried him to an aid station, but for the life of him he couldn't remember any of their names. After all, what's the point? He asked himself. Before long they'll most likely be dead or wounded too. It's just a few less names to keep track of. There hadn't been as much demand for handheld flamethrowers since the battalion had moved into the pocket. Japanese caves here were so deep and hard to reach that even tank-mounted flamethrowers weren't very effective. Caves in the ridges invariably called for a rope of fire rather than a roll. Womack preferred rolls, fat bursts of flame like the one he'd used against the big pillbox on Negasebus, but rolls were only good at close range. Ropes, on the other hand, were thin streams of the jellied fuel shot deep into a cave from a considerable distance before igniting. Under the right circumstances, Womack could use either, but the uncooperative terrain offered few opportunities. For the past few days, Womack had mostly just tagged along with one of the rifle squads, carrying a carbine and trying to be helpful without getting in the way. As long as he was in combat, he could keep his mind focused on the job at hand. But during lulls in the action, gloomy thoughts could overwhelm a man. They could be as dangerous in their own way as enemy fire. In self-defense, Womack had tried out a couple of ways to ward off negative thoughts and loneliness for his young wife. One was to make his mind a total blank, but he was never able to do that for more than a few minutes at a stretch. Another was to cram his brain with so many memories of happier times that no room was left for anything else. That was why Womack had spent so much time lately thinking back to his final football game for the Macomb High School Tigers in December 1941. He recalled every detail of the trip to New Orleans that Friday, just 2 days before the raid on Pearl Harbor, where the Tigers played a team from St. Stanislaus High in Bay St. Louis in a special benefit game called the Toy Bowl for what amounted to the Mississippi State Championship. Womack could still picture the 27,000 howling fans who'd made City Park Stadium shake as he lined up at starting right tackle. He could close his eyes and see the bruising 198-pound running back named Felix "Doc" Blanchard, who led the St. Stanislaus offense. He could still hear the public address announcer describing one of the first plays from scrimmage. Blanchard takes the ball on a fullback draw, but Womack hits him behind the line and drops him for a loss. Macomb had won the game convincingly, 25-6, touching off the biggest victory celebration in the town's history, and Womack had helped hold Blanchard in check all night. It was the only time the two ever met face to face, and fate had soon carried them in sharply divergent directions. Within a few months, Womack was in the Marine Corps, headed for the South Pacific, while Blanchard had gone on to West Point, where he was now one of the top college football stars in America. Funny how things worked out sometimes, he thought. No, not really funny. Not ha-ha funny, anyway. Maybe odd was a better word. A startled shout from a few yards to Womack's left abruptly halted his musings. "Who goes there?" a Marine yelled. "Give the password, damn it!" "Chevrolet!" a voice responded. "It's Chevrolet!" "That's yesterday's. Give me the password for today or I'll shoot you, so help me God." "No, man, don't shoot. I swear I thought it was Chevrolet. I can't remember nothing anymore, but it's me, for Christ's sake." "You got one last chance," the first Marine said grimly. "What's the damn password?" "Chevrolet, that's all I know." A rifle cracked in the darkness, followed by a brief silence. Then Womack heard a pained but surprisingly calm voice. "Well, you son of a bitch, I hope you're satisfied now. You did shoot me." It was soon established that the injured man was indeed a Marine who'd simply forgotten the password, or maybe never heard it in the first place. Luckily, he was only grazed by the shot, and the shooter, now even more jittery and unstrung than before, quickly summoned a corpsman to patch him up. After a few minutes, the men along the line settled down, and it grew quiet again. Womack leaned against the low pile of rocks at his back and adjusted his helmet to a more comfortable angle under his head, hoping to get a little sleep. His mind drifted back to the Toy Bowl. He wondered what Doc Blanchard was doing at that very moment. On October 6, Colonel Robert Boyd's 1-5 finally secured the crests of Waltz Ridge and Boyd's Ridge, parts of which had been seized 2 days earlier by men of the 7th Marines in one of their final actions. Boyd's battalion repelled all Japanese attempts to regain these heights, putting the east wall of the pocket in American hands for good. This victory further compressed the boundaries of Colonel Nakagawa's last bastion and increased the pressure on his dwindling garrison. But these achievements were small consolation for the battered survivors of the 7th Marines as they limped down from the ridges to await evacuation. The condition of Colonel Herman Hannekin's 7th Regiment when it had been relieved on October 5 rivaled that of Chesty Puller's 1st Marines at the time of its withdrawal 2 weeks earlier. It also illustrated the merit of the methodical battle plan favored by Colonel Bucky Harris, commander of the 5th Marines. Harris considered a deliberate, unhurried approach as the surest and least costly way to obliterate Japanese resistance. He believed in taking the time necessary to send engineering troops with bulldozers to clear paths through the coral rubble for howitzers and tanks. He also sent Amtrak-mounted flamethrowers to burn off any remaining brush around the caves. With these steps taken, armor and howitzers were moved into close range and ordered to fire into caves until their entrances were sealed with tons of rock and their occupants either dead or trapped inside. Only then were the rifle squads sent in to finish the job. It was a slow, carefully calculated process, the direct opposite of the frontal assault strategy that had shattered the 1st Marines, but it paid dividends. In 3 days of heavy fighting, Harris's battalions secured high ground that other units had been denied for nearly 3 weeks. During the same period, Major Gordon Gale's 2nd Battalion, 5th Marines, breached another enemy stronghold to capture a portion of Baldy Ridge and the complex of spurs and knobs surrounding it in a firefight spanning almost 72 hours. About 100 Japanese were killed, while 2-5 sustained about 24 casualties, mostly wounded. Still, the results weren't fast enough to suit General Rupertus, who was determined to see his division credited for the final knockout punch in the pocket. Fresh regimental combat teams of the Army's 81st Wildcat Division were massed on the sidelines, ready to replace the Marines, and General Roy Geiger, commander of the 3rd Marine Amphibious Corps, repeatedly urged Rupertus to let them take over the fight. Rupertus refused to yield. He stayed on the phone lines to 5th Marine headquarters, prodding Harris to quicken the pace of the attacks. "Hurry it up," he demanded. "Don't let the advance stall. Don't lose your momentum." On October 7, D+22, K-35 and the rest of Major John Gustafson's 3rd Battalion launched an attack across a long, rugged valley just north of Waltz Ridge, aimed at enemy caves and bunkers on the ridges beyond. The valley was commonly known as the Horseshoe because of its concave shape. To the north, east, and west loomed the cave-riddled heights of the Five Sisters, Five Brothers, and Hill 300. Together, they formed a multifaceted center wall that had to be penetrated to reach the heart of the Japanese cave system. As always, the infantry attack was preceded by an artillery barrage, but this one was longer and more intense than most of the previous ones. The heavy shelling by the 11th Marines' 75mm guns lasted for 2.5 hours. Dozens of the 11th's pack howitzers had been hauled by hand up sheer cliffs from which they could fire across yawning canyons directly into enemy positions. They were joined by all of 3-5's available mortars, now operating in close conjunction with the artillery. The length and ferocity of the barrage reflected Harris's theory that not sparing firepower before an assault would save the lives of infantrymen later. It may have helped compensate for the withdrawal several days earlier of the Marine 1st Tank Battalion, which was described as badly depleted and debilitated. Prior to early October, the Marine tankers had supported every major infantry assault on Peleliu, but with many of the armored unit's vehicles disabled or in disrepair from weeks of fighting in rough terrain, its effectiveness in the extremes of the pocket was too doubtful to justify keeping it in action. The terrain of the Horseshoe was well suited to armor, however, and 6 Army tanks were sent to support K-35's portion of the attack. Armored vehicles outfitted with bulldozers had been sent out in advance to cut paths through the narrow ravines at the foot of the slopes on the far side of the valley, allowing the tanks to bring their cannon and machine guns to bear on enemy caves from devastatingly close range. To avoid disaster in the tight quarters of the pocket, tanks and rifle squads had to support and protect each other. The tanks, of course, served as armored shields for the riflemen, and their heavy weapons were a decisive factor in silencing enemy guns inside the caves. But without the riflemen who rode atop the tanks or followed in their tracks, the Shermans were highly vulnerable to Japanese suicide teams armed with explosive charges. Jumping off at 9 a.m., K-35 drove to the right through the mouth of the Horseshoe toward the Five Brothers and achieved surprising early success. Within about an hour, the company penetrated to within 100 yards of the brothers, where the advance was halted by a shallow pond. Several of the tanks were hit, but none was seriously damaged. At mid-morning, a withdrawal was ordered to replenish fuel and ammunition, and a second attack was launched shortly after noon, joined by 2 flame-throwing Amtraks and a platoon of engineers to handle demolitions and mine removal. Again, the company advanced briskly, but was later stymied by heavy enemy fire from the dominating high ground. Meanwhile, L-35 attacked to the left through a narrow pass between the brothers and the Five Sisters. It advanced beyond where any American unit had gone before, to the foot of the so-called China Wall, a line of almost vertical cliffs encompassing the inner sanctum of the Japanese cave system. At this point, the attack bogged down under a firestorm from multiple layers of enemy positions carved into the buttressed heights. Unable to gain a foothold, the company was driven back. Simultaneously attacking up the main valley, I-35 drove forward for about 200 yards, as far as its supporting tanks could travel, then hit the entrenched Japanese with all the power the rifle squads and armor could muster. Although no detailed estimate of enemy casualties was made, scores of Japanese were believed killed before the tanks ran out of ammo and the infantry's position became untenable. Major Frank O. Huff, author of The Assault on Peleliu, an official Marine Corps monograph on the battle, described the combined attacks by the three companies of the 3rd Battalion as the largest single dose of destruction delivered thus far to the Japanese defending the Horseshoe. Among the positives, more than a dozen large Japanese caves, including several housing heavy mortars and field pieces, were sanitized. At least 75 Japanese were killed by Marines' small arms fire, and an unknown number of others were buried inside seared, shell-blasted caverns. Overall, considering the ferocity of the fighting, American casualties were lower than expected. Incredibly, not a single member of K-35 was reported killed or wounded in the day's action. But again, the gains proved only temporary, as all three units had to fall back to their previous lines. Colonel Harris had already held serious doubts about the wisdom of sending his battalions into more major attacks on the pocket from the south. The actions of October 7, plus careful air and ground reconnaissance of the pocket's peculiar terrain, convinced Harris to change his strategy drastically. The 5th Marine's best hope of securing the pocket without massive crippling losses of its own, he concluded, was to reverse the direction of all prior attacks and strike from the north instead. As Harris later explained, the methodical reduction of enemy positions was possible in driving southward due to the compartmentation of the terrain. It was this slow but steady eating away of the Jap defenses that gave the real payoff. Despite relentless pressure from division headquarters for more speed, Harris was determined to bide his time, conserve his forces, and give his tactical concept a chance to work. He placed 3-5 in reserve to give the men a brief rest before sending them north, and he ordered Colonel Boyd's 1-5 to hold its position and content itself for the moment with anti-sniper fire. He directed Gordon Gale's 2-5 to conduct small-scale patrol missions aimed at locating enemy strongpoints and prepare for an impending attack a couple of days hence against a westward extension of Baldy Ridge, designated as Hill 140. On October 8, D+23, Harris called in new artillery strikes to maintain pressure on the pocket from both north and south, while Marine Corsairs dumped more napalm and 1,000-pound bombs on the brothers and sisters. At the same time, several 105mm howitzers, the heaviest field guns in the 11th Marines' arsenal, were assigned to fire point-blank at the cliffs west of Baldy in an effort to alter the acute angle of their sides. Giant shells relentlessly pounded the coral on the sheer face of the ridge, pulverizing large sections of it and turning them into rock slides. Slowly, the shelling transformed the precipice into a more gradual slope, one that would give 2-1 a much easier route to the top when the time came. On October 9, the men of 3-5 left their bivouac area in the south and headed for an area north of Baldy. The next day, they would move against the pocket again, this time from a different direction. Chapter 14. Lost Leaders and Fallen Friends. Many Marines who endured the constant, prolonged grind of combat on Peleliu developed a potentially lethal psychological condition known to division veterans as the "don't give a dams." It filled tired, dispirited men with feelings of futility and inevitable doom. At the same time, it made them less concerned about danger and more prone to take risks. Their senses eroded by stress and exhaustion, some forgot the basic precepts of their training and such simple precautions as staying alert and under cover. One veteran officer, quoted in George Macmillan's The Old Breed, told of seeing a group of riflemen following tanks sit down in their lees and light cigarettes when the tanks ran into a ravine and had to stop briefly. "It is a common observance," the officer said, "that in a long campaign men tend to get more careless about taking cover as the campaign progresses, partly due to fatigue and partly, I suppose, to fatalism." Nowhere was this phenomenon more prevalent than in the Umerbrogel pocket, and no unit experienced more of it than 3-5, the last Marine battalion to be withdrawn from the ridges. The longer its men fought there without rest and relief, the more acute and costly this particular malady became. The progression of the condition was totally predictable. As front-line troops gradually adjusted to the ever-present threat of sudden death, their initial terror gave way to more tolerable levels of fear, then to controlled tension, and finally to numb resignation. Denied rest and relief, they came to accept flying bullets, exploding shells, and dead or mangled comrades as battlefield norms, inescapable parts of their daily routine. Eventually, if these troops lived long enough, some developed an amazing indifference to personal danger. Sometimes their lack of self-concern could become the very essence of bravery, at least as most people defined the term. But it also could kill, and frequently did. "Many men I knew became intensely fatalistic," recalled PFC Gene Sledge. "Somehow, though, one never could quite visualize his own death. It was always the next man. But getting wounded did seem inevitable. In a rifle company, it just seemed to be a matter of time. One couldn't hope to escape the law of averages forever." In a battle that ground on with no end in sight, some men openly hoped for a $1 million wound that would allow them an honorable escape from Peleliu's meat grinder to the safety and comfort of a hospital ship. "Tempting fate got to be kind of a game after a while," recalled Sledge's mortar squad buddy PFC Vincent Santos. "When we were up in the ridges where one false move could get your head blown off, I remember one guy sticking his foot out in the open and saying, 'I'm going to get hit so I can get out of this place.' We used to dare each other to do it." Corporal Jim Burke, another mortar man, showed so little emotion in the face of danger that he earned the nickname the Fatalist among his mates. Burke had demonstrated his nerveless detachment earlier in the fighting when he calmly borrowed Sledge's carbine to kill a Japanese infiltrator creeping up behind company lines along the West Road. According to Burke's best buddy, Corporal R.V. Bergen, the Fatalist's legend may have started on New Britain, when a sniper's bullet smashed through a canteen cup just as Burke picked it up for a drink. Without flinching or changing his expression, Burke had turned to Bergen and remarked, "On second thought, I don't think I'm very thirsty after all." During their final few days in the pocket, however, this same lack of concern about their personal safety reached levels that neither Burke nor Bergen had ever experienced before. "Jimmy and I had never been excitable types," Bergen recalled, "but on Peleliu it was different from just being able to stay calm under pressure. There toward the end we got to the point where we didn't feel much of anything. We still wanted to kill Japs, but there were times when it didn't seem to matter if you lived or died. You were so damn tired and worn out you just didn't care. I can honestly say I never felt that way anywhere else. Sometimes I think not caring was the only thing that kept us from going completely nuts." By October 9, D+24, the 5th Marines had been fighting almost continuously for nearly 4 weeks under some of the worst combat conditions in the history of modern warfare. 4 days earlier, they had replaced the last elements of the 7th Marines, and now the full responsibility for preserving the 1st Marine Division's fading hopes of achieving final victory in the pocket rested squarely on Colonel Bucky Harris's thin ranks. It was an onerous load on sagging shoulders. Like Bergen, the rest of the men in the regiment were "damn tired and worn out." In the words of one officer on Harris's staff, I don't think there can be any true picture of that final drive without some description of the great weariness of the Marines who participated in it. The division had optimistically said that the 5th would be one of the first outfits to leave Peleliu, yet after securing the northern end of the island, everyone knew that we would be committed again. The men and officers were superb, but very, very tired. Weary, bedraggled, and desensitized as they were, the men of the 5th, who were still able to stand upright and function, had become methodical killing machines. It was impossible to surprise or rattle them anymore. They'd seen every trick the Japanese could pull. "Every Marine fighting in these hills is an expert," said Major Gordon Gale, commanding 2-5. "If he wasn't, he wouldn't be alive." As one outgrowth of this hard-won expertise, their hatred of the enemy had become a more passive, impersonal thing, frequently tempered with bitter but genuine respect. Even in the midst of their own agony, many Marines were perceptive enough to realize that the Japanese had to be suffering too. Most of Colonel Nakagawa's remaining troops had lived underground for weeks, subsisting on small daily rations of rice and dried fish, with only rainwater to drink and barely enough oxygen to breathe. Now, undoubtedly short of ammunition and medical supplies, and with no chance of resupply, they had little besides Bushido, their ancient warriors' code of honor, to keep them going. "I still hated the little bastards, but they were damn good fighters," admitted PFC Herbert Meisner, an 18-year-old 2.5 flamethrower operator from Chicago. "I don't know how they took it, but they did, and they still fought like sons of bitches all the way." On the morning of October 9, Gale's battalion was still trying to solve the riddle of Baldy Ridge and the maze of outcroppings around it. A rifle platoon from G25, commanded by Second Lieutenant Robert T. Waddy, set out to try a new approach to the puzzle by making its way up the previously mentioned precipice that had been reshaped by artillery fire into a more gradual slope. Climbing the blasted coral with relative ease and meeting little resistance, the platoon quickly reached the top of a narrow ridge forming a western spur of Baldy. This formation was tactically important for both defensive and offensive reasons. For one thing, it commanded a clear field of fire to the west road, posing a danger to traffic as long as the enemy had use of it. For another, it connected directly with Baldy, providing a hitherto untested route of attack to portions of the ridgeline still held by the Japanese. Waddy and his men moved south along the crest for about 100 yards and knocked out several Japanese positions before coming under heavy fire from an adjacent ridge and a large enemy cave in an intervening gulch. In keeping with Harris's overall battle plan, Waddy ordered his men to fall back to a more secure position a short distance to the north and wait for artillery, aircraft, armor, and flamethrowers to come to their support. By now, the engineers' bulldozers had enabled amphibious tractors to bring flamethrowers close enough to reach all remaining vegetation on Baldy and the jumble of ridges just east of it. When the flamethrowers finished their work, Baldy lived up to its name. Meanwhile, the cave in the gulch was targeted from the air, but because of its location, Marine corsairs couldn't bomb it without endangering their own troops. Later in the day, howitzers were positioned to fire on the cave, and their salvos touched off a massive landslide. When demolition teams moved in to finish the job, they found the cave's entrance already sealed tight. The next morning, Waddy led his men back over the same ground they'd given up the day before, along with the rest of G25 and E25. This time they kept going, using rifles and grenades to blast their way through a skirmish line of Japanese. After overrunning the enemy position, they swept along the crest of the ridge against weak opposition, destroying several other Japanese fortifications along the way. By noon on October 10, the whole ridgeline was secure, and within another hour or two, E25 was also in control of the neighboring piece of high ground known as Hill 120. The formidable crest of Baldy itself, which, as it turned out, had been used primarily as a Japanese observation post, would never again be available for directing enemy mortar and artillery fire against American forces. Beginning that day, Baldy also received a new identity. From then on, it would be identified on U.S. military maps as Waddy's Ridge. After its attack on the Horseshoe on October 7, most of Major Gustafsson's 3-5 had gone into reserve for a day or two, then taken up new positions north of Baldy. During this interval, K-35's mortar section was temporarily detached from the rest of the company and ordered to set up its 60mm guns along the West Road in positions screened by large rocks and a strip of thick foliage. Mortarmen were now being called on to help short-handed rifle platoons cope with large numbers of Japanese snipers. As the enemy's major underground emplacements were systematically destroyed and its heavy weapons silenced, most of Colonel Nakagawa's remaining troops took their rifles and moved out into the rocks to wreak havoc. Some had managed to infiltrate back into previously secured areas, including the ridges overlooking the West Road. Their random fire seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere. The enemy were firing from positions that were almost impossible to locate, and they shot any and everybody they could, even casualties being evacuated by Amtraks, said Gene Sledge. More than one desperate Amtrak driver, as he raced down the West Road toward the regimental aid station, arrived only to find his helpless cargo slaughtered where they lay. With Baldy finally in friendly hands, the bulk of 3-5 moved into an area between it and the Five Brothers and prepared to drive south. But by now, none of the Marines laboring in the ranks had any clear idea of where they were or where they were headed. North and south didn't mean a thing to us anymore, said Bergen. Every hill looked the same, and as near as we could tell, they were all full of Japs. When K-35 pulled back to a rear area on the evening of October 8, Lieutenant Ed Hillbilly Jones had his first chance in 25 days of near-constant combat to remove his ravaged shoes and peel off his rotted socks. He also unbandaged the week-old bullet wound in his left hand, decided the gash was healing enough to be left open, and threw the soiled dressing away. Then he stretched out and went through a small stack of mail from home that had finally reached him. There was a letter from one of his sisters, Clara, with a dozen or so recent family photos tucked inside. A package from his mother containing a comb, some razor blades, and a calendar, and a note in his mom's neat handwriting filled with small talk about the fall canning and his brother Kenny's sore throat. In spite of everything Ed had been through in the nearly 4 weeks since D-Day, he felt okay. He'd lost some weight, but his health was fine, and he still had an appetite like a horse. He still usually managed to feel upbeat, too, because he knew the fighting couldn't last much longer, and once it was over, he'd be headed home for the first time in... He paused to count. 39 months? Could it possibly have been that long? America had still been at peace that summer of 41, and everybody said if war came, it would be in Europe, not the Pacific, where Ed was going. He and his 2 oldest sisters, Clara and Anna, had paid for a trip for the whole Jones clan from the family home at Whiteford, Maryland, to Atlantic City. It had taken several cars to carry them all, and they'd had a great time on the big steel pier. Frank Sinatra had been there, singing with Tommy Dorsey's band. Ed still remembered how skinny Sinatra had been, and how all the girls had swooned over him. Ed smiled at the memory as he downed his sea rations. Then he slept like a log. He awoke the next morning, October 9, thinking about Christmas. God willing, he'd be back in Whiteford by then. That afternoon, he dug out some paper he'd found in an abandoned Japanese cave and wrote a letter. It was mainly to his mother, but he made the salutation all-inclusive. Dear Mama, Daddy, and Kids. Well, I hope this finds you all well and keeping warm around the big stove. Hope Kenny is feeling much better. I am also glad that canning is all over. I know that is much too hard for you to do now, especially with all the housework you have to do. I can hardly wait to get home and for you and Daddy and I to go to Baltimore shopping. We should take all the children along to help carry the packages. I would rather wait until I get home to buy clothes for the kids, as I know nothing about sizes, etc. Yet I get a lot of enjoyment from buying for them. I'll draw a check and send you so you can buy all the Christmas presents. I wish I could send it to you now, but that is impossible as we have no paymaster here. Hillbilly pictured the little ones' faces as they opened their gifts. He signed the letter, "Lots of love to all, Edward." On the morning of October 10, while most of the 3rd Battalion remained in regimental reserve, K-35 went back into action to eliminate an especially active concentration of enemy snipers, firing from 1- or 2-man positions along an adjacent ridge well behind front lines. The snipers had a clear shot down a long draw, threatening any passing traffic along the West Road. The series of recent attacks by 3-5 had pushed K Company's casualty rate above 40%, and Lieutenant Jones's 1st platoon was among the more seriously depleted units, operating with slightly more than 1/3 of its authorized strength. Only about 15 riflemen and 1 officer, Jones himself, remained fit for combat as the platoon occupied a position opposite the sniper-infested ridge and facing the 5 Brothers from the north. Several tanks had been brought up to add firepower to the counter-sniper operation and provide cover for the riflemen. Within the next day or so, the company was scheduled to relieve elements of 2-5 on the front lines, but for now, its main responsibilities were holding its present position and thinning out the sniper population. As the sun rose higher, the snipers grew increasingly aggressive, firing from about 100 yards south of Jones's platoon. Now and then, from his vantage point behind a stationary Sherman tank, the lieutenant could spot a puff of smoke as a Japanese knee mortar fired from the ridge, then watch its shell explode seconds later down the line. At irregular intervals, rifle bullets twanged like broken guitar strings off the tank's armored hide, or struck nearby. Numerous small caves were visible on the ridge, but the unyielding sameness of the terrain made it impossible to pinpoint the shooters' locations. During the next couple of hours, 2 K-35 riflemen were hit within minutes of each other, and another, PFC Charles R. McClary, was fatally wounded by a sniper's bullet through the abdomen. The casualties made Jones uncharacteristically edgy as he stared toward the ridge over the treads of the sheltering tank. He saw no sign of the enemy, but he thought if he could climb up beside the turret of the tank, the added height would give him a better view, and he might be able to tell the tank's gunners where to aim their .50 caliber machine gun and 75mm cannon. It would be like a blindfolded man swatting at flies with a pile driver, but it was worth a try. As Jones dropped to the ground behind the tank, Major Clyde Brooks, a staff officer from battalion headquarters, trotted up and squatted beside him. "The Japs on that ridge are giving us fits," Brooks said. "Major Gustafson sent me over to see what we could do to get rid of them. You got any ideas?" Hillbilly gave the officer a wry grin. He knew Brooks fairly well and respected his judgment. "I've been thinking about climbing up on the tank to see if I can spot something for the gunners to shoot at," he said. "What do you think?" "I think it's awful damn risky," Brooks said. Jones wiped at the sweat on his face and shrugged. "Sure, but I figure it's either that or sit here all day in this nip shooting gallery." "Okay then, give it a try," the major said. "Just watch yourself." Leaving his Tommy gun behind since the snipers were well beyond its range, Jones clambered onto the rear deck of the tank, crawled up behind the turret, and pounded on its side to alert the tank commander. "I'm going to try to find you a target," he yelled down the opening. "Get ready." Crouching low, Brooks eased up to the protected side of the tank. "Are you sure you want to do this?" he asked. "So far, so good," Hillbilly said. "I'm going for some satchel charges," Brooks told him. "We may need TNT to cure those sniper holes up there." He turned and quickly moved away. As Jones's men watched, he inched cautiously forward, leaned around the turret, and peered intently toward the ridge. Seconds later, the silence was broken by a single shot. The bullet struck Jones in the left side below his rib cage, and its impact propelled him backward and sideways. He tried for an instant to steady himself, but then he fell off the side of the tank and tumbled to the rocky ground. "Corpsman! Corpsman!" somebody yelled. "Hillbilly's hit!" To the amazement of the Marines around him, Jones struggled to his feet and reeled toward the tank again. Dazed, in obvious pain, and with blood saturating his shirt, he somehow managed to pull himself back aboard the Sherman. But just as he stood up, a second bullet tore through Jones's chest. He slumped to the deck of the tank, one arm dangling over its side, and this time he didn't move. Brooks heard the shots and came running back in time to see a corpsman and another Marine risking their own lives to lift Jones's body down from atop the tank and get it on a stretcher. "He's dead, sir," the corpsman said. "That last round went right through his heart." Word spread quickly up and down the line that Hillbilly had been killed. Corporal Bergen was about 50 yards away, directing mortar fire against other snipers on the same adjacent ridge when the news reached him. PFC Sterling Mace saw Corporal Ted Barrow sitting near a poncho-covered corpse, and Mace was stunned when he lifted the poncho and recognized Hillbilly. Bergen reached the scene a few minutes later, but by then stretcher bearers had already removed the body. The young lieutenant with the engaging smile and easygoing manner left something of himself with almost everyone in K-35. As Gene Sledge observed years later, "Between this man and all the Marines I knew, there existed a deep mutual respect and warm friendliness. He possessed a unique combination of bravery, leadership, ability, integrity, dignity, straightforwardness, and compassion." Even in Bergen's numbed state, he found it hard to believe that Jones was really gone. A random stream of memories flowed through his mind. The night on Banica when he'd helped Hillbilly to bed after the whole crew had gotten soused on grain alcohol and grapefruit juice. Sunday mornings on Pavuvu when Jones never failed to get spruced up and attend church services. An infinite number of storytellings and sing-alongs. Bergen remembered one particular evening some 36 hours before D-Day when the singers on LST 661 had concentrated on old religious tunes like "Swing Low, Sweet Chariot" and "When the Roll is Called Up Yonder." He closed his eyes for a few seconds, imagining he could still hear Hillbilly singing his favorite hymn. "There's a land that is fairer than day, and by faith we can see it afar. For the Father waits over the way to prepare us a dwelling place there. In the sweet by and by we shall meet on that beautiful shore." Wherever Lieutenant Edward Allison Jones might be now, Bergen hoped it would, indeed, be a sweet, fair, and beautiful place. If it was, he knew it had to be a long way from the hell on earth called Peleliu. As it turned out, nobody from K-35 had any luck locating the snipers Jones was searching for at the time of his death. Sporadic rifle fire from the crafty Japanese hiding on the ridge continued for the rest of the day, occasionally augmented by a few mortar rounds. The Marines responded by blasting shut every cave opening they could find, with relentless fire from tanks, artillery, and mortars. The methodical pounding of the ridge continued until the sniping eventually stopped. Yet at no time during the two-day action did any Marine catch a glimpse of a live Japanese. On October 11, D+26, 2 companies of Major Gale's 2-5 attacked craggy, enemy-held Hill 140, a westward extension of Baldy Ridge. To the uninitiated eye, the hill had little to distinguish it from dozens of others in the Ummerbrogel. After studying the latest maps, however, Gale was convinced that Hill 140 was of immense strategic importance, and could, in fact, hold the key to penetrating the heart of the pocket. Major George Bowden, executive officer of the 4th Battalion, 11th Marines, and a veteran artilleryman, shared Gale's opinion. If a 75mm howitzer could be hauled to the top of Hill 140, Bowden concluded, it could fire directly into the nearest of the brothers, much of the horseshoe, and down the draw between Walt's and Boyd's ridges. Moreover, its shells could reach almost any point in the pocket still held by the Japanese. Despite its value to American forces, Hill 140 was less heavily defended than expected. Troops of 2-5 secured it by mid-afternoon, and a Japanese attempt to regain the hill that night was beaten off with relative ease. The next morning Bowden moved immediately to place an artillery piece on its crest. The 11th Marines' 2 pack howitzer battalions had been evacuated a few days earlier, but luckily heavy seas had forced them to leave some of their guns behind. Bowden had one of the 75s brought up as close as possible to Hill 140, then broken down, manhandled in pieces up the west side of the hill, and reassembled on top. The summit was so small and its surface so impenetrable that the gun couldn't be dug in or braced enough at first to fire effectively. On the howitzer's initial shot, the violent recoil injured a member of the gun crew. The problem was overcome when sandbags, the first to be used by U.S. forces in the Umerbrogel, were brought all the way from the beach and hauled by hand to the top of the hill to protect the gun and hold it in place. It took 68 Marines 8 hours to get the gun and sandbags up the steep slope, but by daylight on October 12 the job was done. For the next 18 hours or so, the 75 kept up a steady rate of fire on previously unreachable Japanese positions. All the while, the gun crew fought off repeated grenade attacks by enemy infiltrators. A second gun, manned by a makeshift crew who called themselves Infantillery, was also positioned in the high ground near Hill 140 under the command of Lieutenant Colonel Edson Lyman. This weapon concentrated on an enemy position on an opposite ridge where high-ranking Japanese officers had been spotted, indicating the presence of a major command post. In Lyman's words, the crew's accurate fire routed out a covey of nips. Those who were able fled down the far side of the ridge to escape, but the gun soon came under heavy small arms fire, and, after getting off about 40 rounds and suffering several casualties, the crew withdrew to safer positions. The capture of Hill 140 would be the last organized action of the Peleliu campaign by Major Gale's 2nd Battalion. It would be withdrawn from further combat and placed in reserve, along with Colonel Boyd's 1-5, which had already turned over its sector in a rear area to partially rested troops of the 7th Marines. On the morning of October 12, D+27, the skeleton strength companies of 2-5 were replaced on the front line by the equally depleted units of Major Gustafsson's 3rd Battalion. When the transfer was completed, 3-5 would become the last battalion of the 1st Marine Division actively engaged in the battle. For the men of K-35, it would always be remembered as the most tragic day of the war. First Light that morning brought orders for Gene Sledge's mortar section to pick up its guns and prepare to rejoin the rest of K Company as it took over one of the sectors where 2-5 was being relieved. A few minutes later, Sledge climbed into a jeep along with 2 squad mates, PFC George Surratt and Corporal Snafu Shelton, for a wild ride along the sniper-plagued West Road. The driver jerked the jeep to a halt at a supply area where the mortar men received directions to the company's newly assigned positions, then continued on foot. Instead of moving into a comparatively calm, reasonably familiar area, the 3rd Battalion was taking over an active front on ground that had been seized only the previous afternoon. The whole line held by 2-5 was still hotly contested by the Japanese, and the relieving troops of 3-5 had no opportunity to get acquainted with their new surroundings before trouble erupted. The line held by the 2nd Battalion gunners from K-35 climbed toward the top of Hill 140 to take over the shallow holes and crevices being vacated by 2-5. They received strict orders not to look over the crest of the ridge. "There's Jap sharpshooters everywhere out there," the men were warned. "Even one glance can get you killed instantly." Early that morning, a small group of Marines from K-35 crawled on their bellies to the highest available point on the ridge to undertake a nerve-wracking task. Their challenge was to steal a look over the crest and try to orient themselves to the unfamiliar terrain spread out before them without getting shot by an enemy sniper. Only then could they determine the most effective locations for their mortars and machine guns and decide how to deploy their rifle platoons. They also had phone contact with the artillery to direct fire on Japanese positions in the valley below and the ridges beyond. Captain Andy Haldane was the only commissioned officer among the group. Lieutenant Stumpy Stanley, Haldane's exec, was at battalion headquarters, and Lieutenant Duke Ellington was with other members of his mortar section en route to the front. All the others were out of action. Hugging the ground within a few feet of Haldane were several of his senior NCOs, including Platoon Sergeant Johnny Marmot of the mortar section, Sergeant Dick Higgins, the captain's personal aide and runner, Sergeant Jim McHenry, platoon guide of the 1st Rifle Platoon, and Corporal Jim Anderson, another trusted runner. The captain was lying flat on his stomach just below the crest of the ridgeline. McHenry, who'd been with Haldane since Guadalcanal, knew the captain was an old machine gun man, and that one of ACAC's main concerns was where to set up the company's .50 caliber weapons. The machine gunners of 2-5 were so badly pinned down that they could only aim their weapons by sighting along the undersides of their barrels. Haldane crawled forward a few feet and raised his head slightly, no more than 4 or 5 inches, to glance over the edge of the ridgeline. He said something that sounded like, "We need to get them as close as—" The sniper's bullet came instantaneously, not as a loud bang, but more of a sharp smack. Every man within earshot knew what the sound meant, even before they saw Haldane's head explode. "I was right beside him," Anderson recalled, "and I can't even describe the shock of it. The sniper must have had his sights zeroed in on that exact spot. I knew immediately the captain was dead, but I still couldn't make myself believe it." Higgins was also only a few feet away. He saw the bullet strike Haldane squarely in the face. Haldane's head jerked backward, then flopped forward against the coral. Instinctively, Higgins scrambled toward the body, his mind steadfastly denying what he was seeing. "He can't be dead. He's had 100 near misses, bullet holes through his hat, bullet holes in his clothes. This has got to be just another one." Only it wasn't. Higgins started to yell for a corpsman, but the cry died in his throat. Gene Sledge and his fellow mortarmen were still making their way around Hill 140 to find their new positions when Johnny Marmot stumbled down off the ridge toward them. Even before Sledgehammer got a clear look at the platoon leader's face, he could tell that something was terribly wrong. Marmot was more nervous than the squad had ever seen him. He clutched the web strap of his Tommy gun with shaking fingers, his face pale and twisted with emotion, his eyes wet and red. "Hey, Johnny," R.V. Bergen said cautiously as the squad shuffled to a halt. "What's going on?" Marmot stared into space, unable to meet Bergen's questioning gaze. "Okay, you guys, let's get squared away here," he mumbled, fidgeting with the gun strap. He opened his mouth and tried to say something else, but he seemed to choke on the words and nothing came out. "What the hell's wrong?" Bergen asked. The rest of the guys paused in their tracks, glancing quizzically back and forth at each other. Marmot bit his lip and lowered his head. "The skipper's dead," he said. "The Japs got him a few minutes ago up on the ridge." Bergen felt as if somebody had kneed him in the gut. "Those slant-eyed sons of bitches," he said. Sledge dropped his ammo bag and turned away with tears running down his face. He pulled off his helmet and sat down on it, feeling as if he might vomit. Behind him he heard other Marines cursing. Several slammed their gear violently against the coral. Almost everybody in the section was crying. After a minute or two, Marmot stood up and shouldered his Tommy gun. "All right, let's move out," he said, rubbing his knuckles against his bloodshot eyes. "We still got a job to do." Stunned and silent, they picked up their weapons and gear, then slowly followed Marmot through the broken shards of limestone on the side of the hill. Sledge's grief was still fresh and raw when the squad reached its assigned positions. As he helped set up a 60mm mortar among a pile of rocks near the foot of the ridge, he moved like a robot, scarcely aware of the 2-5 mortarmen he was relieving. Then he noticed the agonized expression on one young Marine's face and the anguish in his voice as he spoke. "You guys watch out for Japs at night. 2 of the bastards got in this gun pit last night and cut up our gunner and assistant gunner. One guy's dead and the other one's in bad shape." Armed with knives, the infiltrators had jumped into the pit while the mortar crew was busy firing at enemy positions, the Marine said. 2 ammo handlers had finally killed the Japanese and thrown their bodies into some bushes, but by then the damage was done. Smears of dark red blood streaked the white coral rocks, and several drying puddles of it coated the bottom of the pit. Once the mortar was in place, Sledge found a few scraps of pasteboard and laid them over the worst of the bloodstains to keep from having to look at them. His heart was like a lead weight in his chest. Death and violence had been his constant companions for almost a month, but nothing had ever affected him like Haldane's death. He understood the young Marine's grief over his 2 comrades, but mortarmen were only human, and Sledge had always thought of Akak as immortal, larger than life, an unshakable rock of stability in a world destroying itself. If Akak was dead, what was left to believe in? As a lazy swarm of blowflies circled the bloody rocks, Sledge pondered the stupidity of such expressions as "shedding your blood for your country." After the captain's body was taken off the ridge, Dick Higgins slowly made his way back down the hill toward the company command post. Higgins was dazed with shock, and his surroundings seemed foggy and unreal. But his mind was crowded with vivid images of Andy Haldane, not the dead officer with the blown open skull, but the friend and leader around whom Higgins's life had centered for many months. He saw himself carrying a base plate for a 60mm gun on a 25-mile hike outside Melbourne. The plate had been getting heavier with every step Higgins took when he'd heard a voice behind him and turned to see then Lieutenant Haldane grinning at him. "You look tired, son. Could you use some help?" "Of course, sir, but I can manage." "Give me that thing and I'll spell you for a while." It had been one of their first personal encounters, and Higgins had expected Haldane to hand the plate back after 5 or 10 minutes. Instead, he carried it effortlessly, at least it looked that way, for a good 3/4 of an hour. The scene in Higgins's mind fast-forwarded to Cape Gloucester. He and Haldane were squatting behind a tractor during an enemy artillery attack. A dud shell crashed against the tractor, ricocheted off, and bounced along the ground between them. Higgins jumped about 10 feet and threw himself to the ground. When he looked up, Haldane was standing there, smiling and shaking his head. "You may as well get up, son," he said calmly. "If that thing was going to go off, both of us would have been blown to bits already." The reverie continued until Higgins got back to the command post and saw Haldane's gear piled where he'd hurriedly dumped it before going up on the ridge. Then, without warning, Higgins went to pieces. He fell to the ground, screaming, swearing, and sobbing uncontrollably. "All at once it hit me, and I totally lost it," Higgins recalled much later. "They sent me to sick bay for 4 days, and the doctors advised me not to go back on duty even then, but I insisted. It was better to be doing something than just sitting there." Not even the passage of 60 years could erase the pain. "It was the kind of thing that never gets out of your mind completely," Higgins said, "and it still hurts to think about it. I've wondered 1,000 times why I lived and he died, but I guess it's true that only the good die young. Andy Haldane was as good a man and as good a Marine as you'll ever find." In an oddity of war, Haldane's death temporarily put a buck sergeant in command of K-35. Jim McHenry, one of the NCOs on the ridge with the captain when he was killed, was thrust into the most peculiar situation of his Marine career. McHenry had landed on Peleliu as a platoon guide, or third in his platoon's chain of command, but within the past few days, casualties had already elevated him to senior NCO in the platoon. In the period after Haldane's death, Lieutenant Stanley and First Sergeant David Bailey were at battalion headquarters on company business. Lieutenant Ellington and Platoon Sergeant Marmot were with their mortar section some distance to the north, and Platoon Sergeant Harry Speece was somewhere else on the line and couldn't be reached. "I was it," McHenry said. "There was nobody else available. So there I was, a mere three-striper trying to take the place of one of the best COs in the Corps in one of the toughest spots we'd been in." McHenry remained in charge for several hours, until Stanley and Bailey could be notified and make their way back from battalion headquarters to rejoin the company. "I did my best to direct heavy weapons fire for the whole company and get fire teams together for patrols," he said. "I also conducted a class in grenade throwing for some aviation Marines who came up to try and help us. It definitely wasn't a job I would have wanted permanently." McHenry established radio contact with an Army 105mm howitzer in the valley below Hill 140 and directed its fire on Japanese positions visible from the high ground. When Major Gustafsson, the battalion commander, received word that K-35 was operating without a CO, he rang McHenry on the phone and asked who was responsible for the continued firing. "I am, sir," McHenry said. "I'm the senior guy up here, and I didn't think we could afford to quit shooting until one of our officers gets back to take over." "Carry on, Sergeant," the major said. "Just be careful." Fierce fighting raged throughout the morning and afternoon of October 12. At dusk, the impasse continued, with the Marines still in control of Hill 140, but unable to gain any appreciable ground against the strongly entrenched enemy. Meanwhile, however, American artillery in the high ground was taking a heavy toll on the Japanese, who were also unable to move offensively. At about this same time, word reached the front lines that General Roy Geiger, commander of the 3rd Marine Amphibious Corps, had moved his command post ashore for the first time earlier that day and officially declared the assault phase of the Peleliu operation at an end. This news brought profanity, bitter laughter, and snorts of derision from Marines huddled in gun pits and behind coral breastworks. "Oh yeah?" they growled. "Well, somebody from Division ought to come up here and tell that to the damn Nips." By the morning of October 13, D+28, the 3rd Battalion's gaunt, punch-drunk veterans were the only Marines still actively engaging the enemy. The rest of the 5th Marines, like the 1st and 7th before them, had been pulled off the line and out of the fight. "Your orders are to renew the offensive," the troops of 3-5 were told early that morning. "Your objective remains the same, to straighten out the salient around Hill 140 and further constrict the enemy-held portion of the pocket." It was like a grim replay of the day before, and of all the days before that. It was as if nothing had changed when, in fact, everything had changed. The battle would inevitably go on, but for the Marines of K-35 who were left, the world would never be the same again. Chapter 15. Legion of the Almost Damned. By the morning of October 13, the Battle of Peleliu was history, at least as far as top U.S. military leaders and the American public were concerned. The stateside media was fully focused on General MacArthur's triumphant return to the Philippines and the Allied drive across Western Europe. The obscure fortress island where U.S. assault troops and Japanese defenders had lost a combined total of more than 18,000 killed and wounded already was largely forgotten. Almost a week earlier, Admiral Chester Nimitz, commander of the Pacific Fleet, had concluded that the struggle for Peleliu was basically over. Even before that, high-ranking Navy sources were describing the enemy garrison as virtually, if not totally, wiped out. As of that morning, this news had failed to reach the emaciated scarecrows of 3-5, and it was probably just as well. For them, nothing had changed, and they were still too busy dodging rifle and mortar fire in the Umerbrogel ridges to feel any sense of triumph or jubilation. Many had just spent another mostly sleepless night fighting for their lives. The trouble had started sometime after midnight. BAR man Sterling Mace and PFC Charlie Allman were sharing a hurriedly assembled breastwork of scrap lumber and cast-off strips of corrugated metal, only about 60 yards from the nearest of the Five Sisters. Before dark, they'd come across one piece of metal that was flat enough and large enough to lie on, and to avoid another night on the sharp coral, Mace had been tempted to make it his mattress. He'd given up the idea when he discovered that the metal popped and clattered whenever he moved, a dead giveaway of his location to infiltrators. To air out his sore, sweaty feet and legs, Mace had peeled off the socks and leggings he'd worn constantly for 17 days. He was standing watch while Allman tried to sleep when a Marine machine gun opened up a short distance down the line. A moment later, a grenade exploded, silencing the chattering gun. Then the familiar cry echoed down the line. "Corpsman! Corpsman!" Mace grabbed his BAR as two indistinct figures darted past in the gloom, no more than 5 feet away. He raised the weapon but held his fire, not knowing whether the shadows belonged to Japanese night stalkers or corpsmen responding to the call for help. Within a few seconds he heard a short volley of shots from the direction the shadows had gone. Silence followed, broken only by Allman's rapid breathing. "Must have been Japs after all," Mace thought. "Guess I should have fired, but damn, I didn't want to hit a medic. Those poor bastards have it tough enough as it is." He pulled his socks and boondockers back on, pausing frequently to hold his breath and listen. He could tell that Allman was wide awake now, too, although neither of them said anything. A half-hour passed, then an hour. Mace was getting drowsy in spite of himself when the sound of running feet jerked him back to high alert. This time the infiltrators came in a pack, at least 3 or 4 of them, sprinting out of the darkness and tossing grenades in all directions. An opportune star shell exploded somewhere overhead, lighting the sky enough to reveal the infiltrators' running figures. As their grenade blasts pelted Mace's metal barricade with fragments and slivers of coral, he raised his BAR and emptied a full magazine at them. He was reaching for another magazine to reload, unsure whether he'd hit anything, when he caught a glimpse of a Japanese on the ground crawling toward him. Then the star shell faded, plunging his surroundings into pitch blackness again. Mace rose to his knees, staring down the barrel of a weapon he couldn't see into an impenetrable curtain of darkness, and waited. And waited. Then, directly in front of him, Mace heard metal scraping and crunching against coral, and the realization hit him like a lightning flash. The enemy soldier was crawling toward him over the same sheet of corrugated steel that Mace had thought better of using for his bed that night. I was right, he thought. The noise was a dead giveaway. He pressed the trigger, and the BAR spouted 20 rounds toward the sound. He paused to listen, but he heard nothing. "I think you got him," Allman whispered. "We'll find out at daylight," Mace said. "Just stay put and don't move." When dawn broke an hour later, the dead Japanese soldier lay about 10 feet from the 2 Marines' makeshift fort. Mace's volley had torn his body almost in half, and his hand still gripped a live grenade. He was one of 15 enemy infiltrators killed in 3-5's area that night. These continuing nighttime attacks, plus the fact that a new thrust into the pocket was in the offing, were more than enough to keep any K-35 victory celebrations on hold. By late afternoon on October 13, however, the 3rd Battalion had essentially achieved the objective it was handed that morning. The salient that had exposed the Marines' lines to relentless enemy fire since the capture of Hill 140 had been straightened considerably. K and I companies had pushed their front forward up to 150 yards, squeezing the enemy still deeper into his shrinking lair. Most of the Marines who made the advance were too worn out at day's end even to care how they'd managed the feat, but they knew that Marine air support had played an important role. Starting around 8 o'clock that morning, precision airstrikes by napalm-packing Marine Corsairs had turned the enemy-held ridges facing Hill 140 and the intervening draw into one giant fireball. Following up on the aerial attacks, riflemen from K and I companies had pushed forward into the smoldering gulch at 9:15 a.m., making steady gains and holding them against stubborn enemy resistance. Now they faced yet another night, one indistinguishable from dozens that had gone before, a night haunted by infiltrators with knives and grenades, snipers with rifles, knee mortar blasts from invisible enemy positions, and the ever-present threat of sudden death. No one can say for certain how much longer their commanders might have kept the 5th Marines, and particularly 3-5, flailing at the Japanese in the pocket if intervention hadn't finally come from higher up. Since the withdrawal of the 7th Marines from active combat, General Rupertus, the division commander, had been under increasing pressure from his superiors to relieve the 5th Marines. The army, with thousands of fresh troops standing by on Negasebus, Angaur, and Peleliu proper, was ready and waiting to take over the final phase of the battle, and there was no valid reason for further delay. Any honest assessment of the 5th's strength showed that it no longer had sufficient manpower to finish off the foe, and was being bled white in the effort. The regiment was also woefully short of field leadership. K-35's Captain Haldane and Lieutenants Barrett, Bauerschmidt, and Jones were among 358 commissioned Marine officers killed or evacuated with wounds in the Peleliu campaign, and hundreds more senior non-coms were also lost. For several days, General Geiger, Rupertus's immediate superior, had urged the division commander to relieve the 5th, but Rupertus still refused to make the call. Even when Geiger stepped up the pressure by leaving the command ship USS Mount McKinley and moving his CP ashore, Rupertus remained adamant. Geiger's patience was severely tested, but if he chose to force the issue, only two options were open to him. He could either summarily relieve Rupertus of his command, or give him a direct order to withdraw the 5th Marines and turn over the Peleliu operation to Army General Paul Mueller's 81st Wildcat Division. Either course would lead to major problems, but the first was unprecedented and pretty much out of the question. No Marine general had ever been stripped of his command during combat, and such a step would stir up a storm at Corps headquarters and almost surely end Rupertus's military career. The second option would also endanger Rupertus's future, trigger political upheaval in Washington, and possibly give Geiger himself a black eye. Besides, Geiger was convinced that Japanese resistance was at the point of final collapse. Within a day or two, perhaps even a few hours, he foresaw the last enemy strongholds being obliterated, sealing the Marines' victory and bringing every square foot of the island under American control. So Geiger kept waiting and hoping for a resolution. Rupertus's obstinacy may have stemmed in part from the fact that besides having a painful broken ankle, the division commander was dangerously ill with heart disease. Although neither Geiger nor anyone else knew it at the time, Rupertus's failing health may well have affected his judgment, even as his physical condition was aggravated by the stress of seeing his division cut to pieces. Perhaps Rupertus sensed that Peleliu was his last campaign. Perhaps the realization added to his obsessive determination to see his command credited with the victory, whatever the human cost. No one knows, because the division commander apparently kept his feelings strictly to himself. What is known is that within 6 months, Rupertus would be dead of a heart attack. And it seems reasonable to assume that Peleliu might have cost the 5th Marines considerably more casualties if its fate hadn't been taken abruptly out of the hands of Rupertus and Geiger. On October 12, Vice Admiral Theodore S. Wilkinson, overall on-site commander of Operation Stalemate, had been summoned to Hawaii for reassignment by Admiral Nimitz. Wilkinson was succeeded by Rear Admiral George H. Fort, who was already with the Navy Armada at Peleliu and who had, in fact, directed the D-Day landing there on September 15. Fort's first act in his new capacity was to make the decision that both Rupertus and Geiger were avoiding. In a personal visit to 1st Marine Division headquarters, Fort informed the two generals that the assault phase of the campaign was over, and that the Marines' combat role on Peleliu was about to end as well. On October 14, according to a timetable set out by Fort, Army troops of the 321st Infantry Regiment would begin replacing units of the 5th Marines still on the line in the area of Hill 140, Baldy Ridge, Five Brothers, Five Sisters, and the China Wall. Within a few days, all Marine personnel would be in rest areas awaiting evacuation. When Geiger got the word, he breathed a deep sigh of relief. "I'm glad it's finally over," he said. Regardless of what bitterness, disappointment, and misgivings may have seethed inside him, Rupertus also took the announcement with outward calm. "I am too," he said simply. Actually, though, it wasn't over. Not quite. For 3-5 and a few ragtag survivors of 1-7 and 3-7, there was still more fighting to be done. On the morning of October 13, Corporal Eddie Lee Andrusko and the handful of other members of I-37 who were still capable of walking and firing a weapon were rousted out of a 7th Marines rest area and sent back onto the line. Captain Carl Ferguson, the company commander, and First Lieutenant John Gravett, the executive officer, had both been killed. The new CO, a stranger who'd assumed command of I-37 a few days earlier, was apologetic but adamant. The Army infantry unit that had replaced the company several days earlier had been severely mauled and overrun by counterattacking Japanese, and there was no one else available to hold the line in that area. "I know you guys have been through hell," the CO said, "but Item Company's been ordered to retake that hill at all costs. No ifs, ands, or buts. We'll rest when it's over. Now let's get with it." Marine artillery and mortars rained fire on enemy positions above them as Andrusko and his squad started their advance. The barren, treeless slopes over which they climbed were pockmarked with shell holes, natural caves, and bunkers. They reminded Andrusko of a lunar landscape inhabited by enemy soldiers who hid until the Marines moved past, then attacked from the rear. "Look out, Eddie Lee!" a man in Andrusko's fire team yelled. "There's Japs behind you!" There were 3 of them, and they lunged forward, their bayonets gleaming in the sun. Several Marine rifles cracked, and 2 of the attackers fell quickly. The third charged straight into a withering volley of fire from Andrusko and refused to go down, even when the warning clip popped out of Eddie Lee's rifle, indicating he was out of ammunition. When the Japanese soldier finally fell, he landed within inches of Andrusko's feet. A Marine rolled the body over. "Jesus, Lee, you hit him 7 times and he still kept coming," the Marine said. "This son of a bitch must be Super Jap." Andrusko's hands trembled and sweat poured down his face as he reloaded his rifle and listened to the pounding of his heart. Then he and the others struggled on to the top of the hill. They dug in among boulders, shell-blasted tree trunks, and enemy dead. They waited for a counterattack, but none came. Instead, the Marines received rations, water, and, of all things, a batch of mail. Andrusko unslung his rifle, dumped his pack, took off his helmet and his sweat-soaked shirt, and leaned back against a large rock to read his 3 letters. The first was a notice from his draft board that he was going to be in big trouble if he didn't report immediately for induction. He laughed at that one. The next was from his girlfriend, who told him she was marrying someone else. He cursed at that one. Andrusko was opening the 3rd letter when a sniper's bullet hit him. Not once, but 3 times. It seared its way across his right forearm, dented the cross on a rosary around his neck, creased his left forearm, then ricocheted off the rock behind him and struck him again in the back. Finally, the spent chunk of lead landed in his helmet, where it rattled around for a second and burned a hole in one of the envelopes from his letters. "You are one lucky Marine," a corpsman said a few minutes later, after Andrusko's squad mates had killed the sniper. "The only unlucky part is that none of these wounds is serious enough to get you out of combat. Here's some pills if you get to hurting." It was true, Andrusko thought. He was lucky. On D-Day, he'd stepped on a landmine on the beach and walked away with nothing worse than a shredded field pack and a nick in his thigh. Altogether, he'd been wounded 3 times, and now he'd been hit in 3 places by the same bullet. "Maybe my archangel is looking out for me," he told himself. "Maybe this means I'll get home alive after all." At 8 a.m. on October 14, I-35 launched yet another attack against the western portion of the pocket near the West Road, where probes by K-35 had met little opposition the day before. Again, the attack was preceded by napalm strikes from the air and a heavy mortar barrage. Despite severe sniper fire from Japanese scattered among the rocks, I Company pushed ahead about 250 yards, taking up a new line late that afternoon near the northernmost knob of the Five Brothers. At the same time, rifle squads from the 1st Battalion 7th Marines were rousted out of a rest area, attached operationally to 3-5, and pressed back into action. Attacking north from the pocket's southern perimeter, they pushed forward approximately 125 yards before heavy enemy fire forced them to halt. Later, however, they regrouped and continued the drive until they converged with troops of I-35, consolidating a significant reduction of enemy-held territory and substantially advancing the containing line around the pocket. After these gains, the enclave still held by the Japanese measured only about 300 yards by 450 yards. Meanwhile, K-35 and L-35 concentrated on sealing caves, sending out patrols, weeding out scattered snipers, and lugging more sandbags up Hill 140. They also strengthened their positions and strung concertina wire that would prove instrumental in keeping enemy infiltrators beyond grenade range of Marine foxholes that night. During the day, K-35 recorded what would prove to be its last two casualties of the Peleliu campaign, as Sergeant Harry Speece and PFC Earl Shepard were evacuated with wounds. Late on the afternoon of October 14, scuttlebutt circulated that Army troops would move in to relieve the Marines the next day. By that evening, the word was supposedly official, but the men of K-35 remained dubious. Much as they wanted to believe what they were hearing, they were too near collapse to waste their energy getting their hopes up. "We were barely making it," said Gene Sledge. "Rumors flew, but my cynicism kept me from believing them. I'd reached the point where I figured we were doomed to stay on this damned island forever," recalled R.V. Bergen. "We were always going to be relieved tomorrow, only tomorrow never came." This time, though, it did. Shortly after daylight on October 15, D+30, Sledge, Bergen, and their comrades looked up to see somber-faced Army troops marching single file into their area. For once, the rumors had been true. The Marines' esprit de corps was bruised and raw, and their pride was frayed and dragging, but both were far from dead. On one level, they were glad to see the Army troops, elements of the 2nd Battalion of the Army's 321st Infantry. On another, more than a few Marines viewed their replacements with a jaundiced eye. "I don't know about them dog faces," remarked a squad mate of Sledge's as the soldiers filed past. "Look how many of 'em are wearing glasses, and some of 'em look old enough to be my daddy. And did you see how baggy their pockets are?" "They look fine to me," Sledge replied. But a short distance away, Lieutenant Stumpy Stanley, who'd taken over the company after Captain Haldane was killed, also expressed shock and concern at the soldiers' appearance. Not only did many wear eyeglasses, a rarity in the Marine Corps, but they also looked to be much older on average than the men they were relieving. They were thin and somewhat frail-looking as well, even in comparison to the gaunt Marines. Stanley guessed that some of them weighed no more than 115 pounds. "I felt sorry for them, these guys that relieved us," Stanley recalled. "I thought it was a crying shame. They had no more business being on that island than the man in the moon." Despite the disparaging observations in some quarters, other Marines gave the Army troops a warm welcome. "We sure are glad to see you guys," Sledge told one of the replacements. "Thanks," the soldier said. His half-hearted smile made it clear that he was less than overjoyed to be there. By noon, the transfer was complete in 3-5 sector around Hill 140, and the battalion's survivors were aboard trucks bound for the Army troops' former bivouac area on the north coast of Peleliu. The Marines of 1-5 had to wait until the following day, however, to turn over their positions on Waltz and Boyd's ridges to the 321st Infantry's 1st Battalion. At 12:45 p.m. on October 16, command of U.S. operations in the Umerbrogel officially passed to the Army. Corporal Eddie Lee Andrusko of I-37 awoke from a deep, feverish sleep to find a Navy chaplain leaning over him and whispering a prayer. Andrusko sat up with a start, trying to figure out where he was and what had happened to him. Then he remembered. 2 or 3 days after his most recent wounds, he'd started feeling sick. The skin around the wounds had turned reddish black, and the wounds themselves had swelled and started to smell bad. The corpsman who'd checked them frowned and shook his head. "You've developed gangrene," he said. "You need treatment fast or you're likely to lose an arm. If the infection spreads, you could even die." Andrusko's luck had finally run out. He'd walked unaided to a field hospital where a doctor had given him a shot and he'd lost consciousness. Those were the last things he remembered, but he wasn't in a hospital now. That much was clear. He was lying outdoors in an open area crowded with other motionless men on stretchers, and the chaplain who'd been praying over him seemed more stunned than Andrusko was. With his eyes wide and his mouth agape, the priest hurriedly crossed himself and darted back toward the main hospital tent a few yards away. Moments later, he reappeared, accompanied by a Navy doctor and several other medical personnel. The chaplain was smiling and gesturing toward Andrusko, but he also appeared nervous and uneasy, and he remained behind near the entrance to the tent as the others came forward. The doctor glanced over Andrusko's wounds, silently read his "Wounded in Action" tag, then listened to his heart with a stethoscope. "How long have you been out here behind the tent, son?" he finally asked. "I don't know," Eddie Lee said. "Hours, I guess." "Well, your right arm's pretty bad, and you've got blood poisoning in your system. We're going to get you evacuated to a hospital ship as soon as we can, and they'll get this thing under control. Good luck." "Thanks, Doc," Andrusko said. "By the way," the doctor said quietly, "you see that chaplain standing over there? He thinks he just witnessed a miracle. That's the reason he's grinning like that." Eddie Lee frowned. "I don't understand. What kind of miracle, sir?" "He thinks he prayed you back from the dead. I don't know how the hell you ended up out here, son, but this is our temporary morgue. You're the only live man out here. All the rest are corpses awaiting burial." The ride up the East Road covered only about a mile, but when the ragged, grimy men of K-35 reached their new area, it was like entering a different world. One of the first things they noticed was how quiet it was, and how unaccustomed their ears were to the absence of sudden, explosive bursts of sound. The accommodations, tents with plywood decks, functioning showers, a well-equipped cookhouse and mess tent, and even a screen for outdoor movies, seemed like sheer luxury. As a precaution against the remote chance of a Japanese counter-landing, the mortar section was directed to set up its weapons facing seaward along the East Road, and the rest of the company established a defensive perimeter. But these were only formalities. The beaches of Peleliu were safe and secure, and no enemy force capable of threatening them remained in the Palaus. At first, some of the men worried about being sent back into the line, but after a day or two they began to relax. The muted sounds of intermittent artillery and mortar fire could still be heard to the south, where the army continued to press the enemy holdouts in the pocket. As soon as they settled in and went through a few perfunctory military motions, the men were allowed to rest. What virtually all of them craved above anything else was sleep. Not a mere catnap of an hour or two, but the kind of deep, peaceful, uninterrupted slumber they hadn't enjoyed in weeks. Many had slept even less than usual during their final night on the front. As Sledge explained, "With the end in sight, I didn't want to get my throat slit at the last moment." The presence of plenty of fresh water was a marvel in itself. Once rested, they cleaned themselves up, shaved off their weeks-long growths of beard, washed their greasy, matted hair, and brushed their teeth multiple times a day. They also took notice of the weight they'd lost and began to regain their appetites. R.V. Bergen hadn't realized how skinny he'd gotten until he stripped off his filthy dungaree shirt and found that he could count his ribs. "I'd weighed right at 180 when we left Pavuvu, and I was down to 138 when we finished with Peleliu," he said. Even more welcome than hot meals were fresh clothes. Within a day or so, each man in 3-5 was issued a new uniform, new boondocker shoes, and, especially prized, new white socks. Like most of his comrades, Bergen still had on the same uniform he'd worn ashore on D-Day. It was full of holes and stiff enough with dried sweat and encrusted grime to stand by itself. "By now we were the raggedy-ass Marines for sure," he said. "The closest I'd come to a change of clothes in weeks was taking my socks off once in a while and wringing the sweat out of them." For the first time since D-Day, men had an opportunity to sit quietly and think of other things besides their own minute-to-minute survival. Bergen's thoughts drifted far from Peleliu to Florence Risley, the girl he'd left back in Melbourne and not seen in what seemed like half a lifetime, and to his baby brother J.D., an 18-year-old Army PFC last reported somewhere in France. Corporal Red Womack was able to write a letter to his wife Hilda halfway around the world in Mississippi and feel reasonably sure that he'd live to mail it. PFC Vincent Santos received correspondence from home telling him that his younger brother Abel, another Army guy, had made it okay through D-Day at Normandy. Santos and his buddy John Redifer also went fishing along the beach. Not having any poles, lines, tackle, or bait, they used hand grenades instead, and brought back an impressive catch. It was time to compare and swap souvenirs, some of which were grisly enough to turn the stomach of even a seasoned combat veteran. Sledge had learned to accept the fact that many of his comrades collected gold teeth extracted from enemy corpses, but he recoiled in horror when a buddy called him aside and proudly showed off the blackened, severed hand of a Japanese soldier. "I think you're nuts," Sledge told the guy. "Bury it." Several other Marines came over for a look, and they unanimously agreed with Sledge. "You dumb jerk," said one NCO. "Throw that thing away before it starts to stink." "You ain't going aboard ship with me carrying that," warned another squad mate. "It gives me the creeps." The Marine finally yielded to peer pressure and threw his souvenir away. But to his buddies, the fact that he could seriously contemplate keeping such a gruesome prize and justify doing it in his own mind was striking evidence of how dehumanizing prolonged combat could be. "The war had gotten to my friend," Sledge said. "He had lost, briefly I hoped, all his sensitivity. He was a 20th century savage now." Sledge contented himself with a much less macabre souvenir of his month-long ordeal. He washed his filthy but miraculously untorn dungaree jacket in seawater and dried it in the sun. Then he carefully folded it and put it in his pack as a memento of his good fortune. Because of a lack of suitable shipping, the 5th Marines would remain in their rest area on Peleliu for 2 full weeks, but each passing day made it more apparent that their combat role was truly over. The men's lingering fears of being sent back into the pocket gradually faded, and speculation turned to when Navy transports would arrive to take them back to Pavuvu. During this interval, few, if any, of the men of the 5th gave much thought to what they'd accomplished on those endless, merciless ridges. It would be up to military experts and future historians to calculate how much the blood and sweat shed by the 5th in the Ummerbrogel contributed to the final victory, and many would give them generous praise. The Old Breed, George Macmillan's History of the 1st Marine Division, credited the 5th Marines with several key breakthroughs in the pocket. These included piercing the deadly salient above Dead Man's Curve to make the West Road safe, slugging its way up Baldy Ridge and Hill 140, where other units had been driven back, and fighting off constant Japanese counterattacks to hold the ground they'd won. Furthermore, Colonel Bucky Harris's regiment was able to achieve these successes with fewer casualties than those incurred by the 1st and 7th Marines in fighting for the same ridges. This was remarkable considering that the 5th was in combat longer than the other 2 regiments and captured almost twice as much enemy territory as the 1st and 7th combined. The primary difference was Harris's patient, methodical pace and his infantry-sparing utilization of coordinated artillery and airstrikes. But the Fifth's contribution to the overall victory went far beyond what its exhausted troops accomplished in the Umerbrogel. It was the only regiment in the 1st Marine Division to achieve all the objectives assigned to it during the campaign. These included securing its section of the beachhead on schedule, seizing the airfield on D+1, capturing Negasebus and wiping out its defenders, breaking the enemy's grip on Peleliu's northern coast and highlands, and, finally, effectively compressing the pocket. When the final units of the 5th departed the Umerbrogel, U.S. military observers believed that fewer than 1,000 of its Japanese defenders remained capable of fighting on in a space the size of 5 or 6 football fields. Yet it took Army troops an additional 6 weeks until November 27, 1944, to eradicate these last enemy holdouts. This illustrates the near impregnability of the Japanese defensive corps, but it also attests to the fortitude and tenacity of the Marines, who destroyed the other 10,000 enemy combatants on Peleliu in a span of just 30 days. Statisticians at Corps headquarters later determined that the 1st Marine Division fired more than 15.7 million rounds of all types of ammunition on Peleliu, including 13.3 million 30 caliber bullets, 1.5 million 45 caliber bullets, 116,000 hand grenades, and 123,000 artillery shells. All told, it took an average of 1,589.5 rounds of light and heavy ammo to kill each of those 10,000 Japanese. For most Marines who survived it, any attempts to put the battle into perspective would come much later, if at all. What they did begin to ponder, however, as they marked time waiting for a ship, was how close each of them had actually come to doomsday. In companies like K-35, each man could look back on his own personal brushes with fate, where a split second or a fraction of an inch often determined who made it through any given day, and who didn't. As survivors came to understand how narrow their escapes had been, and how totally beyond their control, each was drawn closer to comrades, both living and dead, who shared the agony of Peleliu's killing ground. They had been pushed to the very brink of damnation, and many had been swept over the edge. All who remained were forever changed. Some were left embittered and scarred by their experiences, others strangely bolstered or even uplifted, but none would ever be the same as before. Peleliu took its toll, said Lieutenant Stanley, Andy Haldane's successor as K Company CO. I saw in the eyes of each survivor the price he paid for 30 days of unrelenting close combat on that hunk of blasted coral. But Peleliu was something special for the Marines of K-35, for all of the 1st Marine Division. It has remained so down through the years. No battle in the history of the 1st Marine Division forged a tighter, more enduring bond among the men who lived through it. Some of the most dramatic evidence of the selfless love many of these Marines felt for one another can be found in Peleliu's list of Medal of Honor winners. 5 of the 8 men awarded the nation's highest military decoration there, Corporal Louis K. Bousel and PFCs Richard E. Krause, John D. New, Wesley Phelps, and Charles H. Roan, received the medal posthumously. Each of the 5 was mortally wounded in the act of throwing himself on top of an exploding grenade to save the lives of his comrades. A 6th Medal of Honor recipient, Lieutenant Carlton H. Rao, also took the full impact of a grenade blast as he sought to protect the men of his mortar section, but miraculously recovered. I know there were many others who deserved the medal more than I did, said Captain Everett Pope, one of 2 surviving Peleliu Medal of Honor winners still living as this was written. But I wear it for those who died. I don't think I did anything that anybody else in my outfit wouldn't have done, added former PFC Arthur Jackson, the other Peleliu Medal of Honor recipient who survived to wear his decoration. I feel strongly that only a Marine who was on the scene at Peleliu can understand what took place during that period of time, It was a nightmare, to say the least. Every man there deserved a medal. Never was membership in the old breed more highly cherished or bitterly earned. But within the larger framework of that legendary fraternity, the individual rifle companies that formed its heart and soul took on even deeper personal meaning for their survivors. They became close-knit, lifelong brotherhoods. For the men of K-35, their 30 days in hell not only cemented lasting friendships, but became the catalyst for an almost spiritual fellowship, one that will endear them to one another for as long as any of them live. "The Marines in my company were the finest men I've ever known," recalled PFC Bill Layden, who recovered sufficiently from his eye wound on Negasebus to rejoin K-35 in time to fight on Okinawa. "Instead of counting sheep when I'm having trouble sleeping, I count the brave and wonderful men I was privileged to know and love as my comrades, forever. I see these men as clearly now as I saw them then, and I always will." Although Sergeant Fred Miller was wounded and evacuated early on D-Day at Peleliu, he still feels this same kind of affection toward his mates. "I've always thought all the Marines I served with in K-35 were heroes," he said recently, "and even though I didn't know the 2 Marines who came to my aid when I was hit, I knew they were brothers in arms who would fight and die for you. Whenever anyone asks me why Marines are so close and what it is to be a Marine, I think of Peleliu and that pillbox." 6 decades after the battle, R.V. Bergen voiced similar sentiments. "The guys I was with in K Company were my family, my life, and time hasn't changed that. We're like brothers, and I stay in close touch with all the ones that are still alive. But not a day goes by that I don't remember the men who lost their lives on Peleliu too. In a way, I still feel as close to them as I do the guys I talk to on the phone every few weeks." On an afternoon in late October 1944, Sterling Mace and PFC Gene Holland, a fellow New Yorker, hitched a ride south from the K-35 rest area and made the 4-mile trip to the new military cemetery near the Peleliu airfield. It had been close to a month since a sniper's bullet had killed PFC Seymour Levy, and several days of loafing around with no regularly assigned duties had given Mace plenty of opportunity, too much opportunity, in fact, to think about his dead friend. Finally, he'd asked Holland to go with him to see if they could locate Levy's grave. "It'll have a Star of David on it, I guess," Mace remarked as the 2 Marines wandered among the neat rows of fresh white crosses. "At least it should, since he was Jewish." When they located Levy's marker, however, it was a cross like most of the others, and Mace felt a little miffed by the mistake. When he saw an enlisted man from Graves Registration nearby, he waved him over. "This guy was a friend of mine, and he's Jewish," Mace said, pointing at Levy's grave. "He ought to have a Star of David, not a cross." "So what's the big deal?" the guy said. "He don't know the difference, and I got enough problems as it is. Just pretend it's a star, okay?" Mace stared at the Graves Registration man for a second. He thought about how unfair it was for a jerk like him to be walking around sneering at people when Levy was 6 feet under the ground. "Is there somebody who could fix it?" Mace asked. "I don't know," the guy shrugged. "Maybe you should check with Admiral Nimitz." He turned quickly away. Mace clenched and unclenched his fists a couple of times as he glanced from the fresh grave to the retreating figure of the Graves Registration man. But after a minute, he calmed down a little. "What the hell," he thought. "Levy probably wouldn't care anyway. Cy always said he wasn't an Orthodox Jew, whatever that meant, so he'd probably just laugh about it. And Levy's not here in this damned hole. I don't know where he is, but he's definitely not here." As usually happened when he thought of Levy, a passage from his friend's favorite Rudyard Kipling poem crossed Mace's mind. He'd never been good at memorizing poetry, but he remembered this one because it was the last part of Gunga Din. "So I'll meet him later on, in the place where he is gone, where it's always double drill and no canteen. He'll be squatting on the coals, giving drink to poor damned souls. and I'll get a swig in hell from Gunga Din. "Let's go, Holland," Mace said. "I don't like it here." October 29 was designated as Picture Day for the men of K-35 who were still physically able to pose for a Marine Corps photographer. As they boarded trucks for the short ride to Purple Beach and their date with the cameraman, word had already spread that this would be their last official duty assignment on Peleliu. The Navy troop ship USS Sea Runner was anchored offshore. The next day, God willing, K-35 would be boarding her for the voyage back to Pavuvu. But Gene Sledge was among many who found it impossible to believe that he and his mates were actually leaving. He could almost feel Bloody Nose Ridge pulling him back toward it like some giant, inexorable magnet ready to soak up the rest of the company's blood. As the men formed up into irregular rows for the photo session, most of them bare-chested and wearing shorts, others sporting fresh t-shirts and dungarees, they were struck by how few of them there were. The company had mustered just 85 men that morning, all that remained of the 235 who had come ashore on D-Day. 26 were either in the cemetery by the airfield or had died aboard Navy hospital ships and been buried at sea. 124 others were hospitalized with wounds at various points across the Pacific. While K-35's casualty rate of 64% was far from the worst recorded on Peleliu, Captain Pope's C-11 had ended up with fewer than a dozen men at the time it was relieved. It was among the highest in the division. With several battle-scarred palms forming a backdrop, the company's only two surviving officers, Lieutenants Stanley and Ellington, stretched out in the sand in front of the rest of the group. Johnny Marmot, a bandana knotted around his neck, squatted with other platoon and squad leaders just behind the lieutenants. Sterling Mace, gripping a corncob pipe between his teeth, grinned from the back row. A couple of rows in front of Mace, Jim McHenry had his fatigue cap pulled low over his eyes and wore a faint smile under his thin mustache. Tall, lanky R.V. Bergen stood near the exact center of the picture, and Gene Sledge frowned over Bergen's shoulder from a couple of rows further back. Mortar section buddies George Surrett, John Redifer, and Vincent Santos stood side by side at the end of one row on the photographer's far right. In a couple of minutes it was over, and members of the group went their separate ways, laughing and talking and trying not to think too much about those who were conspicuously absent from the picture. Peleliu had inflicted a terrible toll on the 1st Marine Division. During the 30 vicious days between September 15 and October 15, 1944, the division had lost 6,526 men, 1,252 killed in action, and 5,274 wounded in action, or more than 2 casualties for each of the island's 3,200 acres. Casualties in the division's 3 infantry regiments averaged more than 50% of their total reinforced strength of about 3,000 men apiece at the time the fighting started. The 1st Marines had lost 1,749 men, the 5th Marines 1,378, and the 7th Marines 1,497. The Army's 81st Division would suffer another 3,278 casualties before the last Japanese resistance was finally snuffed out. Estimates of Japanese battle casualties range from just under 11,000 to about 13,000. The exact number of enemy dead has never been determined, but only about 36 members of Colonel Nakagawa's garrison lived to surrender, although approximately 200 civilians working for the Japanese survived. The sea was rough on the morning of October 30 as the Higgins boats carrying K-35 plowed up to the Sea Runner and cut their engines beside the ship's dangling cargo nets. It had been almost exactly 45 days since the first waves of Marine assault troops had stormed onto Peleliu's beaches to launch a quickie operation that was supposed to be over in 72 hours or less. In countless exercises during their Marine careers, the men in the bobbing boats had routinely climbed cargo nets like the ones now confronting them, but the distance up to the ship's rail had never looked longer, and their bodies had never been more spent. PFC J. DeLu was among many whose arms felt like lead weights long before they made it onto the deck. Some of the guys were too weak to climb at all by themselves, DeLu remembered, and I only got halfway before I had to stop and rest. 3 feet from the top I was totally beat, and some sailors had to reach down and help me. Sledge also had difficulty with the net, partly because of his weakened condition, and partly because the boats were pitching around so much in the heavy sea. He felt like a weary insect climbing a vine, and he considered it fortunate that nobody lost his grip and fell during the ascent. On the other hand, the mere thought of the rewards that lay ahead aboard the Sea Runner were enough to energize many of the men. "McHenry and I started singing the minute we got on deck," said Sterling Mace. "Just being somewhere else besides Peleliu was a great feeling, and the food and accommodations were fantastic. It was the best sail of my life, except for the one that took me back to San Francisco." After the men stowed their gear and checked out their quarters, many returned topside as the ship got under way, to sniff the fresh salt air and take a final look at the miserable island they were leaving behind. Sledge was thinking about how ugly it looked, even from a distance, when Sergeant Pop Haney, the oldest man in the company, joined him at the rail, scowling and smoking a cigarette. "Well, Haney," Sledge asked, "what did you think of Peleliu?" The young Marine had no earlier experience to measure against the battle just past, but if anyone could put it into proper perspective, he thought, it should be Haney, whose previous combat dated back to the slaughter in the Argonne in 1918. Sledge was expecting a typical response from a quarter-century veteran of the Corps, something like, "If you think this was bad, you should have seen so-and-so." But Haney surprised him. "It was terrible," the old-timer said. "I ain't never seen nothing like it. I'm ready to go back to the States. I've had enough after that." In those few words, Haney summed up the feelings of every survivor in the company. At noon on October 30, an hour or so after the Sea Runner weighed anchor and departed for Pavuvu, General Geiger turned over command of the conquered islands of the Palaus Group to Army General Paul Mueller, commander of the 81st Division. By mid-afternoon that day, Geiger and General Rupertus, along with most of their top aides, were aboard a B-24 Liberator bomber bound for Guadalcanal. The Marines' role on Peleliu was finally and officially over. The impact of what happened to them there would last as long as any of them lived. Chapter 16. Next stop, Okinawa. By late 1944, there could be little remaining doubt in Tokyo about who would win the war in the Pacific. The Allied noose was steadily tightening around Japan, and her armed forces were being beaten back in every sector of the combat zone. But as Peleliu had clearly demonstrated, the Japanese intended to leave every inch of yielded ground stained with American blood. They were rapidly losing their Pacific Empire, but they still held two important aces in the hole. One was the extreme defensive strategy first employed at Peleliu. The other was the fanatical willingness of Japanese soldiers, sailors, airmen, and even civilians to die for their emperor. Unaware that the dawn of the atomic age and the end of the war was less than 10 months away, U.S. military planners envisioned the same type of scorched earth struggle for Japan's home islands as the Marines had encountered on Peleliu. It was expected to take as much as 2 years, with the estimated cost in American casualties ranging from 250,000 to 1 million men. Japan now pinned her last hopes for a negotiated peace on her ability to fulfill these projections. Only 2 major obstacles still stood between the approaching Allied juggernaut and an invasion of Japan. One was Iwo Jima in the Volcano Islands, where the 3rd, 4th, and 5th Marine Divisions would land on February 19, 1945. The other was a large island only 325 miles southwest of the nearest Japanese home island of Kyushu. Measuring nearly 60 miles long and up to 18 miles wide, or roughly 10 times the size of Peleliu, the island was known to the Japanese as Okinawa Shima. After 4 months of reinforcement and recuperation at Pavuvu, Okinawa would be the next stop for the 1st Marine Division and K-35. Today, many division veterans who fought in both places view the battle for Okinawa almost as a continuation of Peleliu. Okinawa was a much larger operation, and the total number of Americans killed or wounded ran much higher. Yet a sizable percentage of Marines who lived through the two battles still rate Peleliu as the most savage, downright nastiest ordeal they ever faced. Many also believe that Okinawa would have exacted an even greater toll from the Marine and Army troops that invaded the island on April 1, 1945, if not for the bitter lessons learned in the earlier battle about enemy defensive tactics. "There were caves on Okinawa, too, lots of them," said R.V. Bergen, "but by then we knew a hell of a lot more about cave busting than we had when we first hit Peleliu. Otherwise, we might have spent twice the time we did taking Okinawa and lost God knows how many more men." Thus, the story of the Marines at Peleliu doesn't really end with the departure of the last battered units of the 1st Marine Division from that obscure corner of hell. At least, it shouldn't. If it did, the true significance of what happened there between September 15 and October 30, 1944, and its impact on the division's future, would remain unclear. To a great extent, the rank-and-file Peleliu veterans who went on to Okinawa provided the leadership, toughness, and battlefield savvy that enabled the old breed to claw its way back from the edge of extinction. They were, without doubt, the major factor in the division's regeneration as a premier fighting force. This is reason enough to follow them a few steps further. After an 8-day voyage, the Sea Runner and its destroyer escorts steamed into the quiet waters of Maquiddy Bay, and the men of K-35 lined up along the rail to stare at the familiar palm-fringed shoreline of Pavuvu. From a distance, the island appeared little changed from the desolation of mud, moldy canvas, rotten coconuts, and miserable living conditions they remembered. But as they drew closer, they noticed signs of an amazing transformation. By the time they disembarked from their small boats onto a new steel pier, their still hollow eyes were wide with disbelief. Decorated tables were set up along the beach, and waiting to greet them was a reception line of a half-dozen female Red Cross workers handing out paper cups of chilled grapefruit juice. After months without seeing a member of the opposite sex, the sight of young American women brought sharply varying reactions from the Peleliu veterans. Some, including Vincent Santos and John Redifer, rushed to get in line, craning their necks for a better view of this incredible sight. Others, like R.V. Bergen and Gene Sledge, were considerably less receptive. "My reaction was kind of negative, and I really don't know why," Bergen recalled years later. "I guess those girls were just trying to do their jobs, but at the time, it didn't seem appropriate for them to be there." A number of the Peleliu veterans felt uncomfortable enough at this unexpected welcome to ignore the women, or at least pretend to. They sat sullenly on the beach and waited for orders to move out to their assigned camp areas, but few were able to keep from stealing occasional glances in the women's direction. Sledge accepted a cup of juice from a smiling Red Cross girl, but like Bergen, he felt a resentment that he couldn't explain in logical terms. Even as he thanked her and moved away, an angry voice inside his head complained, "What the hell's she doing here? She's got no more business here than some damned politician." But when Sterling Mace spotted the women and an attractive new Red Cross canteen club building under construction near the beach, his initial reaction was more pleasant surprise than anything else. "I thought, hey, this is nice," he recalled, "but that was about all there was to it." Neither the Red Cross girls nor the new canteen was ever very widely accepted by the Marines. "Not many of the guys went over there," Mace said. "We just felt more comfortable relaxing in our own bivouac area." Men who did become regular visitors to the canteen were saddled with the derisive nickname Red Cross Commandos. Part of the reason for the Marines' standoffishness was simple mathematics. There were, after all, only 6 women and more than 15,000 men. As they arrived, the men also noticed plenty of other indications that substantial changes had taken place on Pavuvu since the previous August. Clusters of sunbathing Marines relaxed on the beach while others splashed in the surf, but unlike the old days, they all wore swimming trunks. Further evidence that coeducational civilization had reached the island could be found in the fact that all its heads were now discreetly screened with burlap. Bare butts and men relieving themselves in the open were clearly out of fashion on the new Pavuvu. Other changes, however, earned the returnees full approval. During the weeks they'd been gone, Seabees and marine engineers had built a neat network of streets and roads paved with hard-packed coral, plus a 15-acre parade ground. Replacing the ragged, leaky army tents the men remembered were new ones with wooden decks and electric lights. There were showers, screened mess halls, laundries, and a fully stocked PX. Each man had access to a 3-can-per-week beer ration, as well as such all-but-forgotten luxuries as Coca-Cola, ice cream, current movies, up-to-date magazines, and plenty of sports and recreation equipment. Pavuvu was still no fancy seaside resort, and the land crabs still abounded, but when these Marines compared the island to where they'd been, it was hard to find much to complain about. Corporal Red Womack found the accommodations real nice the second time around. He appreciated the large new refrigeration unit that allowed fresh meat to be served regularly, and he especially liked his area's well-lighted, concrete-floored mess hall where men could spend their free time playing cards, reading, or writing letters protected from mosquitoes and other insects. He found the atmosphere a little like sitting on a screened-in porch back in Mississippi. Womack was also gratified to see PFC William Lewis, his friend and former assistant gunner, recovered from his wounds on Negasebus and waiting on Pavuvu when the rest of the division got there. A few days after its arrival, a new commander was named to replace General Rupertus, Major General Pedro A. Del Valle, a Puerto Rican-born Naval Academy graduate whose command experience had started in World War I and who held the Legion of Merit for bravery on Guadalcanal. The new CO and his spit-and-polish style, which placed proper dress and divisional pride above collecting rotten coconuts, were generally welcomed by both officers and enlisted men. In the words of Lieutenant Colonel Harold Deacon, a member of Rupertus's staff who stayed on to serve under Del Valle, the spirit of the division changed overnight. Deacon described Del Valle as the best leader he'd encountered in the Corps, and even Admiral Halsey observed that high morale was characteristic of Del Valle's units. Few Marines who remembered their former commander's ill-fated promise of a quickie 2 or 3 day battle at Peleliu were sorry to see Rupertus go. Now a new fight lay ahead. No one in the ranks knew yet where or when it would take place, only that it was coming. Meanwhile, Del Valle and his staff faced the mammoth task of rejuvenating their ragged division and honing it into as strong a combat machine as it had been on D-Day at Peleliu. This meant that throngs of green recruits and untested 90-day wonder officers, 4,500 of whom were already waiting on Pavuvu when the veterans returned, had to be initiated fully and quickly into the ways of the old breed. And with such well-seasoned NCOs as Sergeants Johnny Marmot and Jim McHenry finally due to be rotated stateside within the next few weeks, the initiation would be left largely to men who'd been raw replacements themselves only a few months earlier. As Sledge, Mace, and other Peleliu veterans reached the K-35 camp area, they found self-conscious newcomers eyeing them nervously. When some of the recruits hurried out to help the returnees with their gear, they realized for the first time that they were now among the old men of the company. It was a sobering thought. Sledge had turned 21 aboard the Sea Runner, and Mace was still just 19. Among the new replacements were a number of men who'd been drafted into the Corps, the first non-volunteer Marines the veterans had ever met. To Sledge, the replacements seemed so innocent and unaware of what lay ahead that he felt a surge of sympathy for them. Soon the division would resume a regular training schedule with long, rigorous days of combat maneuvers and practice landings. The newly paved parade ground would be trampled from daylight to dark by marching feet of companies, battalions, and even full regiments in close-order drill. For large-scale amphibious exercises, however, it would still be necessary to travel to Guadalcanal. During the veterans' first week or two back on Pavuvu, their main duties were resting and recuperating. Although the replacements were already being sent out on daily work details, the men from Peleliu had plenty of time to catch up on their mail, play baseball and basketball, toss horseshoes, swim, fish, read, or simply loaf. Evenings, however, took on a more serious tone during this period of recuperation. They became a time for renewing old friendships, sharing smokes, trading stories, and seeking out news from other outfits. Inevitably, that news included reports of comrades who hadn't come back. "You didn't really know until you got back to Pavuvu how many of your buddies were gone," explained one old-before-his-time corporal quoted in The Old Breed. "Up to then, you kept telling yourself that they'd turn up back at Pavuvu, that they were only slightly wounded, or not even wounded at all, just lost from their units. But at Pavuvu, you couldn't fool yourself any longer." Guys from other companies who remembered the young, guitar-playing officer named Hillbilly Jones often came around looking for him. Whenever they asked where he was, the question triggered a momentary sense of sorrow and loss among Jones's comrades. But such moments were brushed aside, sometimes roughly. Every man in the outfit had lost close friends on Peleliu, and dwelling on their losses only made them feel worse. One evening, Sledge noticed Lieutenant Stumpy Stanley toss an armload of maps and papers into a trash can, then angrily throw a large, hardbound book into the can on top of the other stuff. Curious, Sledge wandered over to examine the discards after Stanley left, and discovered that the book was Men at War, edited by Ernest Hemingway. When he opened it and found the name A. Haldane written on the flyleaf in Akak's bold hand, Sledge realized that Stanley's gesture had been one of grief rather than anger. With a lump in his throat, he pitched the book back into the trash and walked away. As Thanksgiving 1944 came and went, men who had put in their 24 months in the Pacific Combat Zone, and in many cases a great deal more, packed their gear and prepared for their long-awaited trip back to mainland USA. They held high hopes of being home by Christmas, and their excitement grew with each passing day. Those being left behind were in no mood to celebrate, however. For them, the impending departures drove home a gloomy realization. Because of the heavy losses at Peleliu, virtually every company in the division was already pitifully short of battle-seasoned NCOs. Many of the platoon, squad, and fire team leaders who were key parts of the unit's organizational framework, as well as the glue that held it together, were dead or recovering from wounds. Now the shortage of experience and leadership was about to become even more acute. "We envied them, but we hated to see them go," said Mace, who knew he'd especially miss Jim McHenry, the fellow New Yorker who'd passed along many of the combat lessons learned at Guadalcanal and Cape Gloucester to younger men in his platoon. "We knew that guys with just one battle under their belts, even grab-asses like me, were going to have to take up the slack now. It was kind of scary." By virtue of his service at Peleliu, Mace had earned a corporal's stripes, but his promotion hadn't dampened his taste for horseplay. When his pranks interrupted a lecture to company personnel, Lieutenant Stanley showed his irritation as forcefully as Mace's old platoon leader, Lieutenant Bill Bauerschmidt, had, only in a different, more long-term manner. "Instead of chasing me around a camp and threatening to kick my butt like Bauerschmidt did, Stumpy put me on Corporal of the Guard duty for 2 weeks straight," Mace recalled with a grin many years later. "My buddies said it was some kind of modern record." Although Mace still mourned the death of Seymour Levy, he struck up a friendship with PFC Bob Whitby, one of the new replacements assigned to Mace's platoon. In age, personality, and general demeanor, Whitby was almost Levy's direct opposite. He was small, serious, and almost 30 years old, ancient by K-35 standards, with a wife and twin daughters back home in Ohio. Whitby missed his family desperately, and Mace did his best to keep the new man's spirits up. But sometimes he questioned the wisdom and justice of sending a guy like this into combat. On an evening in late November, Johnny Marmot dropped by R.V. Bergen's tent for a visit. For the most part, the 18-month relationship between the taciturn platoon sergeant from Ohio and the wiry young squad leader from Texas had been strictly business. Marmot had never been overly chummy with anyone who served under him in the mortar section, and sentimentality wasn't his style. But he and Bergen had learned to respect and trust each other implicitly in countless life-and-death situations. Now, with only a day or two left until Marmot shipped out for the States, he'd come to say goodbye. "Your promotion to sergeant's in the works," Marmot said, "but I guess you know that already." "Yeah, I heard," Bergen replied. "I know you put in a good word for me, and I appreciate it. You're a good troop, and you damn well earned the extra stripe." Marmot paused, frowned, and lowered his eyes. "There's something else I thought I ought to tell you, but you may not like to hear it." Now it was Bergen's turn to frown. "What is it?" Marmot's dark eyebrows were knit as he stared directly at Bergen's face. "A few days before the skipper was killed, he told me he was going to recommend you for a Silver Star for the job you did knocking out that pillbox on Negasebus. The way things happened, Akak never had a chance to put the recommendation through, but I know he would have if he'd lived. I figure he'd want you to know." Bergen felt himself relax a little. From Marmot's tone, he'd thought he was going to hear something really bad. He smiled tightly and shrugged. "Thanks for telling me," he said, "but hell, if I had a choice, I'd give 100 Silver Stars to have the captain back." Marmot nodded and stuck out his hand. "Take it easy, Bergie," he said. "See you stateside." In early December, some of the less seriously wounded Marines evacuated from Peleliu began to find their way back to Pavuvu to rejoin their comrades. Among them was PFC Dan Lawler, a machine gunner whose hand had been mangled by mortar fragments while crossing the airfield on D+1. Lawler was glad to get back to K-35, although he knew it meant he'd be in another battle soon. More awful than his own wounds, in Lawler's estimation, had been a job he'd undertaken on the Navy hospital ship that took him from Peleliu back to Guadalcanal. As an ambulatory patient, he'd assisted in burials at sea for many men who died of their wounds during the voyage. "Throwing those dead Marines into the ocean was my worst experience of the war," he recalled. "Nobody forced me into it, I volunteered, but it was the most painful thing I ever did, and it weighed on my mind for a long time afterward." His injured eye miraculously saved by Navy doctors, PFC Bill Layden also arrived back on Pavuvu shortly before Christmas, along with his 3rd Platoon buddy, PFC Marion Vermeer, who'd been wounded on Negasebus at about the same time as Layden. On their return, both Layden and Vermeer were promoted to fire team leaders, but by this time, the quota of promotions to corporal had already been reached, so there was no extra stripe or pay raise for either of them. "We were kind of ticked off about that," Layden said, "and our Purple Hearts weren't much compensation." Among the first scuttlebutt to reach the ears of Lawler, Layden, Vermeer, and other returnees were rumors that a magnificent Christmas feast was being planned for the 1st Marine Division. As a general rule, the quality of Marine chow rated well below that of Navy fare, and enlisted men considered any shipboard dining opportunity a genuine treat. But on 3 or 4 occasions each year, the Corps went to special pains to provide fresh, enjoyable food, and Christmas was at the top of the list. "They say we're going to have turkey and all the trimmings for Christmas dinner," men confided to one another. "Oh, sure," the skeptics responded, "but the turkey'll be dehydrated, and the trimmings'll be sea rations." Even the naysayers were pleasantly surprised, however, when a massive shipment of frozen turkeys arrived a few days before the holiday, and the preparations for a lavish banquet proceeded as promised. On Christmas Eve, many of the men of 3-5 gathered for church services in a palm-thatched regimental chapel. Afterward, they sat on coconut logs to watch a Christmas program and sing carols. Sledge echoed the sentiments of many when he said, "I enjoyed it a great deal, but I felt pretty homesick." The next day's main event was eating. "Man, I've never seen such huge turkeys before or since," said Lawler. "They had to have weighed between 40 and 50 pounds apiece, and they were delicious. That was the best meal I ever had in the Marine Corps." Along with generous servings of turkey, a souvenir menu listed tomato juice cocktail, green pea soup, giblet gravy, dressing, cranberry sauce, whipped potatoes, buttered peas and corn, apple pie, coffee, and fruit aid. In addition, each man received a mimeographed letter of greeting signed by General Del Valle. "We are all conscious at this time of our loved ones at home, and all of us wish we could be with them," the general wrote. "We can be with them in spirit by the exercise of our Christian faith on the anniversary of the birth of our Lord, and by resolving to work and fight harder than ever, to the end that our country's enemies may be quickly beaten, that peace may come on earth to men of good will, and that we may return to our loved ones serene in the assurance that we have done our duty." For some, the celebratory mood lasted through New Year's Eve. After chow that evening, several Marines from K-35 diverted the attention of cleanup crews in the battalion mess hall, while others requisitioned a couple of leftover Christmas turkeys. For the rest of the night, warm beer and a potent fermented concoction called jungle juice flowed freely, washing down freshly carved slabs of turkey. The sound of guitars, fiddles, singing, and laughter rolled through the coconut groves until some time before dawn. "It was the kind of party Hillbilly Jones would have loved," said R.V. Bergen. In mid-January, the full division boarded a convoy of LCIs, landing craft infantry, a newer, smaller version of the LSTs that had taken it to Peleliu, for its first trip to Guadalcanal and 10 days of field problems and practice landings. The intensifying pace of the training was a clear indication to the veterans that time was growing short. The exercises also demonstrated how much the dozens of officers newly arrived from the States still had to learn. This was especially apparent in K-35, where Lieutenant Stanley was the only remaining commissioned officer with combat experience. Second Lieutenant Robert Scotty Mackenzie, the young New Englander who succeeded Lieutenant Ellington as commander of the company mortar section, was a prime example. Scotty had gone straight out of college into OCS, Officer Candidate School, and he was green as a gourd, Bergen recalled. He was as gung-ho as a junior high kid playing his first football game, but he was also a good guy who grew up in a hurry and became a good Marine. Not all of the mortar section's numerous veterans were quite so charitable toward their new boss. When Mackenzie talked excitedly about taking my K-bar between my teeth and my .45 in my hand and charging the enemy, men like George Surrett, John Redifer, and Snafu Shelton tended to smirk and roll their eyes. They also speculated among themselves about what the big-mouthed Yankee Boot would do when he came under fire for the first time. "I felt embarrassed for Mac," said Gene Sledge. "He wouldn't listen to the few words of caution from some of us who suggested he had a shock coming." During the last 2 weeks of February, a steady stream of news reports about the battle raging on Iwo Jima began to reach the men on Pavuvu, making it plain that the Japanese were employing the same defensive tactics used on Peleliu. "It sounded like Bloody Nose Ridge all over again," said Bergen, "only bigger." Casualty figures for the 3 Marine divisions in the Iwo Jima campaign would mount to roughly 3 times those suffered by the 1st Marine Division at Peleliu, although the battle on Iwo would last several fewer days. Meanwhile, rumors were rampant about the men's next destination. One widely circulated story claimed the division was being integrated into an army force to invade China, Formosa, or even Japan itself. Since the current round of training emphasized both street fighting and coordinated tank infantry strikes in open country, each of these possibilities seemed plausible. Adding to the confusion and speculation, the men also repeatedly practiced scaling a sheer cliff on ropes. They were told to be ready to do the same when they reached their objective. When Red Womack's turn came to go up the wall, he had yet another reason to appreciate his newfound seniority and his recent promotion to squad leader. As the man in charge of 3 two-man flamethrower teams, Womack was no longer required to carry one of the bulky weapons himself. Now he had only a pistol and a carbine to weigh him down, and climbing walls with 70 pounds of molten death strapped to your back was someone else's problem. Only when the men were shown a map of a long, narrow island without any identifying names did they realize that the recent rumors about their destination were off target, as usual. Soon afterward, a friend from another company showed up at Sledge's tent, pointing excitedly to a National Geographic map of the Pacific and an island whose outline and description matched the one with no names. It was, of course, Okinawa, and word spread quickly. During the last 2 weeks of February, the division went back to Guadalcanal for more rigorous landing exercises and field problems. It seemed strangely prophetic that the men's bivouac area on the canal was the same one recently vacated by the 3rd Marine Division, now locked in the fight of its life on Iwo Jima. Following long days of repetitious maneuvers in the Big Island's hills, grass fields, and jungles, they returned to Pavuvu, where a few days later, 2 events of note took place. On the warm afternoon of Sunday, March 4, a group of about 30 K-35 veterans of Peleliu and Cape Gloucester participated in the dedication of a new multi-purpose athletic field in one corner of Pavuvu's parade ground. With the veterans forming an honor guard, a chaplain spoke briefly, taps sounded, and a 3-volley rifle salute was fired. Then a sign was unveiled designating the area as Haldane Field, in honor of Captain Andrew A. Haldane. Afterward, according to an unnamed officer quoted in a Marine Corps press release, there was a baseball game, because that's the way Captain Haldane would have wanted it. A team of enlisted men beat a team of regimental officers by a score of 2-0. On March 15, the division boarded a convoy of troop ships and sailed for Ulithi Atoll, a major Navy anchorage in the Central Pacific, some 250 miles northeast of Peleliu, where the Okinawa assault force was gathering. When the convoy arrived 6 days later, the Marines looked out over a huge invasion fleet, scores of ships of every description, including more aircraft carriers than any of them had ever seen. "This is expected to be the costliest amphibious campaign of the war," an officer told the men of K-35 at a briefing. "We can expect 80 to 85% casualties." "How's that for boosting the troops' morale?" someone in the audience whispered. "Well, hell," countered another voice. "At least they're not telling us it'll be over in 2 or 3 days." The first month on Okinawa was relatively easy duty for the men of 3-5. By virtue of its lead position in the first wave of the assault on Peleliu, the battalion was initially placed in regimental reserve for the Okinawa campaign. The landing was unopposed, a piece of cake even for the first units ashore, and U.S. forces advanced at a steady pace through the rolling countryside and small villages in the southern portion of the island. But the Japanese had planned it that way. True to form, in a series of east-west ridges to the north, characterized by terrain and a network of mutually supporting fortifications reminiscent of Peleliu, the bulk of a 110,000-man Japanese army lay waiting, with massed heavy artillery, including 8-inch siege guns. Lieutenant General S.B. Buckner, Jr., commander of the U.S. 10th Army, which included the 1st, 2nd, and 6th Marine Divisions, had a total of nearly 542,000 men at his disposal. Before the slaughter was over, more than 1 man out of every dozen in this vast force would become a casualty, and Buckner himself would be mortally wounded by enemy artillery fire. Unlike the close-order combat on Peleliu, where the Marines could often smell the enemy and hear him breathing, Sergeant R.V. Bergen found that most of the danger on Okinawa was of the long-range variety. Heavy Japanese siege guns rained death on American lines from miles away, and even machine guns could threaten from distances that would have been unheard of on Peleliu. On a day in early May, Bergen was in a forward position near a Marine rifle squad whose advance up a nearby ridge had been abruptly halted by a Japanese machine gun. The enemy gunner was firing from at least a third of a mile away, as nearly as Bergen could figure. Nobody had been able to spot his location, but the gunner's pinpoint aim had the whole squad pinned down. For several minutes, Bergen studied the situation and watched the same scene repeat itself. Each time a Marine moved around the east side of a nearby mound of dirt, the machine gun instantly opened fire, and the Marine either got hit or barely managed to duck in time. "You guys lay low for a spell," Bergen yelled at the squad leader. I want to try something." He moved stealthily toward the mound of dirt and started around the east side of it, but instead of moving normally, he turned around and walked backward, staring toward the distant ridge and purposely trying to draw the machine gunner's fire so that he could spot the gun's location. The instant Bergen showed himself, a spray of machine gun rounds slammed into the mound beside him and pelted the ground under his feet. As he hurled himself backward and hit the deck, he saw 3 smoldering bullet holes in the legs of his dungaree pants. But in that split second, he'd also seen exactly where the fire was coming from. "You okay?" one of the riflemen shouted. "Yeah," Bergen drawled. "Just hold on till I can get my mortars in action. It won't take long." He picked up his walkie-talkie. "I got a target for you," he told a mortar man some distance behind him. "Range 600 yards. Almost immediately, one of the mortar squad's 60mm weapons opened fire. On the second round, as Bergen later put it, the Jap machine gun went one way and the gunner went the other. 2 weeks later, on May 20, 1945, the streak of luck that had carried Bergen safely through 2 major battles and most of a third finally came to an end. He was struck in the neck by fragments from a Japanese shell and taken to a field hospital. That same day, a short distance from where Bergen was hit, a blast from a Japanese 8-inch gun miles away blew Corporal Sterling Mace out of his foxhole. As the dust settled, his comrades rushed forward, certain that Mace was dead. But the explosion had only knocked him cold and punctured his eardrum. Mace was evacuated 2 days later and was soon on his way to San Francisco. But after having his wound patched up and getting a couple of days' rest, Bergen rejoined his mortar squad and remained on the line until the island was declared secure. For risking his life to locate and knock out the Japanese machine gun, Bergen was awarded the Bronze Star. On the morning of May 25, PFC Bill Layden was sitting on the edge of his foxhole on a ridge called Half Moon Hill, talking to PFC Marion Vermeer. At least, he was trying to talk to Vermeer, but his friend wasn't responding. Vermeer was lying on his back in the bottom of the hole, his right leg resting on Layden's boondockers, but he might as well have been on another planet. "What the hell's wrong with you?" Layden demanded after a long pause. "Do you even hear what I'm saying?" Vermeer didn't move or make a sound. His glazed, vacant eyes were fixed on the sky in what the men of the 1st Marine Division had come to know all too well as the 1,000-yard stare, the telltale symptom of the combat fatigue now reaching epidemic stage on Okinawa. Only minutes earlier, the young rifleman from Washington State had seemed okay, but now he was totally out of it. "Hey, man," Layden said, extricating his feet from beneath Vermeer's leg and pulling himself to his knees. "I think you need to go to an aid station and talk to a doc." Layden heard the incoming 75mm shell a second or two before it hit. He knew from the sound it was going to be close, but not as close as it actually was. Then the whole world seemed to vanish in a ball of fire, a cloud of dust, and an ear-splitting burst of sound. Layden was dimly aware of his own body flying through the air, but he felt nothing when he hit the ground, and he heard nothing either. One of his eardrums was blown out, and the little finger on his right hand was torn off. Worse, his body was sprayed with shrapnel from his chest to his knees, and blood oozed from a dozen puncture wounds in his abdomen. There was nothing much left of Vermeer or PFC Roy Bauman, the other occupant of the foxhole. In the next foxhole over, PFC's Archie Steele and Luigi Verga had also been killed by shell fragments. As shock settled over Layden, dulling the pain, the events of the next few minutes came in disjointed flashes between periods of unconsciousness. Marines loading him on a stretcher. The stretcher bearers struggling and stumbling through ankle-deep mud to carry him out. The mangled corpses of other dead Marines littering the ground, at least 100 of them. The medics at the aid station, their faces and bare arms spattered with blood, looking at rows of bodies on stretchers, then methodically covering the faces of the dead. "Oh God," Layden thought, "please don't let them cover me up." Only when he awoke in a field hospital following surgery did he know for sure that they hadn't. Okinawa was the largest, costliest battle of the Pacific War, By the time it officially ended on June 21, 1945, it had claimed more than 49,000 American casualties, some 7.5 times the number of killed and wounded at Peleliu. However, records indicate that more than 26,000 of those Okinawa casualties were attributed to neuropsychiatric causes, similar to the condition that affected Marion Vermeer just before his death, rather than to actual battle wounds. The 1st Marine Division lost 7,665 men killed, wounded, and missing, about 1,100 more than on Peleliu. Most of these were in the division's 3 infantry regiments, which suffered combined losses of more than 150% in the 2 battles, a total of 14,191 men. More than 107,500 enemy bodies were counted on Okinawa, and an estimated 20,000 more Japanese dead were either sealed in caves or buried by their comrades. Only about 10,000 were taken alive. A high percentage of the American casualties at Okinawa, both physical and psychological, was caused by long-range artillery fire. An incredible number of guys cracked up under the constant strain of not knowing when or where the next shell was going to hit, said Bill Layden. Peleliu was hell, but we always knew we could fight back because the enemy was so close. On Okinawa, there was this feeling of helplessness because most of the Japs who were firing at us were completely beyond our reach. There were also some striking similarities between the 2 battles, however. Like Peleliu, Okinawa also had its pocket, an interlocking network of fortifications in rugged terrain that could neither be bypassed nor effectively attacked by tanks. In a single week between June 11 and 18, the 1st Marine Division sustained 1,150 casualties in the battle to dislodge the enemy from a ridge system called the Kunishi-Yuza-Yaeju Escarpment. Once the Marines won the fight, organized Japanese resistance ended on Okinawa. When the battle was officially declared over on June 21, only 26 of the approximately 65 K-35 Peleliu veterans who landed on the island on April Fool's Day remained with the company. Several of these, like R.V. Bergen, had been wounded but returned to duty after treatment. Lieutenant Stanley had been evacuated a few days earlier with a severe case of malaria. Of the 53 men who joined K Company with me in Melbourne in March 1943, Bergen noted, only 3 were still there after Okinawa. But of the 3 major battles I was in, Peleliu was the ugliest, dirtiest, most exhausting one of all. The heat, the dead bodies, the flies, the god-awful terrain, those damned caves, the continuous day and night combat with no relief, those were what made Peleliu the worst in my book. Although Bill Layden's wounds on Okinawa were more serious than those he suffered on Peleliu, he agrees wholeheartedly. For a lot of reasons, Peleliu was probably the worst campaign of the war, at least in the Pacific, he said. It was the Marines' biggest surprise in World War II, and it made a terrible battle like Guadalcanal seem like a picnic by comparison. Many men who fought at Guadalcanal, Tarawa, Iwo Jima, and Okinawa would doubtlessly disagree, but Bergen's and Layden's eyewitness assessments are solidly supported by various historians and military analysts. One can argue fruitlessly over which was the most hard-fought and fearful campaign of the Pacific War, wrote historian Harry A. Gailey in his book Peleliu 1944. However, the testimony of many Marines seems to prove conclusively that Peleliu ranks with Iwo Jima in any listing of the most difficult major Marine campaigns. They talk of Tarawa and Iwo Jima and all of that, added Lieutenant Colonel Lewis J. Fields, a Marine officer who was present when plans for Operation Stalemate were drafted. But Peleliu was just as difficult, and more so to some degree, but its publicity was practically nothing. Major Frank Huff offered a similar appraisal in his Marine Corps monograph, The Assault on Peleliu, describing the battle as one of the most stubbornly contested campaigns in the history of this or any other war. And Colonel Harold Deacon, a member of General Rupertus's staff, put it even more strongly. Peleliu, he said flatly, was the worst campaign in the history of warfare, far worse than Iwo Jima or the others. The ever-philosophical Gene Sledge stopped just short of calling Peleliu worse than Okinawa. On Okinawa, I would be shelled and shot at more, see more enemy soldiers, and fire at more of them than on Peleliu. But there was a ferocious, vicious nature to the fighting on Peleliu that made it unique for me. Many of my veteran comrades agree. Sledge, Vincent Santos, George Surrett, Jim Burke, and Snafu Shelton, all members of Bergen's mortar section, and Red Womack of the 3-5 Weapons Company, were among a handful of 3rd Battalion Marines who came through both Peleliu and Okinawa without a scratch. In Sledgehammer's words, "The few men like me who never got hit can claim with justification that we survived the abyss of war as fugitives from the law of averages." The 1st Marine Division had already received one Presidential Unit citation for extraordinary heroism at Peleliu. It was awarded a second for its performance on Okinawa. Epilogue: D-Day plus 60 years. More than 6 decades have passed since the last shots were fired on Peleliu. Yet history buffs, students of military tactics, and aging veterans who were there still snipe back and forth over 2 lingering questions. Were Operation Stalemate and the assault on Peleliu actually necessary, or was this merely a costly campaign of no genuine strategic importance? How much did faulty intelligence and reckless or ego-driven command decisions, particularly by General Rupertus and Colonel Chesty Puller, contribute to the high toll of Marine dead and wounded? Few, if any, of the Marine infantrymen most directly affected by these questions gave them any thought during the battle. They were on Peleliu to carry out an assignment, and they did it. They were trained to obey orders without hesitating or asking why, and they didn't. Their philosophy was, if we weren't doing this dirty job here, we'd be doing another dirty job somewhere else. But once the firing stopped and they went home, the questions refused to go away. When some people implied that the Marines' suffering and misery had been for nothing, that their buddies had been maimed and slaughtered for no legitimate purpose, it stung. Some veterans shrugged it off, others felt anger and bitterness, and some still do. "In my opinion, we never should have hit the damned island in the first place," said R.V. Bergen. "We never used it for anything after we took it, and we could have bypassed it just as well. It still makes me mad to think about all the lives that were wasted there." Marines who shared Bergen's views coined a nickname for Peleliu that summed up their feelings about its ultimate value: nothing at all. Even Admiral Jesse Oldendorf, whose ineffective pre-invasion shelling of the island must share blame for the carnage when the Marines went ashore, came to believe that the Palau's campaign was a massive mistake. Writing after the war, Oldendorf admitted a lack of foresight by himself and other military leaders, and concluded that the assault on Peleliu should never have been attempted. Historian Harry Gailey has argued that criticism of the decision to invade Peleliu shouldn't be based on what became known after the war, but rather on what military planners knew or thought they knew as of mid-1944. But even at that time, he added, both the collapse of Japanese naval and air power and the increasing dominance of U.S. forces were obvious. Likewise, the tactic of bypassing non-essential enemy strongpoints, thereby isolating their garrisons, was already well established. Thus, if the planners had chosen to ignore Peleliu, they would not have been introducing a new concept, Gailey noted. The Palau area was at first considered important because, in the spring of 1944, intelligence estimates gave the Japanese forces in the Central Pacific retaliatory powers which they, in fact, did not possess. "The intelligence we had was no intelligence at all," said Bergen. "We had no reliable maps, no accurate information on terrain or enemy defenses, and not a hint that all those caves were there. We didn't have any idea what we were getting into." The bitterness of many surviving Peleliu veterans toward the High Command's decision not to bypass Peleliu also extends to Rupertus and Puller at the battlefield level. "I don't think Chesty Puller was the greatest thing since sliced bread," said Captain Everett Pope, whose company was slaughtered on Hill 100, Waltz Ridge, under Puller's orders, and who won the Medal of Honor for leading the heroic stand there. I had no use for Puller. He didn't know what was going on, and why he wanted me and my men dead on top of that hill, I don't know. George Macmillan, author of The Old Breed, labeled Puller a tragic caricature of Marine aggressiveness, who, in the minds of many fellow officers, crossed the line that separates courage and wasteful expenditure of lives. Largely because of the carnage inflicted on Pope's company and other 1st Marine units, Puller has been frequently characterized as a butcher who callously disregarded the lives of his men. But in a 2002 report entitled The Truth About Peleliu, Major Colonel John T. Hoffman, Deputy Director of the Marine Corps History and Museums Division, argues otherwise. While not totally blameless, Puller has gotten a bum rap, Hoffman contends. According to Hoffman and others, a much larger share of the blame rests with Rupertus, whose obsessive rush to take Peleliu consistently sacrificed lives in the name of speed. "The cold fact," said Lieutenant Colonel Arthur M. Parker, Jr., executive officer of the 3rd Armored Amphibian Battalion, "is that Rupertus ordered Puller to assault impossible enemy positions at 0800 daily till the 1st was decimated." Colonel Bucky Harris also felt that he and his 5th Marines were roughly used later in the battle when Rupertus pushed them too hard. Harris believed that only General Geiger's intervention kept Rupertus from stripping him of his command. Admiral Nimitz and General MacArthur, the top military leaders in the Pacific, who bore the ultimate responsibility for Operation Stalemate, also come in for their share of scorn and criticism. Neither ever commented publicly on their differences concerning the operation, and Nimitz stipulated in his will that all his personal papers be destroyed. In the view of historian Gailey, American possession of Peleliu and its neighboring island to the south, Angaur, had little influence on either MacArthur's Philippines campaign or any other subsequent Pacific action. "Colonel Nakagawa could have been left to his caves," Gailey wrote, "and the only change in the outcome of the war in the Central Pacific would have been the surrender of more Japanese to the Americans in the fall of 1945. By many accounts, Nimitz was less in favor of the Peleliu invasion than MacArthur, but noted historian Samuel Eliot Morrison faults Nimitz in particular for not heeding Admiral Halsey's advice to cancel Operation Stalemate. Considering that the capture of Peleliu and Angaur cost almost as many American lives as the assault on Omaha Beach," Morrison observed, "it would seem that Sinkpak, Nimitz, here made one of his rare mistakes." "I'd still like to get my hands on MacArthur and Nimitz for sending us into that terrible place for no good reason," said Corporal Swede Hansen, one of the heroes of the point. "I still dream of that stuff all the time, and I still feel the Japs coming at me out of the night." "Peleliu was a political thing that got a lot of people killed for nothing," added Navy Corpsman Bill Jenkins, who treated Hansen's wounds, was himself wounded at the point, and later returned to serve on Okinawa. "It makes you sick to think about it, but it's the truth." Thus the debate simmers on. It seems likely to continue even after the last Peleliu veterans are gone. Okinawa turned out to be the 1st Marine Division's final combat assignment of a war that ended sooner than almost anyone on either side anticipated. As many Cape Gloucester veterans completed their 24 months in the combat zone and rotated stateside, and another new batch of replacements appeared, rumors predicted that the division would be heading for Japan itself by early fall. Based on past experience, no one had much reason to think otherwise during July and early August 1945. Then came word that the most powerful explosions ever seen had devastated the cities of Hiroshima and Nagasaki. Suddenly, the war was over. At first, the Marines were stunned and filled with disbelief, but when the full meaning of what had happened hit home, they felt jubilation and indescribable relief. There would be no house-to-house, street-by-street battle for the Japanese homeland. Instead, the division was sent to North China, where it remained on occupation duty until January 1946. When the announcement came that the division was shipping out for home, it touched off a sharp clash of emotions in many of the men. Mixed with their elation were feelings of gloom and pain. Buddies who had shared at least 2, and in many cases 3, major campaigns were about to be separated for good. "I've never felt as close to anyone as I did to my comrades in K-35," said Bill Layden. "There are no words in the language to describe the feeling, and it didn't end when we went our separate ways. Years later, we could look at each other and feel the tears start rolling down our cheeks." "We'd forged a bond that time would never erase," added Gene Sledge. "We were brothers. I left with a sense of loss and sadness, but K-35 will always be a part of me." After the extraordinary life and death experiences shared by the veterans of the 1st Marine Division, the majority would return home to unremarkable lives of quiet obscurity. In an emerging peacetime world, they would become largely indistinguishable from other typical Americans around them, as unrecognized among their fellow countrymen as the Battle of Peleliu itself. There would, of course, be exceptions. A few notable examples: Paul Douglas, who left the faculty of the University of Chicago to join the Marines as a 50-year-old private, quickly advanced to captain, was slightly wounded at Peleliu, and suffered permanent disability in one arm on Okinawa, became a U.S. Senator from Illinois. William Lundigan interrupted a budding acting career to become a Marine Corps combat cameraman with the rank of corporal, then returned to Hollywood for a long string of starring and leading man roles in feature films and TV. Robert Leckie, a young non-com whose experience on D-Day beaches from Guadalcanal to Peleliu formed the basis for his 1957 bestseller, Helmet for My Pillow, went on to write some 20 books, mostly on military history. George Hunt, whose K-31 captured the point on D-Day at Peleliu, then held it against everything the enemy could throw at it while cut off from the rest of the 1st Marines, also scored with a hit post-war book called Coral Comes High. Hunt later served as editor of Life magazine. Despite a 90% disability from wounds suffered with Hunt's company at the point, Fred Fox earned a degree in petroleum engineering from the University of Texas after the war, then made a fortune by inventing a specialized mechanism now used on every oil drilling rig around the world. Fox has undoubtedly made more trips back to Peleliu than any other veteran of the battle, about 25 in all. On his first visit in 1964, he found his rusted K-bar knife, identifiable because of its badly bent blade, lying precisely where he'd dropped it 20 years to the day earlier. Through influential friends in Washington, Fox has helped Peleliu and the rest of the Palaus obtain Peace Corps volunteers, economic development funds, and even assistance in setting up their present form of home rule government. He lives in a posh penthouse apartment overlooking downtown Austin. For every Peleliu Marine who achieved some measure of fame or distinction in the post-war world, many others returned home to lives of virtual anonymity or remained in the Corps long enough to see action in more recent U.S. wars. And there were, of course, those like Jones and Haldane who didn't survive the battle, but whose memory has been preserved by former comrades, family members, and others close to them. Wilfred Swede Hansen, another decorated survivor of the point, recovered sufficiently from the severe wounds he suffered there to fight and be wounded again on Okinawa. He was discharged from the Marines in 1946, but soon re-enlisted for another 8-year hitch, during which he also saw action as a platoon sergeant in Korea. When he finally became a civilian for good, Hansen settled in Florida and turned his attention to higher education, earning a bachelor's degree from the University of Tampa and a master's in education from the University of South Florida, and later serving as a police officer in Tampa. In April 1993, nearly 50 years after the fact, Hansen was finally presented a Bronze Star for his bravery on Peleliu. Still later, the decoration was upgraded to a Silver Star. Hansen and his wife June make their home in Lutz, Florida. Eugene B. Sledge, who returned to his native Alabama after the war and became a biology professor at the University of Montevallo, also achieved recognition as an author. Sledgehammer's introspective memoir, With the Old Breed at Peleliu and Okinawa, originally published in 1981, has gone through 18 printings to date and become one of the more widely acclaimed works of its type to come out of World War II. Before his death in 2002, Sledge was also featured in several televised documentaries on Peleliu and often served as a spokesman for veterans of this forgotten battle. On the other extreme, Edward A. Jones came to symbolize those unknown heroes who fell at Peleliu and are now almost totally forgotten, except by a dwindling handful of relatives, friends, and former comrades. Jones was posthumously awarded the Silver Star for his actions against the enemy snipers who threatened his platoon. In October 1947, Hillbilly's body was returned from Peleliu and buried with full military honors in the Slate Ridge Cemetery at Delta, Pennsylvania, near his family home at Whiteford, Maryland. He was survived by his mother, Mrs. Reba Allison Jones, and 7 brothers and sisters, all of whom lived at the time in the Whiteford area. As this is written, only 3 siblings are still alive, and only Jones's sister, Anna Mosher of Westport Point, Massachusetts, retains clear personal memories of him. His 2 surviving brothers, Jack Jones of Red Lion, Pennsylvania, and Gary Jones of San Jose, California, were only 6 and 8 years old respectively when Ed came home on his last leave in 1941. "I remember how impressed I was by his Marine uniform," Jack recalled recently, "but that's about all." The memory of Andrew A. Haldane has been kept alive through the efforts of 8 of his fellow Bowdoin College alumni who served with him in the 1st Marine Division. Shortly after returning from the war, the group established a fund for a permanent annual award to be presented in Haldane's name to a member of Bowdoin's senior class whose qualities of leadership, sportsmanship, and courage approach those displayed by Andy. Known as the Haldane Cup, the award has been given each year since 1945. In October 1948, Haldane's body was shipped home from its original resting place on Peleliu and permanently reburied, at his father's request, in Arlington National Cemetery. Among those contributing to the memorial for Haldane was his good friend and one-time fellow athlete, Everett P. Pope. After returning in mid-1945 to the bride he hadn't seen in more than 3 years, Pope was awarded the Medal of Honor for conspicuous gallantry and intrepidity at the risk of his life, and soon began a highly successful banking career. 5 years later, however, he was recalled to active duty with the Marines during the Korean War. In 1953, at age 34, he became the youngest bank president in Massachusetts. Over the years, he has also been a major financial supporter of Bowdoin College and a longtime member and chairman of its board of trustees. Now retired, Pope and his wife Eleanor divide their time between homes in Florida and Maine. Arthur J. Jackson, Peleliu's other living Medal of Honor winner, received his decoration from President Harry Truman during ceremonies on the White House lawn on October 5, 1945. Jackson had recovered from a neck wound received in the process of killing 4 Japanese infiltrators a few days after the action for which he earned the medal. He still keeps the bullet from his neck in a watch fob. By this time, the former PFC had also completed Officer Candidate School and had been commissioned a 2nd lieutenant. He remained a Marine until 1962, when he resigned from the Corps as a captain, moved back to the Pacific Northwest where he'd spent his boyhood, and went to work for the U.S. Postal Service. Now retired, he lives in Boise, Idaho. One of the first chores undertaken by the irrepressible Sterling Mace when he got home to New York in June 1945 was to visit the grieving mother of his buddy Seymour Levy and hand her some of Levy's personal effects. "It was the toughest thing I ever had to do," he said. "She never got over Cy's death." After peace broke out, Mace went to art school and later found a job in the art department of the theater at famed Jones Beach State Park, where he became friends with singer Guy Lombardo and many other celebrities, and eventually became theater manager. Since 1983, he and his wife Joyce have made their home in St. Pete Beach, Florida, where he stays in close touch with former platoon mate Jim McHenry, who lives an hour away in Ocala. Minus a finger, carrying hunks of shrapnel embedded in both knees, and with 2 Purple Hearts tucked away among his souvenirs, William J. Layden returned to Long Island in 1946 after months in various hospitals. Not quite 20 years old, although far more mature than the headstrong youngster who'd joined the Marines on his 17th birthday, Layden's thirst for adventure was still unquenched. Consequently, he shunned routine civilian jobs and parlayed an engaging personality and natural athleticism into a lengthy career as a professional golfer, competing in tournaments around the country. Among his greatest thrills were occasional opportunities to play golf with his former commanders in the 1st Marine Division. On Veterans Day 2003, Layden was honored as local Veteran of the Year in his hometown of Hempstead, New York. "I owe my life to the Marine Corps," he said recently. "Without it, I probably wouldn't have lived to be 18, much less 78. After being discharged from the Marine Corps in April 1946, George Surrett returned to his hometown of Denison, Texas, and went into railroad work like his father before him. But after marrying Anna Lee, the girl he'd corresponded with from Peleliu, and starting a family, he decided to return to military life. In November 1947, he joined the Air Force, mainly because there were no openings at his grade level in the Marines, and served continuously for 25 years, the last 20 as a first sergeant. He saw duty at Da Nang in Vietnam, and after his retirement in 1972, he and his wife settled in the Fort Worth suburb of Benbrook. Surrett died in early 2004, a few months after the death of his wife. It wasn't until after the fighting ended on Okinawa that R.V. Bergen received word that his younger brother, Joseph Delton, an 18-year-old Army private, had been killed by German artillery fire in France in February 1945. Bergen made it home to Jewett, Texas in early 1946, and a year later he was reunited with Florence Risley, the fiancée he'd last seen in Australia in September 1943. The couple was married in Dallas on January 29, 1947, a few days after Florence's arrival from Melbourne. To celebrate their 10th wedding anniversary in 1957, the Bergens spent an entire year in Australia and have been back a number of times since, but RV has declined several opportunities to revisit Peleliu. "I saw all I ever want to see of that damned place in 1944, he explained recently. However, as secretary of the K-35 Veterans Association and publisher of the group's quarterly newsletter, he maintains contact with all the company's surviving World War II members, especially such old mortar section buddies as Jim Burke, Johnny Marmot, and Vincent Santos. Since the mid-1960s, the Bergens have lived in a quiet corner of suburban Lancaster, Texas, where their secluded home, wooded creek bank, large vegetable garden, and the pastoral atmosphere belie the fact that downtown Dallas is only about 10 miles away. After the war, Charles "Red" Womack returned to his native Macomb, Mississippi, and his pre-war job as a locomotive engineer. He lives alone today in a secluded house behind a brick wall facing Delaware Avenue, the town's busiest thoroughfare. The rest of the street is dominated for several blocks in both directions by stores, service stations, motels, and restaurants, but the noise and bustle are somehow lost in the small oasis that Womack has built. It's a place of shade trees and shrubs, well-tended flower beds exploding with color, exotic plants in scores of clay pots, and a lazy orange tomcat named Big O. It's probably the last place you'd expect to find a former Marine Corps flamethrower guy. Only a few graying strands remain of the mane of copper-colored hair that earned Red Womack his lifelong nickname, and bypass surgery has left him a frail shadow of the kid who played tackle for the Macomb High Tigers in 1941. To a visitor, he displays a strange device that might be mistaken for a farm implement by the uninitiated, until Womack identifies it as a Japanese knee mortar. But you wouldn't want to fire it off your knee, he adds quickly. The recoil would break your leg for sure. His eyes mist as he gazes at a photograph of his wife, Hilda, now gone these 6+ years. My wife was a beautiful woman, he says, and the picture bears out his words. In it, she wears the necklace made of black seashells that he collected on Pavuvu. Womack takes pride in his family's long association with America's military. Both his grandfathers fought for the Confederacy in the Civil War, and a photo on the mantel shows his father, Purser Womack, with his .50 caliber machine gun squad in France in 1918. Red's oldest son, Michael, recently retired as a lieutenant colonel in the National Guard and spent 5 years on active duty with the Army during the Vietnam era. More recently, grandson Brian Gravely carried on the family tradition, first by serving a hitch in the Marines, then with the Army's 3rd Infantry Division in Iraq. In a recent letter, Brian assured his granddad that he'd be going back into the USMC as soon as his current Army hitch is up. The news makes Womack smile as he reads it to a visitor. Mr. Red, as he's affectionately known around Macomb, is 80 years old now, and memories of the hell he once endured and helped to create on an obscure Pacific island have grown as faded as the pictures on his walls. But in his heart, Red Womack will always be a member of the 1st Marine Division and its legendary Old Breed. I just like to go down to the recruiting office sometimes, he says. They always treat me real well, and it makes me feel good when they shake my hand and call me Marine. As a final testimonial to the intricate efficiency of their underground hideouts, a small number of Japanese troops in the Umerbrogel continued to elude capture until late April 1947, nearly 2.5 years after combat operations officially ended on Peleliu and 20 months after VJ Day. They subsisted on rations pilfered from a caretaker American detachment of about 100 men and occasionally exchanged fire with U.S. patrols. One of the holdouts, identified as Superior Seaman Tsuchida, told Marines to whom he surrendered that his cohorts, refusing to believe the war was over, were planning a last-ditch banzai assault on the main American camp near the airstrip. The camp went on high alert, and more Marines were dispatched from Guam to bolster the small garrison. But on April 21 and 22, after Seaman Tsuchida returned to the ridges with letters from Japan assuring the others that hostilities had ended, the 33 other hiding Japanese, led by Lieutenant Ai Yamaguchi, turned themselves in. Today, the interiors of many of the caves they left behind remain little changed from when their Japanese occupants last saw them, littered with rusting weaponry, countless beer and sake bottles, and, in all likelihood, more than a few skeletal remains. The heavy jungle growth obliterated in 1944 by tons of American napalm and high-explosive shells has returned with a vengeance. A nearly impenetrable mantle of vines and foliage again shrouds the ridges and leaves many of the caves, especially those at higher elevations, beyond the reach of all but the hardiest, most determined adventurers. But a few score visitors, a high percentage of them Peleliu veterans or their family members, do find their way each year to more accessible caverns at lower levels. Among those who came in 1994, a half-century after the battle, was author Peter Richmond, whose father, Captain Tom Richmond, commanded Company G, 2nd Battalion, 5th Marines. Along with getting himself hopelessly tangled in vines and undergrowth and experiencing momentary panic, the younger Richmond slithered into one of the caves on his belly and explored it with a flashlight. He calculated that the cave was big enough for a dozen or more men, maybe a lot more because it was hard to tell where it stopped, yet its only entrance was a narrow slit about 2 feet wide, hidden beneath a huge boulder. I crawled back into the cave and rummaged around, Richmond wrote. My hands found untold empty beer bottles. The Japanese had crawled into this cave, got drunk, and died. In August 1947, Peleliu and the rest of the Palaus were recognized by the United Nations as a U.S. trust territory. In October 1994, 50 years after the 1st Marine Division was evacuated, the islands were officially designated as the Republic of Palau. Peleliu itself remains an isolated backwater of the Pacific, receiving only a trickle of the 40,000-plus Asian tourists who visit the Palaus annually. Almost all the island's 600 native inhabitants live in 3 small villages and earn their livelihood from one or more of 3 sources: tuna fishing, tourism, and growing what is reputed to be some of the world's finest marijuana. Within a few years after the end of the war, the remains of all the Americans who lost their lives on Peleliu were brought home for reburial, so there is no longer a military cemetery on the island. Peleliu's caves, along with other former combat areas, remain a government-protected historical site, and the removal of artifacts is forbidden. A small airstrip of crushed coral occupies part of the same area as the large military airfield crossed by the 5th Marines in 1944, but the original field has long since been taken over by jungle. The only official monument to the Marines who fought, suffered, and died there 60 years ago stands in a cleared area on a low cliff at the southern end of Bloody Nose Ridge and a few hundred yards inland from White Beach 2. A 4-foot-tall monument of red granite bears the Marine Corps emblem and a simple inscription: "In memory of the Marines who gave their lives in the seizure of Peleliu and Negasebus Island from the Japanese during the period 15th September through 15th October, 1944." This concludes Brotherhood of Heroes by Bill Sloan.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.